I think Afro Nerd, I think you need to come to conclusion that you have an unhealthy obsession with CT. You have an unhealthy obsession. I mean, it's CT, but I mean, listen, I love CT to death, right? I would never send him an email 11 o'clock at night. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, what are you doing? Like, so Afro Nerd, let me ask you this. Do you love CT? Do you think he's great? Do you think he's a great man?
Bro, I'm not going there with you on this one.
Okay. Do you love him? Do you love him as a human being? As a human being.
Look,
as a human being.
This is SNL. Get ready for SNL, bro. Get ready for SNL.
Hey, Ty. Since you admitted that this was you, then okay, let's talk about this. This is what you sent me at 10:30 at night. Do you remember this, Afro Nerd? Yes?
Barely, because I said a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay, well.
Do you not understand how that doesn't help you in this moment at all? It actually adds to his whole...
They lived here and they cannot assimilate. So now they want to feel important by trying to come at us, the Africans. Sir, we are not of the same class. We are here for the new America that the white man built. The white man opened the door. They say, sir, Mr. Damus, all we want you to do is, be a good American, assimilate in this society. That's all we want you to do. Follow the rules and regulations of the country. Do not destroy the country. Contribute, work, and add to the economy. Make sure, you bring the skills and talents that you have and contribute to this country. And that's what I'm doing. God bless George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and all the founding fathers.
Check it out. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got them on my side. Must be the money. Must be the money. I'm never going wrong. Must be the money. Must be the money that keeps me looking fly. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got me cruising in style. Must be the money. Must be the money that's got me rolling so smooth. Must be the money. Must be 'cause I got folks wanting to be my friend. To me, check it out. The money must be the money. I've got so much blame. Must be the money. Must be the money. 26 with all this wealth. Must be the money. Must be the money that funds my lifestyle. Must be the money. Must be the money. The party's at my place.
Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Positivity is definitely coming your way. What's up, Leander? Salute to you, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. 06, brother. Happy or Merry Christmas and happy Kwanzaa, dear brother. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm hoarse today. I don't know. I wasn't doing any yelling in the past few days. I don't know why I'm hoarse. But guys, get the likes up. Share the video, man. Salute to you all. Thank you guys so much, man, for coming through. Once again, I hope you guys all had a Merry Christmas. I hope that you guys had a very happy holiday too, if you guys are not Christmas adherents, if that makes any sense. Salute to you all. And to you atheists out there, I don't know what you did for Christmas, but salute to you as well. I wonder, when atheists celebrate Christmas, do they get upset when they get a present, open the box up, and there's nothing? There's nothing. Salute to you, Leander 06, brother. Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. I really appreciate you, buddy. Death Racer is in the building. Salute to you, Death Racer. Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. Merry Christmas to you and happy Kwanzaa. I believe today, I don't know what is the first day today of Kwanzaa. Today is today. What is today? Today is, I don't, how do we do the days in Kwanzaa? What is the first day of Kwanzaa? Let's hold on. Let me look it up real quick. Let me look up the days of Kwanzaa. I haven't celebrated Kwanzaa in 30 damn years. Is it Umoja? Umoja? The first day of Kwanzaa is Umoja. Umoja. What the hell is Umoja? It means unity, to strive for and to maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. That's something that these Negroes definitely don't do. They need more of Umoja, or Umoja. I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. But if you celebrate Kwanzaa like your manure, is it manure? I forgot what it's called. I haven't celebrated Kwanzaa since elementary school. But if you do celebrate Kwanzaa, light that candle for Umoja. Is it Umoja? I don't know. Umoja. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Thank you so much, Death Racer. We have Jason in the building. Salute to you, Jason. Positivity is definitely coming your way, but at the speed of light, guys. Get the likes up, share the video, man. Jason, salute to you, man. Merry Christmas, buddy, and happy Kwanzaa. We got Mike in the building. Salute to you, Mike. Positivity is definitely coming your way, but at the speed of light, guys. Get the likes up. We have Tito in the building. He says, Diddy? What the hell are you talking about? But anyway, positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light. We got DMville in the building. Salute to you, DMville. Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. Merry Christmas, brother. Happy Kwanzaa. Salute to you, man. Who else do we have in the building? Duwale says, CT, what was your Christmas dinner? I had fufu. We just ate some chicken. We ordered some chicken. We didn't really go anywhere. We just ate some chicken. Guys, get the likes up, guys. No, we didn't have any fufu or egusi soup or any of that nasty West African food. No, we had chicken. We had chicken, fried chicken. Real Israel, salute to you, man. Says CT number 45 and number 47 just dropped bombs on Nigeria. Do you support terrorism? Are you a Nigerian? Hashtag COINTELPRO. Well, first of all, Real Israel, salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way, bud, at the speed of light, man. Get the likes up. I don't know why I'm hoarse, man, but bear with me today, guys. Yes, I heard about our dear and beloved President Donald Trump dropping drones on ISIS operatives in northern Nigeria. And I believe this is the first time the United States has ever dropped a drone, or at least publicly, in the country. And I support it. I support it 110%. Yes, I did hear about that. And Islam, or radical Islam, poses a diabolical threat to the Christian world. And let them be Muslims in their own country. But Nigeria is a Christian nation state. I believe 60% of Nigerians are Christian. And let's be honest about it. Muslims have their own nation states. Why don't you just go to the Middle East? Go to one of the Middle Eastern countries. Let Nigeria be a Christian nation, man, which it was intended to be. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, but at the speed of light. Let's see, guys. We have Coon Take in the building. Salute to you. Says Fufu is nasty. Yeah, it really is, to be completely honest with you, man. Yeti Black says CT, bro. Salute to you, Yeti Black. Positivity is definitely coming your way, but at the speed of light. We have Scam Likely in the building. Salute to you, Scam Likely. Positivity is definitely coming your way, man. I really appreciate you, but let me see. Mike says the USA is working with a Nigerian government to make sure to clear out areas where ISIS are located. So try to minimize casualties. Unfortunately, war is hell. Yeah, I agree with Mike. The Nigerian Aristotle in the black race. We don't have an Aristotle. We don't have a Socrates as blacks. Globally, we don't. We refer back to these people. And I think that's what he said by nothing. But these two people, you know, they could be good people, but they don't even truly grasp what he's saying. Here we go, guys. Get the likes. So the link is dropped. Anybody wants to call in. Happy Friday to you all, man. Jason says Frank is a smart man and honest with his intelligence, despite speaking on his own people too. That is powerful. Yeah, it really is. What's up, Blue Bag? And salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Paul Hightower says, stay in Africa with all that sarcasm. All right, here we go. Terrorizan says ancestors were lazy and weak. I wouldn't say that they were lazy or weak, right? In its raw sense, I would definitely say our ancestors lacked ambition. They lacked ambition. They lacked an abstract way of living, right? To me, it's almost like they were living for the immediate sense, you know, the immediate gratification of that moment. They weren't thinking 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. They may have not even had those concepts of time, to be completely honest with you. And to a degree, that's probably why our ancestors were in the Stone Age, maybe the agricultural age up into the 15th century, to be completely honest with you. I don't necessarily, because to a degree, they did fish, they did farm. I wouldn't just outright call them lazy and weak. They did build, but it was never anything at scale. It was never anything at a large scale institutional or civilizational level, you know. And that's what Frank Zanu is talking about. Let's see here, guys. What's up, Yeti? Salute to you. Death Racer says Africa needed to unify the continent similar to the Chinese before Whitey came and created bigger countries. Tech-wise, the continent was at a disadvantage. No horses, and it lacked natural harbors. Yeah, and Jared Diamond in his book, Guns, Germs, and Steel, he talks about this. He talks about the lack of horses being in Africa, or they didn't have any horses at all. And he talks about the fact that the horse aided in the development of Europe, whereas the African never ever tamed the zebra, right? People say the zebra can never be tamed. I disagree with that. I believe if our ancestors had the will and the ambition, that they would have attempted to tame the zebra thousands of years ago into a different creature, a creature that would have served us. You could even argue, even creatures like the rhinoceros could have probably been tamed. I know it's hard to think about this stuff, right? Because we look at a rhinoceros as this wild creature, this big, the thick-skinned creature. But who's to say some man thousands of years ago said, what if we can create a different creature from this creature? And I believe somebody probably said, man, you crazy as hell, man. You stupid for that kind of belief. And to a degree, you can see that now in our day and age, where it could be a black man and they could say, hey, man, let's do this, let's do that. And the blacks around him or her, they can't comprehend what the individual is saying because they don't have any abstract thinking. They don't have any. It's just like, for example, I'll use something as simple as Star Trek, right? I watched Star Trek growing up as a kid. And I would try to tell my friends about some of the technologies in Star Trek. Hey, man, you corny, man. That shit weird, man. Money. And who's to say they weren't doing that in Africa? Somebody said, hey, man, what if we could take this creature right here and make this creature serve us? Maybe not now, but if we break it, if we train it, if we take the calf and we make it and we do things to it to change its DNA or to change its behavior. Somebody probably thought that was the craziest thing ever, but then it may have been one person who probably thought maybe we can do that, but he was shunned or she was shunned in a group, and they never tamed a damn zebra to till the land and to act as a servant subspecies. And I really believe this is what kept us back. Our ancestors had no vision. They had no vision. So the lack of natural harbors. Now, I disagree with the lack of natural harbors. I do believe that Africa has natural harbors, right? I disagree with that, right? Let me see. Let me. Does Africa have? Hold on for 1 second. I think Africa has natural harbors. Yeah. Let me look this up real quick. Yeah. Africa has natural harbors. Let me see. Let me give some examples. Alexandria, Algeria, Mombasa in Kenya, Zanzibar, Dakar, Senegal, Lagos. Yeah, we have natural harbors in Africa. So that wasn't it. What it was is we didn't have individuals who lived amongst people who could rally and organize. And that was another reason too, probably what kept us back as a people globally. We never really had organizational skills, and because it didn't develop in our culture. We were too tribal. We're tribal now to a degree. We were too tribal. And we hate. I really believe our ancestors hated each other. That's why they were tribal. You know, you had in probably a 5 or 10 mile square radius, you probably had 50 different damn tribes. I mean, it just goes to show how ignorant they were. And they were ignorant, not in a disrespectful way, but they were ignorant in a primitive way, you know, a primitive way. They probably said, man, I got everything I need right here, man. Food, grow right out the trees, water. I could take a dump wherever I want to take a dump. I don't need to work with these people. And I think that's probably what happened. And we never really culturally developed organizational skills that carried on generation to generation to generation to generation. And I really believe that's what happened. I really believe this goes back thousands of years. This is one of the reasons why I believe the Middle East was able to go in Africa and enslave people, which Frank Zanu talks about. How do you come from the Middle East, go deep into Africa and impose your will on these people? It's because these people didn't have any organizational skills to create enough of a security force to prevent that, to be completely honest with you. So yeah, the lack of horses, definitely. I definitely agree with you on that. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Universal Jones says Feliz Navidad, CT. There we go. Let's see, guys. Get the likes up, share the video, man. Let's see. Who else do we have in the Unique? What's up? Says yes, they definitely could have domesticated them. I thought tame. I thought you could. I don't think you could domesticate a horse. or can you? I thought it was tame. I don't know which one it is, but yeah, they could have. They could have done that. They could have done it, but just laziness, man. And it again, it spills over to this day, Unique. When I've tried to work with blacks, man, money ain't coming through that quick, man. Shit, it's like things take time, man. Things take a gradual progression. A lot of blacks don't want to go through a certain process. They don't want to sacrifice time and sleep and sex, alcohol, drugs to build. They don't. I believe that what we experience in our own lives dealing with each other, it's been going on. It's a generational curse. It's a generational racial curse. You're not going to really get a lot of blacks that are going to mobilize and build at a grand scale. You're just not going to do it unless there's a white or a Jew involved. You're not really going to get blacks to build, to be completely honest with you. It's not going to happen. So Frank Zanu is on point here. He's on point. Questions to Ponder says, laziness, yes. I will chill under the African sun and take a nap. You cannot blame the other cultures because they lack natural resources. Unique says, my people also hate change. They'll keep the same stupid tradition for 1,000 years. Yeah, they will. They will. Because they don't believe in change. They don't believe in. If it really were not for Western civilization, Unique, our people would still be living in mud huts, still defecating outside of mud huts, no plumbing systems, for damn sure no electrical grid. We would still be living like it's the agricultural age, to be completely honest with you, because you have a level of stupidity. And Frank Zanu talks about it. He's very polite with it. See me, I'm just more brutal with it. But you could see it now with us as a racial group. You could see it with us now, how we behave and how we act and operate. And you just wouldn't have certain systems because we are not a systems-based people. We're not an institutional-based people. We don't believe in the greater good. And a lot of people don't even have concepts of the greater good. That's why you see all these black dudes crashing out, for example, because they don't have a concept to see outside of themselves as a greater good, that you're inflicting harm on others and or the community. There was a guy the other day who said, man, if I saw you, man, it'd be a horrible day for you. I'm like, you can't be judge, jury, and executioner. The world doesn't revolve around you. You don't write the laws. Who are you? And a lot of black men don't have that concept. They really will throw their lives away because they believe that they are the ruler and master of this themselves. They don't believe that there are billions of other people. They don't believe that cooperation needs to exist, because if we don't have it, we have an anarchy, or we have a civilization based on anarchy, which a lot of our ancestors did back in the day. That's why you had mob rule, or you had mob justice. You didn't have checks and balances, to be honest with you. Let's see. What's up? Salute to everybody. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light, guys. Get the likes up. Michael Fujitsu says, black men very, very happy with 2 times 8 balls and oh my God. Lurch is in the building with the $5 super chat. It wasn't lack of desire, but a lack of ability. They can't even build, let alone maintain their own infrastructure. No foresight or forethought. I mean, again, I gotta agree with that. I mean, one of the problems globally with blacks is we don't practice classism. We are too nice. We're too inviting of other stupid blacks around us. We don't separate the two. You could be a, and I know cases where It could be a black ass janitor. And I'm not knocking anybody's profession, right? But it could, I've seen this before. It could be a black janitor and they could work for a company and a black lawyer could be there and the black lawyer will mingle and mix and mingle with the janitor. Whereas you really won't see that type of behavior in the white community or Asian community. You just don't mix and mingle with people who are at different socioeconomic levels to you because it undermines the objective of a company. You know, now you got this nosy ass janitor snooping around in the business and it just undermines the entire integrity of the company. You know, I've seen this before. You know, just I've seen it where you could be wearing a blazer, and it happened to me a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I was wearing I'm wearing a blazer, walking around, and here goes some black dude. Man, you ain't better than nobody, man. Goofy, dumb Negro laughing, and it's like I'm not thinking I'm better than anybody. It's just that we are at just two different levels in life. You are an ignorant, illiterate black man, and I can't help the fact that I prefer to speak at least proper English to the best of my ability. And I act civil, or I am civil. I can't help that. But the fact that you think you are comfortable enough to speak to me, that's the problem. That's one of the problems. So yeah, we don't really practice a level of classism amongst blacks, to be honest with you. Rolo says 2026 is a new year for new ideas, and I hope YouTube coons like CT go out of business. Keep dreaming, son. Keep dreaming. Jason says, why is that, CT? That's such an interesting thought about not separating the good from the bad. Mike says, perfectly said. Not everyone is your brother and sister. It's perfectly put, CT. Yeah, I mean, you know, to a degree, man, a lot of blacks never practice classism. I don't think we ever practice classism. So when you don't practice classism, it's like the Tower of Babel. You have really stupid people undermining smart people. And the smart people are kind of stupid for allowing dumb people to undermine them. One of the problems amongst blacks is right now, and you can see it right now, particularly in Black America, black men allow black women to undermine them, to be in circles around them. You know, black men don't create good old boy clubs because because black men are so focused on sex. Man, my girl got to be here. Shit, man. Motherfucker. And then she's listening in and undermining and bringing her female babble into it and undermining a group objective. I've seen this before. Black men can't build because there's always some woman around. We would have tech companies. We would have these types of things if a black man didn't have some woman around. Let's be honest about it. But we don't. And I think that's what happened back in the day. I think there was a black man who said, hey, man, why don't we put some clothes on these women so that we can focus on building? Man, nah, man, she can walk around naked. Most of black civilizations, the women walked around naked. If women are walking around naked all day, how can the men build if he could just let's go over to the bushes over here? He tearing it up in the bushes. You know, how can he build anything? You know, after he get done tearing it up, he tired and want to eat. He want to eat and he tired. Question to Ponder says, oh, CT is getting to the point. CT is finally ready to divide. About damn time. Yeah, I mean, think about this, man. Think about every great civilization. The women were dressed. Now, they may have not had a lot of clothes on in certain civilizations, but they were dressed. African cultures never really had that. Most women in African cultures walked around naked. And, you know, I know people will lie to themselves and say, oh, man, they were different. They were. No, they weren't, man. No, they were not different. Human beings have been. We are the same human being that our ancient ancestors were 50,000 years ago. If civilization were to collapse right now, if the water grid, the electrical grid were destroyed, we would go right back to hunters and gatherers overnight. I had an argument last year with the panel, and people said that, oh, well, blacks couldn't be able to farm and fish. I'm like, dude, what are you crazy? Blacks literally were farmers and fishermen just 150, 200 years ago. It's in our DNA. We would go right back to that shit. You think that the majority of black history is some Negro wearing some Jabot jeans and some Timberlands? No, he'd go right back to the jungle. And Frank Zanu's on point when he says they left nothing. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Death Racer says he got a point. Imagine unique ancestors with the big old motherhood booties out in the open. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, you can't work with women walking around naked. And I believe that's one of the problems with our ancestors. Our ancient ancestors, the men, they couldn't focus on building because all they wanted to do was get some pussy. Oh, she can walk around naked. Shit, motherfucker. Shit. Hey man, what? Hey, look, I know y'all want to get some pussy, but you know we gotta build, man. No, man, y'all come on, you don't want no pussy. You don't want no pussy. Now that's what I believe happened back in the day, without a doubt. Without a doubt, I believe that is the only reason why we never really build. Our ancestors didn't build anything for us. How can you build universities and hospitals, educational facilities, or any other institution, and you got big booty women walking around with big areolas? Man, you gonna want to fuck. You gonna want to fuck. You gonna want to fuck. I know I'd be trying to fuck. And the only reason why there were civilizations like the Mali Empire, and I believe is because they had the influence of the Arab world or the Muslim world. Muslims came in there and said, yeah, you got to cover these women up, man. And they started building. That's the only reason why you have a little bit of remnants of an ancient civilization in Mali, right? Like the Mali Empire, because they were heavily influenced by the Muslims. But prior to that, they were walking around naked, big booty black. You ever seen a young, like 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old? I'm talking about African female. Man, get the fuck. Man, they have some of the most beautiful bodies on the planet, man. All you're going to want to do is fuck. I know I be trying to fuck. Says CT, damn it. It's the truth, man. It's the truth. It's the honest to God's truth. Here we go.
Nothing at all. I've traveled the world as a black man, and I have never seen a black country where the people who live in it are foreigners that were brought there by blacks as slaves.
Never. Frank Zanu, and I've said this before, the African continent is the only place where the blacks never went throughout the world taking other people from all over and putting them in that nation to build. Free labor, never. Now, these two people he's talking to, they think that's a good thing. Oh, yeah, man, we were never enslavers, but it's not. It's not to a degree. Think about every racial group has pretty much done this. They've taken individuals not a part of their own racial group and enslaved them to build their own nation state. The black is the only person who's never done this. Slavery is a bad thing. It's a horrible thing. Trust me, I get it. It's fucked up. But nobody right now will want to go back in time and change their history. The white man for damn sure wouldn't want to go back and, oh, you know, slavery's bad now, but they wouldn't go back in time and change it because they know that slave labor builds nations. Blacks never did that. Our ancestors never did it. They never went into the Middle East and took people back to Africa. They never went into Asia. They never went anywhere. They never had that ambition. Hey, you know, we don't really want to enslave our own country, man. Why don't we go to get somebody? Why don't we go do this to another group of people? They never did it. And you can see this today in Black society. Blacks treat other groups of people better than their own racial group. And it's just the honest to God's truth. Look at how blacks treat the white man. White men come around. Oh, okay. They look, especially on the job site. Look how blacks treat whites on the job site. Look at how blacks, they go into an Asian restaurant and they act a little bit different towards the Asian. Now, I know you'll find a video of some Shaniqua fighting one of these Chinese women or Korean women. Yeah, but for the most part, blacks really treat other groups of people better than their own racial group. And the truth, the truth is that all you got to do is, who do they buy their hair from? Who do they get their hair? I hear black women all the time saying, I don't like going to the black salon or hair and nail salon. Well, why is that? Because she don't do the, what do they call it? The edges, or I don't know. Because she don't do the nails right. Well, why don't you just tell her how to do the nails right then, sweetheart? You go into the Korean restaurant, the Korean spot, the Korean broad don't even speak goddamn English. Why don't you just tell the black woman, hey, black woman, do this the right way or something? Hold on, I gotta restart the, hold on for a second, guys. I don't know why I was freezing up. As the text says, low IQ wasn't an option on the poll. Shut up, man. Shut the hell up. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Get the likes up. But yeah, he's right. We look at other racial groups as they are better. We look at them like they are better. The black man, I gotta admit this about the black man. The black man, when it comes to getting his hair cut, he gonna go to another black man. But other than that, we want other groups of people to service us and like us. We don't want to drive them out of our communities. We don't want to drive out the Middle Eastern. We don't want to drive out the Chinese or the Korean because we like them better. Go to any black community. Hey, black man, why do y'all let these Arabs sell y'all gas? Why y'all let these Arabs sell y'all little Debbies? And why can't y'all do it? Because they like them better. It's not about, it's nothing about, this lie that they will destroy what you build. That's a goddamn lie. It's, you don't want to give your money to another black. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You don't want to give your money to another black. So Frank Zanu is right when he says this. He's on the money when he says this about blacks. Same thing as in Africa, to be honest with you, man. Look at how when Queen Elizabeth died, look at the Ghanaian, look at the Nigerian woman. They were on their knees crying over this white woman. They were crying over this white woman. Oh my God, the Queen is dead. Why don't y'all create your own royal dynasties? They can't do it because they don't want to worship or bow down to another black. So Frank Zanu is correct. Our ancestors, they didn't have these types of systems. They didn't have these systems, to be honest with you. And he's right. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Share the video. Unique says exactly, and we want other people have worked, and we want what other people have worked hard to attain without earning it. Yeah, that's why we lie and say we built everything. We beg to work for these people, and we do. Unique, I never heard a black person in America be proud to work for another black. I never heard it a day in my life. I never have heard it ever. I've never heard it. Hey man, I work for Tyrone's construction company. Said no black man ever. Said no black man I ever heard. All these smarty arty blacks in America, Unique, they got all these engineering degrees, never said, hey, I want to go work for Aliko Dangote in Africa. But they go overseas to work for a foreign company in Europe. I've seen a lot of blacks do that. I speak English as a second language. Even something is teaching. I speak English as a second language in South Korea. You see how they got a smile from ear to ear, but they never are that proud to go to Africa. Never. So Frank Zanu is correct, man. So it doesn't shock me, Unique, that our ancestors didn't enslave other groups of people because they were too. I wouldn't say that they were afraid, but they lacked the ambition. First, to traverse Africa or an ocean. And they didn't view other people as an enemy or subservient to them, like other groups of people view everybody else. Everybody else pretty much has viewed other people subservient to them, not the black man. Well, CT, that's not right. Yeah, I mean, I know it's not right, but your ancestors benefited off of that thought process hundreds of years ago. The black man is the only man on the planet who never benefited off that idea that other groups, looking down on other groups of people. Never. That's why blacks right now willingly accept mixed race or just all out another race into their family. And I'm not knocking it. I'm not knocking it at all. But you notice, Unique, let somebody in your family bring home a white boy. Let a grandkid be mixed race. Black people willingly accept a mixed race kid. Not other races. Other races are just not like that, to be completely honest with you. Now they accept the kid, but they don't really look at the kid as a pure, as a racially pure or ethnically pure to that group. They will never do that shit. Black people, the only people I know who say that a mixed race person is the main racial group. Well, he's a black kid. That kid look like Tom Hanks. How is he black? Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Jason says there's so much pushback on biracials having their own category. You might be onto something, CT. I know I'm onto something. What's up, Sheena? Salute to you. Get the likes up. Share the video. Lena says when the Queen died, they showed people celebrating all over the world. Ireland was celebrating at least some people. Solid Snake says Christians tend to be less racist. It's believe or not. Jesus wasn't a racist asshole. All right, let's see what else Frank Zanu says.
Not one single country. Yet the black race has more countries on earth than any other country. 54 are on the continent. 13 black countries in the Caribbean. So 68 black countries. There's not a single black country where slaves were bought from outside.
Not a single one.
By black people.
Not one.
The world. Not a single country in the world colonized by a black country.
You heard that? Frank Zanu says not a single black country ever colonized. Excuse me, guys. Not a single black country colonized any country. And he's right. The black man did not have, our ancestors did not have conquest in mind. They did not have the mindset of we're going to go throughout the world. We're going to impose our will on the rest of the planet. We're going to impose our worldview and everything within it. Meaning religion, spirituality, institutions, language, nothing. They didn't have that mindset. So Frank Zanu, man, to me, he's an incredible guy because he's telling. I mean, I've been saying this for years. That's why when people say, "What do you think about the ancestors?" would say, I'm like, I don't give a shit of what the ancestors would say because the ancestors didn't build shit for me to. What did they build? They built nothing. They're nothing to be worshipped or admired. Nothing. Even people in my own family, what did they really do? What did they do on a grand scale? Nothing. You have banks going back 600-700 years. You have a lot of institutions in America. I don't want to say it's America. America hasn't been around for 700 years, but you have institutions going back centuries. They built something for their ancestors. The whites can say that their ancestors built something because they have tangibles now. They have institutions right now that still exist. Blacks don't. Frank Zanu is a prophet. He's a prophet. I want to hold on for a second. Gimpy says, look, they got conquered and never recovered. Get over it, CT. Yeah, they got conquered. Yeah, they got conquered. They got conquered because they weren't conquerors. They weren't conquerors. So I agree with Frank Zanu on this. I agree with them. And I agree with you, Gimpy. They got conquered. And it's not that I'm getting over it or not. I'm just agreeing with Frank Zanu on this one. Let me see. Who else do we have? We have Aztec in the building. Not a single one. All incapable of even organizing a society for themselves. Never mind, take one over. Never, bro. Never thought about building for themselves. Chris or Chief Weho says, did the black man bitch out in the game of life? I wouldn't necessarily say our ancestors bitched out in the game of life. They just weren't capable of wanting to be masters and commanders of this planet. And that's what Frank Zanu is talking about. They didn't want to be masters and commanders. They didn't want to tell the world, okay, etiquette is going to be based on our etiquette. Dress is going to be based on the way that we dress. Never. You're going to practice our spirituality. Said no black man ever. This is why. And so Frank Zanu is on to something here. Like, why do you care about what these ancestors did? They didn't do nothing. Sire says his ancestors are from America. Well, no disrespect. Whether they are or not, they didn't do nothing either. They didn't do nothing. Respect, and I'm saying that respectfully. With all due respect. Seven Still said this is the best show on YouTube. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Here we go, guys.
There's nowhere you go on Mother Earth where the language they are speaking was imposed on them by force by a black country.
You hear that? Frank Zanu. Now, mind you, these two young people, they're thinking that Frank Zanu was saying something. Oh, yeah, that is something good. We didn't impose our language. And they're too young or stupid or ignorant to even know that he's really telling them that that is actually a sad thing. Because language is just a way of thinking. We didn't impose our language on the people. None of the languages in Africa, the original languages, have ever been imposed on another group of people. The Arabs imposed their language onto people. They did. The white man imposed his language onto people. They did. Other groups of people have imposed their language onto other populations of people, not the black man. The black man. Everything Frank Zanu is saying is correct here. Could you imagine how arrogant that is? You're around white people. Oh, you didn't say this word correctly. You didn't say this word correctly. When's a black man ever said, you didn't say this word correctly? Never. Because the black man hasn't imposed his language on the people where they can even speak the damn language. Think about that. Frank Zanu, man, salute to you, man. He's like a modern day prophet. Let me see, guys. Get the likes up. Deja says CT is in the holiday spirit, kicking backs in. I'm just agreeing with Frank Zanu. Guys. Hang tight. Sire says, my ancestors fought in every American war, yet they didn't do anything. Wow, CT. They didn't do anything, man. In terms of what Frank Zanu is talking about. He's talking about black people. Your ancestors were participants in a civilization that was built by whites. He's talking about something totally different from what you're talking about. So I rock with you. Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa. But me and you aren't talking the same conversation right now. Frank Zanu was talking about the black race. Your ancestors were assistants. There's nothing wrong with that. They were assisting the white man in his wars. This country was founded by white men. It is what it is, Sire. I rock with you, man. You're a great brother, man. I'm not trying to go in on you, man. You're a good guy. But your ancestors didn't build the United States of America. The United States of America is a Western civilization. It is not a black civilization. It's not. It's not, bro. It's not. That's what Frank Zanu was talking about. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Unique says, "Sire, we are mainly talking about Africans. Why y'all always want to fight?" Well, they want to fight because it's hard coming to this realization, Unique. He makes claim that his ancestors were here. But prior to the whites being here, they didn't build anything here. Even his ancestors, supposedly, they didn't build anything in the Americas. What did they build? What language did they have? What religion did they have? What systems of thought did they have? What systems did they have here? Nothing. Man, these are some hard truths, man. This Frank Zanu guy, man, I don't know where he came from. He almost like he came out of, it's almost like he's AI. But this Frank Zanu guy is on to something here. I had already been talking about this, Unique, but Unique, it's hard being a man and knowing that you got your ass kicked, man. It's hard. It's hard. And Frank Zanu, man, he's on to something here. Even Sire. Well, my ancestors were already here. They fought in the Civil War. The Civil War was white people. That was mostly white folks. That was a white man's war. If you really sit back and think about it. The Revolutionary War was that was a white man's war. White man said, "Hey man, we're doing everything for king and country, but now you're getting out of hand here, king," or whatever the king was at the time, and they fought against it. That's white folks. So some Negroes, they fought in the war, okay, and you were just an assistant. Your ancestors were assistants. Black Bear says CT on some bullshit today. Shut up, man. Merry Christmas, brother. Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas, man. Salute to you all, man. Positivity is coming your way, but at the speed of light. Sire says, CT, you are out of your damn mind today. I'm not out of my mind today. I'm listen, Frank Zanu saying this, and I disagree with him. And you can't prove him wrong. How can you prove him wrong? What did your ancestors really do? What was the original language of your ancestors? Why don't you speak that language? He's on to something here, man, that a lot of men don't want to talk about. Unique says, we are not even talking about them and they are angry. Angry, why? Let's see, guys. Get the likes up. Share the video, guys. Here we go.
I've traveled the world and I have never seen a religion that is imposed upon anybody anywhere in this world by a black country.
We never impose our religion on another population of people. Unique. Frank Zanu is, I've done live streams about this. But now that a guy who's not cursing, he's not being a shock jock, it hits a little bit harder. I've always wondered, why are black men, like, for example, a lot of black men, they go to the penitentiary and now they Muslims all of a sudden, they do all that Muslim Arab talking. Why are you a Muslim? I'm not knocking anybody's belief system, but Islam, that's an Arab religion. That's a Middle Eastern religion. That language is a Middle Eastern language. Why didn't you convert to believing in the Orisha or whatever, Candomblé or one of the African religions of spirituality? Why are you worshiping what the Arab worship? He don't worship the Arab don't worship your religion. Unique. When's the last time you met an Arab who worships the black man's religion? But you got about 100 million Negroes. It might be even more globally. They are worshiping the Arab's religion, what the Arab made up. And that's not even talking about Christianity. You walk into any goddamn cathedral, what do you see? Statues of white folks. Think about how crazy this is. You walk into any cathedral. And I'm not knocking the Catholic Church. I think the Catholic Church is one of the greatest institutions on the planet. The papacy has been around for 2,000 years. It's the longest office in history, human history. But you got Negroes walking around here. They walk into a Catholic church. It's all white images. did the black man? Yeah, does any black people ever think about how come nobody's walking around worshiping the black people religion? Because they don't see you as respectable enough to do it. Because you didn't conquer the planet. You didn't try to conquer the planet. You didn't try to go into different territories and conquering people. You're scared. Our ancestors were scared. Low Value Man says the black man is confused. They worship every other culture of men but themselves. Yeah, think about that. Think about that. The black man doesn't worship the image of himself. Not even in fiction. And it took a white man to make a black fictional character for you Negroes to worship. If the black man created Black Panther, y'all wouldn't have rocked with that. But the Black Panther was only popular because it was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe created by whites. A white man. White man told you to love the black man. That's the only reason why you Negroes like Black Panther. Because it was popular to like. Because white man said it was popular. Man, Frank Zanu, man, Jesus, he's like me, but more academic wise. He's right. Unique says, y'all are native to America. We are talking about Africans. What is the problem? Call in, Unique.
The 68 black countries in the world, the largest continent by number of countries, not a single one of them has a nuclear weapon.
We don't have a nuclear weapon. Now, of course, people in the chat are going to lie and say, well, the black man is peaceful. No, they're not. My average black men walk around with guns right now. A lot of black men in America walk around with guns. And if many African countries would allow their citizens to have guns, they'd have guns overnight. If Nigeria had open carry, the average Nigerian man will purchase a gun. Frank Zanu is correct, man, to be completely honest with you. Why don't we have nuclear weapons? Think about this stuff because we don't think about the world globally. We don't think about other groups of people as being, we don't really think of, globally, blacks don't really think about other racial groups being an existential threat to our existence. Now, I will admit, Comey, he's a young guy. He's been on the channel. He said this before. Why is it that Israel and India or Pakistan, China, why do they have nuclear weapons? But the black man, no black country, because blacks don't really view non-black people as enemies, or they can pose an existential threat. That's why blacks don't have it. That's the only reason why, to be honest with you. Well, we don't need no nuclear weapons. The Zamet order. Yeah, that's what it is. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Here we go.
Weapon of mass destruction. Black countries across the world.
You gotta get on camera, Chris. You gotta get on camera, bro. Whoever you are, Chris, you gotta be on camera, man. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Responsible for what we call the military complex, where we are manufacturing dirty bombs and sending things into the water to pollute people. I've traveled the world and I'm yet to see one product that was forced to be sold in another country by a black.
Blacks don't control trade. Never have. The black man doesn't control trade. Doesn't probably even give a shit. Our ancestors didn't even think about this kind of stuff, to be honest with you. We never forced a product onto people that they had to purchase. Never. We never enforced trade embargoes. Never. Never have we ever done this. Frank Zanu, if you are out there, buddy, please call in. Please call in, man, because you are a modern day, not just philosopher, but I would even argue prophet. I would argue a living prophet for the black man and what the black man needs to hear, because you really bring up some things that really, not just hold truths, but you really bring up some good existential questions. Why don't we control the trade, the trade routes? Why don't we control our own trade routes, to be completely honest with you? If you do this, we're going to impose a trade embargo on you. Said no black country ever. Think about that. Get the likes up, guys. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Lex says, so you were saying humans are valued by how lethal they are. They are valued. See, you're a woman, so you probably don't even understand this, and you don't have to. But human beings are valued by winning. It's not about how lethal you are. It's about winning. America is winning because America is exercising strength. Nuclear weapons, submarines all over the goddamn globe, imposing embargoes, policies. Hey, you can't do this. That's winning. Winning isn't, listen, I'm not knocking anybody. This is more of an ancestor ass whooping today. I'm kicking the ancestors back. Why didn't the black man in ancient times do these things? He wasn't thinking about winning. He was thinking about more than likely sex. 50% of the, I would even argue 50% of his life was about sex. Had that bit. What could keep you really that distracted all damn day? It's sex. I'm not blaming black women or African women. I'm just saying I really believe a lot of it had to do with sex and the readily available environment of things around you. They probably have fruits and shit growing out of trees. You know, they would never really have a surplus because they probably had 50 people living in some little village. So everything was probably tailor-made for them. Let me see. Sire says the black ass pot calling the kettle the same. Sire says, CT, your ancestors ain't do shit either. Sire, put the beer down, son. Put the beer down. Don't take this personal, man. Sire, you're taking this too personal, bro. I'm literally saying that blacks globally, the African mainly, didn't do shit. I'm talking about the ancestors. You're taking this personal, Sire. You're taking this personal, man. It's not a personal thing today, buddy. You can call in today, buddy. Just, you know, you can call in, Sire. Salute, man. Salute to you, bud. Positivity is coming your way, man. Here we go.
So it means the black race is the only race on earth that represent what the United Nations have been looking for the last 100 years. Peace. Yes, we fought internal wars just like anybody, and that is all we did. Therefore, in my travels, there was no place I went.
Real quick, Chris with the $5 super chat. Africans weren't curious about the outside world outside their mud huts, to be honest. No urge to expand knowledge and see what's beyond. Still not. Yeah, I agree, man. Look at the activities that we don't do as a racial group. You know, generally speaking, blacks don't skydive, climb mountains. Blacks generally don't explore the ocean. We don't even do it now today. Even in America, the biggest joke in America in the black culture is blacks can't swim. Me personally, I'm probably one of the only blacks that I know who can swim, who can actually swim to save their lives. We don't scuba dive. We don't base jump. We don't climb rocks, big ass rocks. We don't do these exploratory things that challenge the brain, that challenge the. Even when I was running, right, I would run through the hood sometimes, and people would, hey, what you running for, man? Shit, I'm just jogging. They don't even do this shit, man. Oh, don't get me wrong. The Ethiopian and the Kenyan, they are the best runners on the planet. But overall, culturally speaking, outside of athletics, blacks don't even run. You don't really get communities of blacks jogging. Just jogging for fun. We don't even do that shit, bro. We're not curious people. We're not little kids. You could be playing with bugs outside. Get your ass up playing that dirt, girl. Maybe the girl wants to be a bugologist. I don't know the correct word for it. Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Get the likes up. Get the likes up, guys. Marvelous Revolution says, isn't CT talking about the Africans more than the Black Americans on this particular? I am. I'm talking more about the African today. But I'm more or less talking about the global diaspora of Blacks. But I'm typically talking about the African because it started in Africa. It started in ancient Africa thousands of years ago. The failure to fortify the country, the failure to protect it, the failure to use the resources to your own gain other than wearing the goddamn resources on your body like jewelry. We just failed. We failed. Our ancestors failed. And this is what Frank Zanu is speaking about. Thank you so much, Questions to Ponder. Salute to you. Thank you so much. Here we go. Here we go.
On earth, where the people there pointed fingers at me and say, your people did this to me. Never. The black person is the only one who travels this earth and no one who point a finger. That's what my ancestors left behind. Nothing.
And see, he and this laughing silly dude, he doesn't even get what Zanu is saying. He thinks he's saying that he believes what Zanu is saying is a good thing. He lawyer, he's just laughing and smiling and can on. He don't even know that Frank Zanu is pretty much saying that blacks didn't really do shit to gain global respect. These Negroes are sad, man. These are some sad Negroes, man. They're sad. Here we go.
Holy shit. That has to be definitely, I'd say, more powerful than anything any of the other.
Wow. Guys, get the likes up, share the video, man. I'm going to do some more Frank Zanu today. Our FBA daughters says, you see, Europeans stole gunpowder and algebra and made this the basis of their society. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Positivity is coming your way, guys. Go over to Pops and Politics and subscribe. Go over to Just the Guys podcast and subscribe, man. Here we go.
Countries.
Here we go. Here goes some more Frank Zanu. Here we go.
They're trying to say that, from what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, you know, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa.
How come cats don't follow orders? That's a good question. I have no idea. I have no idea. Here we go.
Ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No, it's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is, there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to maintenance.
That's correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's correct.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that's not maintenance. What is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezie.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in You see, I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language.
Hear that? I know a lot of people were mad at me when I showed that lady in Swaziland. No, it wasn't Swaziland. It was I forgot which country it was. It was South Africa, essentially. Lady still speaking click-clack language. Can't build no goddamn skyscraper speaking that stupid shit. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't build shit speaking that crazy ass language. Hold on for a second, guys. Get the likes up, guys. Hold on for a second, guys. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Hold on for a second.
Oh, put got down. Y'all get more
You can't build with certain languages, and history has shown it. So the ancestors never figured out how to work cohesively. They never figured out how to unify not only tribal groups but a language, and they never figured out certain concepts and what they mean. They never had like a codified system of measurement, time, et cetera, et cetera. So for thousands of years, it pretty much was a Tower of Babel in Africa for thousands of years. You know, click like language and shit. That's why he's asking the question. Well, he's asking these two people from two different tribal groups, what does this mean? And they don't. First of all, they don't. One of the girl has a word for repair, but the other guy, he didn't have a word for anything in his language. What up, Pat? Salute to you, buddy. Positivity is definitely coming your way, but at the speed of light. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first, correct?
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they left. They established the hospitals, they established the fire station, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You are not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you use, you don't require maintenance. Every country that is called industrialized countries, today, one of the things you know about them is maintenance of what they have. That's why we have buildings here that are about 250 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other countries of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building.
When I was in college, I told this story before. A friend of mine was recycling, and another friend of mine walked over to him and said, "What kind of N-word recycle, man?" I was like, "It's a dumb Negro." Now we're all speaking English, but even the concept of recycling isn't a black thing, to be honest with you. It's not even a black concept, to be completely honest with you, unfortunately, man. It's not. That's why I believe we have a littering problem in not just Black America, but in Africa, to be honest with you, because we don't have a concept that material that we are using can be used eventually to create other material, or that the material we are using is not natural and it won't go back into the earth the way that we think it is. We think it'll just disappear. You know, I'm just gonna throw this tree, you know, and then it'll disappear. And it's not gonna disappear. Let me see, guys. What up, Atticus? Salute to you, man. Salute to you, Atticus. Positivity is coming your way. Real Israel says, I can't listen to this shit. It's the truth, man. Thank you so much, Atticus.
Do you know what kept it that long till today? Maintenance is a culture.
Get the likes up, guys. Share the video. Frankson was right. Hold on, let's do some more Frank Zanu. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, he has another one with Dave Anderson. Oh, okay. Let's do this one. Here, let's do this one with Dave Anderson. Here we go. Here we go.
Welcome
Nice
to
intro.
ZPR, Zanu Project Rethink. I'm Frank Zanu. Today I'm in the studio with a very, very special guest, a wonderful brother whom I just met about a month ago. You're good.
Cashflow Hustle says CT got y'all triggered. Why does truth trigger y'all? That's why y'all keep denying your history. Cashflow Hustles, man. You gotta really. I used to always wonder, why do these Negroes litter like this? It's because littering. There's no concept of recycling. Recycling is understanding that this material can be transformed into another material. This water bottle can be transformed into a panel of a door of a car one day, or this metallic on an iPhone can be transformed one day into something totally different. There's no concept of this shit. We think, I'm telling you, I really believe we think things work on magic as Black people. We're too, we have a mind, a global mindset of not understanding the real world. Not all Blacks globally think like this, right? But large numbers of Blacks do. And this is what Frank Zanu was talking about, man. You know, to be honest with you, I really believe Pastor Manning is correct when he says the Black man just doesn't understand. We don't globally. And if we did, we would be rulers. We would be masters and commanders of this planet. We wouldn't be assistants. We are assistants. The best of us are nothing more than assistants. I hate to say it like this. I hate to be that brutal, but no, I don't. I'm tired of saying I hate. I know. I mean it. We are assistants. Man, hey man, why did you just litter? Man, I don't give a fuck, man. Well, you know, if you keep littering, it could clog up the drainage, the sewerage, or it looks bad for the environment. I don't give a fuck about no environment, man. Fuck the environment. Get the likes up. Gambit says, salute CT. This teaches me a lot about us as Black people. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man. Unique says, we don't even understand basic waste management. Forget recycling. Yeah, man. Have you seen some of these? What's that city in Kenya? It looks, I gotta show this city, this little area in Kenya. It is disgusting how these people live. I forgot the name of this neighborhood. It is absolutely disgusting, man. Because they don't really have waste management skills at that level. Because that takes cooperation. Yeah, Dandora, Nairobi. Yes, you are correct. Atticus says, notice that Africans will not be triggered by this topic, unlike other Blacks. Get the likes up. Here we go.
Going to hear a brother who have taken a lot of time in his life to do deep search, deep dive, deep thinking about issues affecting people like he and I. Yeah. I went to David's studio to shoot with him about a month ago. Yeah, we were in New York. I thought they were going to have 45 minutes. First, he ambushed me. 4 brothers against me. 3 hours long conversation that never wanted to stop. But I got a very special gift from David. He signed his book, which has just come out. Take a look at this. I have just started, but somebody shoved 107 days into my hand, so that interrupted. The Real Black Agenda, by Dave Anderson, The Real Black Agenda, Exposing the Myth, Igniting the Revolution. Is it on Amazon?
Oh, it's on Amazon, but you can get it directly from me at therealblackagenda.com because Jeff Bezos makes enough money.
So therealblackagenda.com.
Yes, sir.
And also on Amazon.
Yes.
If
Wherever
you want,
paperbacks are
just
sold.
tell him the discount code is ZANU05.
That's it.
Dave, thank you.
Hey, let's bring it, man. You gotta be at a computer desk today, man. It's too much movement on the camera, man. I rock with you, man, but it's too much movement on the camera. You gotta go to a computer desk or something, man. With a laptop or something, bro. It's just too much movement. There you go.
Thank you very much for coming all the way from Philadelphia this morning.
Oh, Frank,
It's
thank you
great
for
to
having
have
me.
you.
Thank you, man.
Great. All right. Now, from our last conversation,
Yes,
when
sir.
I came to the studio in New York, I drove back home and I said, Brother David has knowledge and you have intention behind it. And you passionately are trying to drive the Black agenda,
Yes, sir.
meaning you want people to rethink the way. For me, activism has become too loud for me, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
So much that it drowns the real conversation on both sides.
Certainly.
So this is what I believe it's the most effective way, okay, for us to see, can we bring a new thinking? And so, as you've seen so far, what I do is simple. I try to question the answers that I grew up hearing, learning, knowing, and now being in the United States, all right?
Yes.
So I'm going to put you in the hot seat.
Yes, sir.
When I sent you the topic, I simply said, there is no difference between Blacks in Africa and Blacks in America. By Blacks in America, I'm referring to specifically Black Americans.
Yes.
I said there is no difference at all. So I'm going to go to that.
Okay.
This took me about a year when I started thinking about this topic, but I was waiting for the right person with whom I can discuss it.
Right.
So after coming to the studio, I said, no, it's got to be David. So
Let me see. Africa didn't colonize people because they didn't care about dominating people like that. Africa stayed to they self. And that's, I mean, that mindset, I gotta say it, that mindset is the reason why Frank Zanu is correct about our ancestors. They didn't want to seize the day while other groups of people were doing it. Other men were doing it. They wanted to seize the day. They wanted to dominate. I'm not saying that, the ends justify the means or don't, but, the fact is that maybe they should have done these things. Cashflow Hustle says, so apparently prefer pretty lies. Some apparently prefer pretty lies over ugly truths. It's a shame. All right, here we go. Yeah, what up? Let's bring it. Go ahead, buddy. What say you, sir, about Frank Zanu? Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's bring it. You there, buddy?
Yes, oh, sorry, I forgot to turn off the YouTube.
Oh, what say you about Frank Zanu and what he said about the African globally, or about the Black man globally?
And what my opinion in general, as long as they have a good heart and good spirit, everybody's the same.
That's it.
Was that your question?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't see any difference in skin color. I see the difference in education, culture, upbringing, how you're taught, and so.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what you asked for. I'm sorry if I couldn't give it any more.
All right, well, let me get to the video, buddy. Here we go. Let's get to the video. Here we go.
Original topic I had, I said, no, let me hear from you. And so notes are taking over the year.
Yes.
I have it here so I don't miss anything.
Certainly.
And I would like you to respond the same way we did it in the studio.
Absolutely.
All right. Here is the first case.
Uh-oh.
African Americans or Black Americans, and you are, and I want the audience to know, Dave like to have rather foundational Black American.
Yes,
so
sir.
he refers to himself as an FBA, foundational Black American.
Yes, sir.
So I may be using the Black American because that is-
Interchangeably, I'm okay with that. I understand.
Right. The big question in your mind, what is the difference?
As Tech says, let's bring it. It's a lack of education or a lack of ability to be educated. Okay. Thank you so much, Aztec.
What is the difference between African Americans?
Did you ask me a question or just emphasizing my opinion?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. What do you think about this super chat? What do you think about it?
No, I'm totally agree with you.
Okay. There we go. There we have it.
United States and Africans on the continent.
Well, the one thing that I will say.
And Africans on the continent.
Well, the one thing that I will say is Africans on the continent, Frank, have a deep-seated tradition that they've been able to keep and protect, even though Africa as a whole, all 54 countries pretty much are colonized. You have traditions and dances and things that are rich in culture that goes back thousands and thousands of years prior to recorded history. That is a huge advantage over what we had to create from scraps and genetic engineering, overbreeding, all the things that happened to foundational Black Americans over the course of 400 years. I think that the problem has always been, just to what you said when you were with me in New York, is that there is a severe disconnect and that we don't really have that bridge, but we have been colonized in different ways. When you look at how families have been impacted with all of the propaganda, the media, firestorm of you need to be independent. You've got, the black wave of feminism, which in and of itself has been proven to be funded by the CIA, which really interesting. You start to see the erosion of the Black family. And what I find very interesting from a historical perspective is J. Edgar Hoover actually said the two biggest threats to America is the rise of a Black Messiah and Black unity. What is more unified than a Black family? So if you disrupt that, then you get all the chaos that has.
Go ahead. Let's bring it. What do you think about that?
I disagree. I don't think Hoover ever said that.
You don't think Hoover ever said? I don't think he said that either, to be honest.
The biggest threat to America is I don't think he said that.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think Hoover said that. I think the biggest threat to America possibly at that time was probably the foreign entities like the Japanese government or Soviet Union. I don't think it was the Black American family. That doesn't make any sense. Well, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. That's it.
Yeah, just on. Sorry to interrupt. It was just an idea that popped up. But it was so strong that I had to disagree.
All right, here we go.
Come after that over the past 40, 50 years. So I think those are distinct differences.
All right. Slavery did happen.
Certainly.
So of course, and I'll say our because of course some of my families were taken away too.
Sure.
So slavery happened. Great grandfathers were in slavery. Here's my question. What would one say if the question is asked, what is the problem of the Black American in America as we speak? What is the problem?
The problem with the Black American or Black America as we speak today is not slavery. The problem is indoctrination, and the problem is we don't have an opportunity to separate culturally from every and anybody. And here's what I mean by that. We don't control our media. We do not control our police. We do not control our farming. We do not control any means of growth and sustainability to be culturally solid amongst ourselves. And that in and of itself, we're the only group in America that, while everyone has to deal with everyone, I have Jewish friends and business partners. I have.
If you want to separate, just go to Africa. Real quick, just my 4 cents with the $5 super chat. The African was given the Garden of Eden. What more did they need? Advancements in the world. But we could survive without. What do you think about what he said here? Let's bring it. He said that the African or the Black American.
The super chat or the guy who was talking? Could you please refresh my memory?
I'll just play it back, buddy. Here we go.
Of growth in anybody slavery. The problem is indoctrination, and the problem is we don't have an opportunity to separate culturally from every and anybody. And here's what I mean by that.
Yeah, that was what I said in the opening. What you asked my opinion about what is black and what is white, and that was my answer. Said in other words.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Here we go, buddy. Here we go.
Our media, we do not control our police, we do not control our farming, we do not control any means of growth and sustainability to be culturally solid amongst ourselves. And that in and of itself, we're the only group in America that, while everyone has to deal with everyone, I have Jewish friends and business partners, I have Asian friends and business partners, I have African friends and business partners. The difference is no one is so ingrained and involved where they are sharing more of the profits, more of the structure, more of the say-so than when it comes to other people prospering and benefiting off of our growth or lack thereof.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. What is he talking about? What is Dave Anderson talking about? Let's bring it.
Can it be history repeated verbally from generation to generation? So he's talking about the black people have a story-based history that has gone from generation to generation. That was I heard that. Because the reason I made that connection is because the Native Americans are the same, like the Nami, the Hopis, and the
All right, there we go.
When you look at things like the 13th Amendment, everybody focuses on, yay, Lincoln freed the slaves. But when you look at it from a historical context and you read the Constitution, which I know you have, the 13th Amendment says there is no slavery in the United States. Slavery is completely illegal, asterisk, unless you commit a crime. So how do I make sure that I'm able to get enough people to run this now profit center that is slavery? Slavery didn't end, it just adapted.
I don't understand what Dave Anderson is talking about here. I don't know what he's talking about. Zanu basically asked a straightforward question. The question is, what is the biggest problem with blacks in America?
It's
a simple
profiling. Prison system industry complex.
The prison industrial company. DJ Genesis, I think everybody on camera today, sweetheart. It's the what? Prison industrial complex. Go ahead. Let's bring it. Go ahead.
That's why they are, as you are making the point that they are seen down upon of others.
The prison industrial complex. Go ahead, buddy.
It's money.
It's money.
How many percent of the inmates are of dark skin color?
How many percent of human beings are dark skinned or dark complected?
Inmates in American prisons.
I think it's 50%.
Yeah, I think it's more like 80, but I'm not sure.
You think that the prison industrial complex in America is 80%?
Yeah, I think it's as much as that. I cannot be sure, but I think that's one of the reasons. The answer you now have rolled away. So you asked, why do you think the reason is this man is saying this? And I answered because of.
I believe it's the same thing that Frank Zanu said in the first video: is lack of ambition. Blacks, we are not ambitious people globally. So the same thing, not just with the African, but with the Black American. We are not ambitious. We're not ambitious people. We're not ambitious in a cooperative sense. We could stop a lot of exploitation like that just tonight if we stop going to the Arabs' corner stores. We could stop giving all of our money. These Black women in America could, with ambition, could say, we want to control the hair. We wear wigs anyway, but we're going to buy it from Black people. They could stop it overnight if they just said, we're not going to give a single dime to a South Korean. That's it. I'm telling you, it's the ambition. It's the ambition. Let's bring it real quick. Have you been drinking today? You've been drinking?
Nah, I smoked a bong.
Do you smoke all day or you smoke all day?
Nah, I usually smoke when I wake up. About 3 bongs a day.
Yeah. Security Boss with the $10 super chat. Salute to you, Security Boss. Positivity's coming your way. CT, since living in Africa, I have observed that Black people in Africa and America are both in survival mode, not advancement mode. And you would be correct, Security Boss. Hopefully you can call in today and give your opinion about what Frank Zanu said. DJ Genesis, did you hear what Frank Zanu said in the first video that I played? Hello?
I didn't, but I have watched that entire video. So, but maybe I need to be like.
I'll play it again.
Yeah.
I would say I'll
play it again for you. Here we go.
This is the first time I would say I am really, really proud of my ancestors because they left nothing behind, nothing at all. I've traveled the world as a Black man, and I have never seen a Black country where the people who live in it are foreigners that were brought there by Blacks as slaves. Not one single country. Yet the Black race has more countries on earth than any other country. 54 are on the continent. 13 Black countries in the Caribbean. So 68 Black countries. There's not a single Black country where slaves were bought from outside by Black people. I've traveled the world. Not a single country in the world colonized by a Black country. There's nowhere you go on Mother Earth where the language they are speaking was imposed on them by force by a Black country. I've traveled the world and I have never seen a religion that is imposed upon anybody anywhere in this world by a Black country. The 68 Black countries in the world, the largest continent by number of countries, not a single one of them has a nuclear weapon of mass destruction. Black countries across the world, none of them is responsible for what we call the military complex. Where we are manufacturing dirty bombs and sending things into the water to pollute people. I've traveled the world and I'm yet to see one product that was forced to be sold in another country by a Black country. So it means the Black race is the only race on earth that represents what the United Nations have been looking for the last 100 years, peace. We fought internal wars just like anybody, and that is all we did. Therefore, in my travels, there was no place I went on earth where the people they pointed fingers at me and say, your people did this to me. Never. The Black person is the only one who travels this earth and no one who point a finger. That's what my ancestors left behind. Nothing.
Holy shit.
That has to be definitely, I say, more powerful than anything any of the other.
What do you think about what he said, DJ Genesis? Go ahead.
No, it sounds like we probably need to probably try to adopt some of these things because we're getting what's the word? Like we're getting ran over top of. Like we didn't do this, we didn't do that, but then the ones that did, golly.
You ever ask yourself these questions if you walk into a cathedral while all the statues are white? Or you ever ask yourself why Negroes, when they go to the penitentiary, they convert to Islam? Or they don't. To me, Zanu was pointing out something that I've been talking about for years. Why don't blacks enforce their will on people?
I don't think it's in their nature. I think it's nature, like that's not a part of their makeup.
So why do we enforce our will onto other blacks?
Because we're a tribal people, and we're smaller. Like a smaller battle is one thing, but a smaller battle is not going to destroy the whole earth. I think that because we're like a nature-based society, that's how we were initially. We respected nature, so we would never like go so far as to do anything that would destroy actually.
Don't you think that makes us a little bit weak? That we've never imposed our religion, schools of thought, ideology, spirituality, language onto people? Like, why is it that this is what Zanu was pointing out, because he's basically saying that our ancestors didn't really do anything for us. And I agree. And I've always said that. That's why when people talk about this ancestor bullshit, I laugh. Like, what the fuck did the ancestors do? They didn't build any continuous institutions or systems. Who gives a shit what they did? That's the way I look at it.
The people that are in power, what they're doing is
actually live in symbiosis with nature.
I mean, it's destructive. So therefore, like.
So you believe it's destructive?
Yeah, it's very destructive. Everything, all the oligarchy is, even with AI and everything that they're doing. I mean, hell, AI itself, it takes like them to like take away water sources and destroy the water sources and everything just to make AI.
You think AI is going to destroy the water source? What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Well, the fresh water sources that we have to drink, like wherever they put these AI, like these big old AI things, they have to like take away from the water that we drink. So it's almost like a group, and then the same billionaires that like are okay with AI advancing in this way are also building bunkers to go underneath underground, and so they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna like unleash this on everybody, and then we're gonna like hide underground and see what happens.
Crime and Punishment said the HBCU is a continuous institution. It goes back to what I said originally. The white man built the HBCU. The black man didn't build the shit. It was a white man who built any Crime and Punishment. Give me any HBCU. It was founded by either the Catholic Church or it was founded by non-blacks. To be honest with you, this shit is not
every single historically black.
Give me one that was founded by a black person, funded by blacks, founded by blacks. I would love to hear it. Which one are you talking about?
Tuskegee?
I don't know. I never looked into it, but I'm almost certain it was funded by. Let me see. Who founded Tuskegee University?
Probably the Mass Templar.
He became Booker T. Washington supposedly became the first principal and president in 1881, establishing the. Let me see. I'm almost certain that it probably.
No, what is
I'm
it?
listening to you. Go ahead.
I mean, I think Tuskegee is one of like the first historically black universities, right?
I don't know. Was it?
Well.
Let's see. For some reason, like my search is like.
Yeah, but
over my whole search, so now
I'm almost willing to believe that even Tuskegee was somehow founded or funded by whites originally. I'm almost willing to believe it.
Who's Tuskegee?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about Tuskegee Institute. I mean, university.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard of it, of course, but yeah. All right, here we go.
Wait, look it up right here.
There we go. Just tell me where you can find it.
Did it changed? It transformed. And if one
Wilberforce
you can go.
Is the first so Wilberforce, Ohio, founded and operated by African Americans. Wilberforce University is the first private HBCU in the United States that was owned and operated by African Americans. It was established with leadership and long-term operation by the African Methodist Episcopal AME Church, a black denomination, and is considered historically significant for its black institutional control.
Wilberforce supposedly was funded by a coalition of white abolitionists and Christian churches. So it wasn't funded by any Black Spirituality Institute. That's what I'm saying. If you really go to the core of it, I just looked it up. It was funded by white
collaboration by the Methodist.
Yeah, and the Methodist Church is a white church. See, that's what I'm talking
But
about.
it became fully owned and controlled when the AME Church purchased it during the Civil War.
Yeah.
So they got their initial funding, they bought it back from the Methodist Church.
Yeah. Here we go.
My lifetime. Forget everything else. My lifetime. The 1994 Clinton.
Here we go. G Dizzle with the $5 super chat. CT. I went to Tuskegee. It was started by Booker T, built by Blacks, but they was heavily funded by whites. I know it was. They use a Black man as the figurehead, of course, and obviously they would do that. But that shit was founded by whites and white Jesuits or the yeshivas or it's never a Black root that founded this stuff. It's never. That's what Zanu is talking about. I get it, but normally if you really go
Morris Brown. So you know what? A lot of these companies were funded by the Methodist Church. Interesting. So a lot of these Black churches were founded by the AME Church. That's interesting. The African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. Yeah. So they did probably get their funding from interesting. I didn't know that.
Here we go.
Biden crime bill, which said 3 strikes, you're in for life. If you've got a piece of crack the size of a quarter, you're going up for 25 years. And the person who said that has a son that had crack all over his room with a prostitute. There are all these things in place.
I don't know what the R is, but let's bring it with the what is the R? That's a Brazilian dollar, right?
$1.5.
Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate the super chat.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that, buddy. Here we go.
Do it 10 times a day. One time a week.
Thanks.
Arguing about nonsense, depending on a system, being told that we are less than. The history of American history starts with the default being whiteness and not the fact that we built this country, not the fact that major inventions, by and large, at least 80 to 95%, depending on whose estimation, came from foundational Black American minds, but we weren't allowed to patent a lot of stuff. All of these things make you feel from birth that you're inferior, because the second you come out, there's all of these categories and things that happen, and there's nothing on the other end culturally from a human perspective to reinforce it. And I will always challenge my foundational Black American brothers and sisters and say, I find it very troubling that so many of us spend so much time talking about, oh my goodness, they're taking history out of the school. They're taking Black history out of the school. My Jewish friends don't have Jewish history, in their schools. None of the other
because it's taught at home.
Friends that I have that are of any other culture have their history highlighted in their schools, because history and cultural responsibility should start at home. If
I agree with Dave on that part.
Fine. But if they pulled the history out of the schools, there's so many of us who contradict ourselves. In that we'll say, well, the white man's the enemy, the government's out to get me. But then you send your child to a government-run school and you want your enemy to not only indoctrinate, but then teach your child about who they are.
Now that I agree with Dave Anderson on, yeah.
Better than you. That to me.
Before I come back to where you said, when I ask, what is the problem that anybody, if the question is asked, what is the problem of the Black American? And you said how you are not in charge, and then you listed all the things. Before I come to that, I'm glad you used the word problem. Now, this is what I understand when anybody says there is a problem with a person, a place, or a thing. There is a problem. When you say that is a problem, it means once upon a time, that place, that thing, or that person didn't have that condition, which is now being described as a problem.
Correct.
Yesterday, I didn't have a toothache. I ate very well, right? This morning, my tooth is aching.
Right.
I would go to the doctor and say, I have a problem.
Right.
How do I know I have a problem? Because yesterday I didn't have the toothache.
Correct.
So the question I'm going to ask is this. Where, outside the United States of America, where on Mother Earth, including the 54 countries in Africa, where can you describe to say that blacks living here do not have the problems you have just described? Number two, when did blacks never have these problems you have described? Let's have to do a comparison. The ones who are still on the motherland and then ones who are here. We have to be able to pinpoint a place in time and a place where the problems you discussed, if we look outside the United States, we can see blacks do not have that problem because they don't live here. Where?
I can't call his name, but I love this guy. He's like literally sticking it to everybody right now. Paid off all the debts and for his country. What is it?
Are you talking about Ibrahim Traore?
Traore, thank you. Yes, I love that guy because he's not taking no shorts. He's like, listen, oh, we owe you. Here's your money. You know, oh, we're shutting this off. Oh yeah, no, to hell with Google. And he's literally going for it. And I'm afraid the clock is on him. I think, and I don't know for sure because I haven't talked to the people there, but by and large, he reminds me a lot of Gaddafi, who people don't know historically because over here they painted Gaddafi as a terrorist.
Bob with the 35, Bob with the cash app. Salute to you, Bob. Salute to you, man. I really, really appreciate that, man. I was gonna go hungry today, but thank you so much, Bob. Now I can eat. DJ Genesis, are you familiar with Ibrahim Traore? Yes?
Yes.
Ibrahim Traore is a few years younger than me. He's pretty much nationalized many of the resources in Burkina Faso. He's opening up tourism. To me, he's building a black nation, even though all the countries are black. But to me, he's building what our ancestors should have been building. What say you, man, about Ibrahim? You were on mute, Ibrahim Traore.
He has a long way to go.
He has a very long way to go, but it starts somewhere, right? It starts
maybe in about 20, 30 years, he might get some.
Yeah, he's young enough.
But I think that, you know, and we had a whole thing that was going on where people were trying to go over there and help to develop it. And then there was like this whole hiccup. I think that America might be even kind of blocking us from going over there and helping as far as like the certain Black Americans that want to go over there and try to help build it up. That got blocked in a certain way. And so therefore, like, then they got scared and then they blocked it. I'm not sure if you heard of what was it called, ADDI or something like that, ADI, or there was a whole organization started by what's her name? The African Diasporic something ADDI. Have you heard of that? ADDI?
I have not. No, I haven't. Nope.
Yeah, there's a lady, I forget her name, but she's from Uganda.
Real quick, Bob says for the $5 super chat, I swear with this Burkina Faso guy, CT gets all googly eyed, starts to put on his makeup and fixing his hair for him. It's disgusting.
No, it's
Go ahead, DJ Genesis. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a whole thing where that was going on, and it got blocked where a bunch of people, African Diasporic Development Institute, and it was started by who started it? And it was a bunch of people that were trying to go over there and develop it, and people actually had put money into it and everything, but then it got like kind of halted, and that they could not get actual citizenship. So I don't exactly. So it's weird. Like a lot of like African countries are like saying they I think they want us to come over there and develop, but they don't want to give like the benefits of like ownership. So that's the only thing I feel that is blocking them, because I think that more people from America would go over there if we could have some ownership. So
all right.
terrorist. He wanted to have his own currency. He wanted to make sure that his people were well taken care of. If you wanted to go to, and again, I'm getting this secondhand from history and from people that I've talked to, Libyan Americans, who have said, yeah, if you wanted to go to school, they pay for it. If there was somebody who was sick and they did not have the technology there, they would send you to there. So yeah, that seems better. And I think Traore.
DJ Genesis, do you believe one of the reasons why the black men are our ancestors? We are not an adventurous race of people. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's one of the things I was saying earlier. Like, I don't believe that. For some reason, the white man seems to be very adventurous. They will climb mountains. They will sail the ocean on a wooden boat.
I think that's because they're a younger race. I think that just like a baby would be, they're gonna like touch the stove, do this, do that, blah blah blah. We already did all that. We've already been around the whole globe. So now we've settled, and so now you get a new race that comes in, and they're jumping off cliffs and doing this and doing that and blah blah blah.
So you think that the white man is a new race? Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah, I think that they said that the white man has only existed for like 4,000 years or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. So I think that the reason why they are the way that they are is because they're a newer race. They're not like the mistakes that they're making is of a younger race. Not if they were older, they probably would have like known like not to do certain things.
What? Hey, let's bring it. You got a lot of background. Hold on for a second. Hey, let's bring it. You got like a lot of background noise. You want to go out and come back here?
I think that we've already been here as a black race in the same exact point with technology and everything, and then we things have been destroyed and everything, and now we're kind of coming back up. But I think that the white race is just now experiencing their technological advancement and evolution. And, we just happen to be on the back end of that because we've already did that. I think that we forgot though.
Really? What evidence do you have to support this?
Well, if you look at think about this, not to get into like conspiracy theory, but like Tartaria, like the buildings, there's certain buildings that actually existed even in America and throughout the world, that pretty much were here, And but what'll happen is that it'll look like that they created it. It's like, no, this building was already here, and they'll take on this thing that we built this building. They'll take pictures like they're like scaffolding and they're building this building, but these buildings were already in existence. Bells, certain different things that we were actually doing that was existing throughout time that we actually have and we've done. Pyramids, all these different things. So, I believe that there was even certain like images that we have. There's like imagery of like the past that when you look into it, it's like, what happened to that technology? You know what I'm saying? There's actually like little like pictures of certain things that not AI, but like actual when they had like those big old cameras and would take pictures of. There's actual pictures of like technology that does not exist today. And I believe that we did have a technological revolution and a reset. I think that we reset a few times.
Let me read this super chat real quick. As Tech says, there is no such thing as the black race outside of American ignorance. All right, let's see. Here we go.
Is taking the bull by the horns and saying this is what we're not going to tolerate. I think that is an example, 2 examples of where those things could easily be looked at and say, okay, yeah, that is a much better, more advantageous, more take the bull by the horn situation than I think we have here in the States.
It should be a different conversation. Otherwise, I would like to, because once I pick it on it, it will take us off the road. There is no progress, not even an inch of progress in Burkina Faso because of Ibrahim Traore.
Wow.
Totally false.
Wow.
Where did an African government that has been poor since independence have the money to say, you want your debt? Here, I pay you. Where was the money lying all this time? And yet they have the debt and he didn't pay it.
I don't know. That is a very good question. Educate me.
Ask yourself this. You live in America.
Certainly.
You've never been to Burkina Faso.
Correct.
How did you come to know that Ibrahim Traore is doing all these things?
Because every time I turn on the TV, the white folks are saying what he's doing and how pissed off
Social
they are about
media.
it. Social media.
This is the biggest, second one in the history of Africa. Russian propaganda. I have a friend who lives in Ivory Coast right now as a journalist for the last 19 years. So he pendulums between Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
He knows the place.
Right.
He's a journalist.
Right.
And he's telling me.
You know, Zanu, DJ Genesis, was asking, where he was talking to those two, and he said, why didn't the black man ever enslave other races of people? Why didn't we do that? Why didn't our ancestors do this? You're on mute.
I think we had forms of what you would call indentured servitude, but I don't think that slavery at that level was just even in our culture. I think it's just a matter of culture versus, you know what I'm saying? Like if we just did, it wasn't just a part of our culture to like enslave a person to down to nothing and give them nothing and give nothing in return, because we had a society that understood balance, and so we wouldn't like enslave a person and expect like. That's like not a balanced system.
Did we enslave other groups of people in other prior to certain resets?
I think that we had indentured servitude.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that we enslaved people. No, I don't think that was a part of our culture. You know,
not even during this whole Tartarian Empire.
No.
Really?
Nope.
What makes us not enslavers?
I think nature. I believe that in our nature. Like if you're living in a really when you have everything in abundance, you're not going to think about how to conquer a group of people. But when you are in like scarcity, that's when you think about, well, listen, I got to figure out something, and you're gonna be the one. Listen, I need to like capture you in order for me to eat and survive. So I think it's just a matter of like where the continent lies, where you have like fruit in abundance. It wasn't like we weren't like living in scarcity, so therefore we weren't thinking of us in a scarce mindset. You know, we had food was in abundance. I think that enslavement comes out of a thought of scarcity of like that. You know what? It might not exist later on, so we have to like stockpile and stock up for the future, right? That's where that comes from.
Where did whites come from, according to your history? Because you said that they are a new race. Where are they from?
I think they come from the inside of the earth, somewhere from the inside
of the earth. Okay, what does that mean?
I think they come from the caves. They come from like the caves in a very cold, cavernous place. But I'm not sure if they came from.
You got to turn your camera on infinite.
Or I don't know exactly what might have made them. You know, that's my friend right there. That's my friend Brian. So I asked him to come up.
Oh, that's your friend. Oh, okay.
Okay. But yeah. I'm not sure if they like might have. I think that it might have been from us. I don't know. I don't think it was from us because you had like this whole like race of people that came from monkeys and different things. You know, I think there probably were like you have the Rhesus monkey gene. You have different like blood types and stuff.
And you were saying whites came from monkeys.
Not monkeys. I believe that they come from another species. They're not the same species as blacks.
And who created them? Who created the monkeys or this other species?
I'd rather say I don't know than to say something I know that I don't know. You know, I'd rather say I don't know. God, I don't know. The creator, you know, the creator created things at different times. This creature that is existing right now was in the cave, came about the cave, and then now they're, you know, There's actually some theories that say that there's actual like when you actually look at the certain parts of mountains and stuff, you see like where people lived in the mountain. You know, like they lived extended amount of time without light and things like this. I mean, that's a certain level of scarcity that you don't exist on when you're like living freely on the earth and gallivanting around. So you have to like operate from that standpoint. I believe that like level of scarcity where you have to survive in that way will make you operate differently.
Bob with the $5 super chat. Dude looks like a Chinese Jeff Bezos with a facelift. Yeah, he kind of does. Aztec says we came from the Anunnaki hats. Why were they superior?
We're superior. That's why he said. That's why we're superior.
So you were saying that the white man, he lacks abundance, so he's always in a scarcity mode. So whereas the African always had, so that's why we didn't build or conquer at a global scale.
We weren't thinking of like that we would ever like run out.
Yeah.
I think that was it's a mindset that has passed down through generations, and so therefore it's hard to get out of that. Now we're beginning to be more like this, and then it's really creating us to be savages, and then that savagery within us is way worse than what's happening sometimes with the white man. So that's why they're looking at us like, oh my God, you know what? Right, because you're creating people that were always in abundance to actually operate in a savage way, but they're also one of the most militaristic group of people that you could ever run into, like the most strongest fighters. So if you put them in a place of scarcity, it could be really scary. That's
you gotta get on camera, Warden.
Games and things like this.
Okay.
He said, Section 8 talk. Huh? Honey, I have high feelings. You don't get it on Section 8, sweetheart. So, yeah.
Here we go.
How the whole world, in France, in Caribbean, they are marching in the streets over Burkina Faso. Nobody has been there. How did people come to know about this man? Number two, which major world news have you seen interview this guy?
None.
See,
and then to me, and
number three, think, Dave, he got in power only 24 months ago. You really know a black man in Africa. A 36-year-old military man took office in 24 months. Do you know how long it takes for you to put out a contract and have people bid for it, vet, screen, and award the contract before a factory is built? And he did all this in 24 months? It's not true.
Somebody's
the biggest Russian propaganda. You know why?
Why?
Russia is propping this guy up so that when something happens to him, Africans would blame the West
instead of blaming
themselves. Burkina Faso is a basket of coup d'etat from the day of independence.
So he's installed.
Oh, no, they make coups against themselves.
Huh.
He overthrew the guy, Henry, who was only 9 months in power. He overthrew him. How do you judge a man in power for 9 months?
You can't.
You
There's
can't.
not enough time.
And he's going around wearing a French beret, a French hand gloves, a French pistol, a French armored car, a French jeep, a French military, everything French, and go to Russia to say, yes, I kick one of you out of Europe, kick you out, and I want to deal with another European country. Let's not go that. Okay, here is the problem I'm trying to share with you.
Sure.
My aim for this conversation, Dave, please be with me, is
Absolutely.
that we got to find a way to examine the problem.
Certainly.
And it will change our activism.
Isn't he from Liberia though? Like Liberia sucks. Like what?
He's from Benin. He's from Benin. But why'd you ask? Why'd you ask?
I'm like, he's talking about all that, but even Benin is nowhere close to even having anything close to what is going on in Burkina Faso. So he's talking all that junk, but really, like, what is Benin doing?
He's arguing that none of them are doing anything. That's what he's arguing.
Okay. Well, at least there is a social media aspect. Maybe they're at least creating a facade of doing something. I don't think Benin talking about shit. So he needs to shut up. He got all this to say about everybody else, but his country ain't doing a goddamn thing.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's basically saying that it may be a facade in Burkina Faso, right? But that's only because Dave Anderson brought it up. He brought up Ibrahim Traore. He's basically saying, listen, you know, at the end of the day, he is wearing a French beret. He is carrying around. Why haven't black men in America? So basically, okay, you know why he brought up the whole gun, right? He brought it up because why aren't the blacks manufacturing their own guns? They have the resources to do it. Why haven't they?
Why wouldn't they? Why would they do it when they're giving them for free? You know what I'm saying? Or giving them for little or nothing.
Because if you create your own gun, you really control the industry. Like, think about the global gun trade, the global trade of weapons, right? You enter into the weapons manufacturing trade, right?
That's a good point. You know,
and so it makes you. First of all, if you create your own weapons, you don't have to rely on another man giving you a weapon.
I mean, but these people are just now coming out of colonialism, so we can't expect people to just jump out of it and start immediately thinking like the Chinese. The Chinese, you know,
the Israelis created their own gun. Did you know that? They created their own gun. They were a new nation. They created their own gun. They created the Uzi.
How long did it take for them to do that? From the moment that they were freed until
maybe 30 years. I don't know.
30 years. So how long has Burkina Faso? How long has right? But Israel was 47. So
Burkina Faso's been independent for 60 years.
47 to 88. Okay. All right. Well, okay. I didn't know that. I thought that they had been still colonialized up until recently. So
no, Burkina Faso's been independent since when were they independent? Let me look up the year. I should know it, right? I think it was in the 60s. So we're talking about over 60 something. I don't know why my computer is acting slow.
60 years. It's about 60 years.
60 years? Let me see.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. When were they independent? 1958. They've been independent from France since 1960. So we're talking about 65 years of independence.
But were they also stable though? Or were they a stable independent country? Or were they?
Well, Frank just said it. They had military governments that would just overthrow each other every now and then. One of the greatest presidents they had was Thomas Sankara. He was overthrown in 88, I believe, 87. So it was always unstable because the blacks there could never get along. The blacks there could never
tribalism, right?
They could just never get along. I mean, yeah. And then they were and then they constantly allowed outside sources to allow for the like, for example, they say that the French were behind Blaise Compaoré overthrowing Thomas Sankara. So, you know, you're allowing a foreign people to disrupt the politics of your own nation while you guys were independent. So
don't you think that's the whole thing, is that you have a tribal people that you're trying to make into a country. It's like when you have different tribes that are used to like living in their groups, in their little communities, and then you want to try to unify everybody. It's like, nope, I don't like this. My great grandfather. You know what I'm saying? That's almost like the Bloods and Crips. It's like, oh, you'll say, okay, all y'all Bloods and Crips need to. Well, didn't you kill my cousin back in the? You know what I'm saying? So I think that's happening. It's like a lot of like tribal like warfare from like just like the clans in Scotland. You know, you had like the same thing with white people, but you know, I think that's what's really going on. You had like a bunch of people that just had their own ways of life, different cultures. Even though they had similarities, you know, they also had differences, right? And then you bring in religion like Muslim, Islam, and now you have Donald Trump coming in and blowing up Nigeria for Christianity. And so then what do you think that's going to do? You know?
Yeah, I agree, man. Hey, Brett, did you see the video from earlier today I showed?
No, I didn't.
Here, let me play it for you real quick so you get some context.
This is the first time I will say I am really, really proud of my ancestors because they left nothing behind, nothing at all. I've traveled the world as a black man, And I have never seen a black country where the people who live in it are foreigners that were brought there by blacks as slaves. Not one single country. Yet the black race has more countries on earth than any other country. 54 are on the continent. 13 black countries in the Caribbean. So 68 black countries. There's not a single black country where slaves were bought from outside by black people. I've traveled the world. Not a single country in the world colonized by a black country. There's nowhere you go on Mother Earth where the language they are speaking was imposed on them by force by a black country. I've traveled the world and I've never seen a religion that is imposed upon anybody anywhere in this world by a black country. The 68 black countries in the world, the largest continent by number of countries, not a single one of them has a nuclear weapon of mass destruction. Black countries across the world, none of them is responsible for what we call the military complex, where we are manufacturing dirty bombs and sending things into the water to pollute people. I've traveled the world and I'm yet to see one product that was forced to be sold in another country by a black country. So it means the black race is the only race on earth that represents what the United Nations have been looking for the last 100 years, peace. Yes, we fought internal wars just like anybody, and that is all we did. Therefore, in my travels, there was no place I went on earth where the people there pointed fingers at me and say, your people did this to me. Never. The black person is the only one who travels this earth and no one who pointed a finger. That's what my ancestors left behind. Nothing.
Holy shit.
That has to be definitely, I say, more powerful than anything any of the other.
This is the first time.
Brave, you got what the video, you got what that clip was about. Go ahead. What do you think about Frank?
Well, first, right quick, let me comment on because I said on these when Niger threw the French out in Burkina Faso, I said, look, until these people make their own guns, it's just going to be they're going to be looking for one white boss exchange for the next white boss.
Anytime, hey DJ, can you move your camera a little bit or something? I don't know. It's like, yeah, to get you in the frame. Go ahead, Brave. Go ahead. There you go.
I said until these countries, you'll know when they take themselves serious when they start making their own arms and munitions. And that's the thing. That's what you're looking for, and they're not doing it. They're just trading. Niger throws out France, and then they bring in Russians, when in reality, Russians and France aren't enemies. Come on, folks. I don't care what anybody says. So, but on this, that would be a fantastic thing with Frank Zanu said, if you could look at Africa and see development and standards of living that were real, wouldn't that be something that to be able to say that and be able to say that with the reality of standards of livings that are real, dignity for the peasants like the other worlds. But when he says that, the shame of it is not only have they not done nothing in the world, they haven't done anything for themselves.
Yeah.
That's the sad part about that statement. That's why it's kind of nothing to brag about. All of that, keeping your nose in your own business means nothing when there's no development at all. It's just nothing but misery everywhere you go in Africa, for the most part. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody was moved there for a reason. And I guarantee
development is really like,
no matter what countries you go to.
I really think that their development in their artificial society is like the bomb.com. When bottom line is that the very development of this artificial society is what is killing off our natural resources. So even though we might have all this development, even though we might have cell phones and we might have all this AI and all that the white man has brought to us, but at what cost? So pretty soon, we're not even going to be able to drink our own drinking water, but okay, we have development, we have AI, and the robots are going to they're going to be cool, but we're not going to be able to drink the water. We're not going to have all these like artificial things that the white man is bringing to earth. And that's the thing, so right now the white man is being able to show, look at all these like strides. But here's the thing, where does it, it goes to a certain point and then it collapses on itself.
Right. So at that point, you could say that we failed on that. But the point is until that failure occurs, whites have created a godlike existence on Earth. And
well,
so
you know, I think that every culture at some point has done that, and then it collapsed. You know, I think that we have done this over and over again with different cultures, and each one of them have tried, and we've all done the same damn thing and went too far with it. And it's been
well, when we go too far, then it'll be yet another example of going too far. But right now, we've got the technology in the favor. The whites are running the planet, and it's a godlike existence wherever whites are at. And so, you know, you got to go from there, and you just got to.
But what would the whites do without?
Saying, oh, whoa! Do I get to finish a goddamn thought or what?
What do the whites do without the Asians?
I want to know if I get to finish a thought, man, or not. CT, I don't know.
Yeah. Hold on. What's up, security boss?
White people ain't doing shit.
Real quick.
Like
let Brave finish real quick. Yeah, you did cut him off. You did. Yeah, let Brave finish. Go ahead, Brave.
Man, I promise I'll make it quick, DJ. Trust me, I'm not trying to hog anything. But until that happens, then we get to decide what we're going to go from there. But right now, when you say that what Frank Zanu said was very interesting, he pointed that out. This guy is really something to folks, by the way, Frank Zanu. But he pointed that out. But yet, not only so they haven't done anything like what he's saying as far as bringing slaves in. It's all internal strife, and I guarantee you, I'm saying this to cuss up on the white man. I guarantee you, you show me a lot of strife in Africa, and I'm going to show you whites behind it in them countries.
Real quick, hey, it's a few people in the back. You gotta no more of that calling in the car stuff. You gotta just be in a stationary environment. Be brave. Zanu says that our ancestors did nothing. They didn't enslave other groups. They didn't colonize. They didn't inflict their will on the planet, which I've been saying it for years. But Zanu has a way of being more orderly and peaceful when he says. He doesn't really get people wanting to punch him in the mouth like people want to do me. I've been saying this for years about our people, about black men historically, whether in Africa or the States. I've always wondered that why didn't black people impose their will on the people? Why didn't we enslave other groups of people? Why didn't we conquer other groups of people? I would have loved for that history too, to be honest with you, because everybody else has participated in it and benefited off of it. Why didn't the black man, Brave? You know, when you walk into a cathedral, all the statues are white people, even though that was the Middle East. Let's be honest about it. Why didn't we inflict our religion onto people? What was it about the black man in history? Because he's talking about the ancestors. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, Brave.
Well, you think if you look at it, where are they at now? They have there's places in Africa all over the place where you go a mile out of town and they're defecating in ditches, and dumps are all over the place. So they probably have never been industrious.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've never been industrious. So I don't think it's, sadly to say, like I said, if they were industrious and they had up and running circumstances, my goodness, what a wonderful thing to be able to say about your people. But the fact that so many of your billions live in the dirt, it's like it's kind of like the bragging of that falls on deaf ears, because, well, you didn't do that, but you're right. But hell, you didn't do this either as far as being modern. So, I mean, it's just like, you know.
Baths. We had to teach you guys how to bathe yourself.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, Brave, we had to teach you how to bathe yourself.
Hold on,
Genesis. Hold on. Brave.
So the student surpassed the teacher. Okay, you win. But boy, did we pass up the teacher, man.
No, but y'all still don't take baths, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, shut up. Pardon my language. What a stupid thing to say. Oh, let's go.
It's not wrong. There's little videos
all of them women I've been with, none of them.
One at a time. Ivan, you got to be on camera.
How many times do y'all take a bath?
Shut up.
Hold on. One at a time.
That's your desperation, CT. That's how desperate blacks are. They don't do anything.
One at a time. Go ahead. One at a time. Hold on. Ivan, you got to be on camera, man.
He be hella disrespectful, and I'm like, I'm not gonna keep talking about.
What is he being disrespectful? What did he do to be disrespectful?
Like, listen, he loved to talk about how people are defecating and stuff or whatever, but it
doesn't really happen.
in wild spaces, honey. In the whole river, that whole French River, or that whole space right there, it still stenches. They couldn't even swim in that sucker because people was pissing and shit in there. To this day, right now, y'all French with y'all white people right now.
Security boss, salute to you. Merry Christmas and Happy Kwanzaa. Do you want to get in on this conversation? What do you think about Frank Zanu and what he said about our ancestors? Because that was he's really talking about our ancestors. He's not, and how he basically said, why didn't he's posing good questions? Why didn't our ancestors have a global mindset of conquering and establishing our viewpoint as the rule of thumb on the planet? Yes.
And yes, I do. What can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, so the story that I've gotten, and history is only taught or told by certain people, and it doesn't cover every individual from that time. But the story that I got, that they definitely had that mindset, but they lost the fight. The first fight with the Zulus and the Dutch and the Europeans, or between them, the Zulus actually won. The second fight, the European and the Dutch came back with weapons, guns, and the knives and the bows and the arrows or whatever that the Africans were fighting with was not wasn't enough to conquer the weapons, the guns. So they lost. But the theory is, of what I've heard, is they didn't want to mess with Shaka at all, ever, because he was a forward thinker. He was a takeover type guy. He was going to rule the country, and I don't know how he was going to do it or what his plan was, but they didn't want that type of man to have any type of power. So they made sure that they didn't. And the way they did it, CT, I don't know about the sex part, but they definitely kept them drunk. They fed them alcohol all the time. So that is how they overcame the black folks, per se.
What? Well, let me ask you this. Prior to Shaka, why didn't our ancestors go throughout Europe or the Middle East and basically saying, you're going to speak our language, you're going to practice our religion, you're going to dress like us, you're going to do, that's what I was more or less saying. I get the whole Shaka thing, but prior to that, why didn't we?
I can tell you.
Hold on, let's Security Boss go first. Hold on.
I have no idea prior to that what they were doing, but I can imagine that Africa, the continent, is huge. It would be no need to do so. But you're not completely right about what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong, but they fight. They fight to this day. Well, not now, but I think the last time was there was an uprising about their native tongue, their language. They fought for their languages. They don't want to be English speaking. They want to fight for their culture. They want the ability to talk the way or speak the way that they need to speak their own languages. They want that. It's just that the numbers and, like you said, the English language or trading, doing business, it's just been overwhelmed. So it's been basically taken from them. And, prior to Shaka and whatever happened before, I don't know. I just think that, you have these people, these nomads that went from here to there, and it just wasn't, let's just say it was enough to go around. They had no interest in that until they came here. And when they came here, then they did try to fight, but they lost. But they did fight. So I just think, sometimes history doesn't tell the story of I know it doesn't tell the story of every human being. There are some people, black people, that were successful back then. They probably were not slaves. But, if you really want to be honest about it, so those that were definitely a part of the transatlantic that got shipped over to the West, we don't know the whole story. It may not have been a bad deal. It may have not been as though it was painted, it could have been some shucking and jiving going on back then to make that happen. I really don't know. And I don't think anybody really knows, but I think all this goes to show that we need each other. And going back to the comment about how the white man was made, God created us all. It's just God's creation, man and woman. That's how it started. It just went from there. So it's just, I just think we all need each other, and it's showing. And going back to what Frank said.
No, we don't.
Hold on, one at a time.
You don't. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I do. And I already know what I know where I'm going. So maybe there's something you got to figure out. But
hold on for 1 second. Oh, real quick. Excuse me for 1 second. I'm sorry, security boss. Albert with the 500 Kenyan shekel. I think it's a shekel, right? It's a shekel. I think it's a shekel. It is because we are not as technologically advanced. It is not rocket sciences. It's rocket science. Rocket science. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Albert. Salute to you, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, bud. And thank you so much. Go ahead, security boss. My apologies. Go ahead. Thank you so much.
No, that was just, I'm just saying it. We need each other. White man, black man, Asian, all were created by God. And this is my belief. I mean, if you believe something else, I'm not gonna hold you to anything, but that's what makes sense. And CT, going back to what Frank said, he says a lot. I've been kind of following some of the things he's said and done for some time now. And I actually love the video he did on maintenance, because that too was a major question of mine. But like I said in that super chat that I gave, it's the same thing on the West Side or in America as it is here. The difference is the way South Africa, and I'm speaking on South Africa because that's the only country I know of in the continent of Africa. This is where I'm at. This is where I live. So I'm only speaking on that. It's very developed here, but I do know that there are some other countries on the continent that are not so much. But when you're talking about maintenance, it does go to being in survival mode. If you don't have a good place to lay your head or know where you're eating the next day, you're not going to be in the recycle mode. You don't care nothing about a blue trash can or a black trash can. You don't care anything about trash, period. Yeah. If you're worried about, flood waters coming from the bottom and from the top because you live in an informal settlement, you're not caring about the way things look. You're just trying to make it to the next day. Yeah. So I think a lot of it is survival mode. And the only difference is in the United States, they don't let you survive like that per se. It's a capitalist country, so they make sure that everybody has the appearance of doing well or being taken care of. And over here, it's not quite like that. So that's
before Ivan gets in. Before Ivan gets
appearance. What do you mean appearance? We live like gods. Even the poor people here live like gods. What do you mean appearance? What are you running water?
I would say
I don't know who lives like gods.
Not appearance. That's real concrete stuff. Go ahead.
I would say if you ask them, they would not say that they live like gods.
That's because they're out of their goddamn minds.
Well,
you got
I'm not going to go back and I'm not going to go back and forth with you about
life. You're saying you don't have the necessities of life. You're a fool.
No, they have the necessities of life here too, but it's not good. They give them running water. They even give them satellite dishes for cable, but it's not. It's no.
I'm talking about here in the USA. I'm talking about appearances. You use the word
USA too. Listen, I don't know where. I have no idea.
We live like gods.
I have no idea where you've been, but there's a lot of places in Alabama and Mississippi where they're not living like gods.
I got
they're
you. Yeah,
that's because
you don't appreciate
rural areas.
That's because you don't appreciate it. That's
let her finish. Let her finish, Brad. Hold on. Go ahead, security boss. Go ahead.
That's not even my story. I'm just saying to you that you don't know everything, and neither do I. And there are people who would say that they don't live like gods. And look, I don't care where you live with all the necessities. You long way from being like God. So it doesn't really matter.
Thank you. That's my point.
I'm giving everybody a place to be them. I can't tell
everybody. I'm calling
real quick before Ivan
idiots.
Before Ivan gets in, one of my biggest theories about our ancestors, our men, they let the women walk around naked, and you can't really work if women are walking around. DJ Genesis is the truth. You can't really walk around.
Not outside. It's
they were. Hold on.
It's hot. I mean,
what
the hell are you talking about? That's
hear me out. Hear me out.
This is why we cook. This is why we cook.
Hear me out. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. Hear me out. It's also hot in the Middle East. In the Arab, he told his woman, "You gonna put clothes on." Hold on. Just hear me out. Hear me out. Just hear me out. We can pretend all day long that we are these highly evolved creatures. We're not. You see a naked broad walking around and she got a nice body on her, you're gonna get hard. You ain't about to be thinking about working. You're gonna be thinking about fucking. So
I don't know.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Hold on. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. to me, if you look at very advanced civilizations from back in the day, the women were dressed. Like ancient Rome, the women weren't walking around naked. I'm almost certain that they weren't just walking around naked.
Because it was cold. They had different
Cold
seasons.
in Italy. It was cold in Rome.
It's in Europe. Europe is a part of Rome. Isn't Rome in Europe? They have seasons.
Yeah, they had orgies.
Oh,
in Rome.
yeah, it
What
is.
are you talking about?
Yeah, it's in the 50s.
You got you got everybody sleep with everybody else's wife.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Talking about Rome. Hey, you want to talk about Rome? I can tell you about some crazy stuff that happened in Rome now.
I'm saying
You want?
Have you been to Rome? Have you been to Rome?
No, I studied on it.
Okay, real quick. Let Ivan get in. Ivan, what do you think about Frank Zanu?
I don't need to go to Europe.
Merry Christmas, CT. Merry Christmas, brave ladies on the panel, gentlemen. Actually, I came in late. You got to let the gentleman next to me talk first. CT, you heard me?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, Warden, what say you about Frank Zanu?
I think he's a drifter. He has nothing important to say. Everything he says is pretty much like a deaf person trying to speak.
So everything he said in that video, did you see the video?
Yeah, I saw it.
So everything in the video was wrong.
So you're saying that some of our people didn't try to fight and try to get out or try to.
He said
actually
our ancestors did nothing. They didn't create any long-lasting institutions. They didn't impose their will, religion. Like DJ Genesis, you gotta let me finish. We are please, hold on. They didn't impose their will on people. They didn't impose any institutions, any religion, any ideologies on other groups of people, which made us stagnant. Which is true.
Well,
I mean,
you can't say that because everything, our religion and everything back then was spiritual, wasn't religion. So you can't teach a white person or spirituality. That's stupid. Like you gonna teach a white person to believe in Ubuntu? Like no, get out of here. White person gonna know Ubuntu. You could teach him what Ubuntu means, but it's not gonna be Ubuntu.
Can you teach
there are white South Africans.
Yeah, no, I think that's kind of strange. I don't know about those. I think that's kind of strange.
What about divination? What about like being able to forecast and throw OB to the Orisha and break down and do a diagnosis using cowrie shells or the opele and different things like this? That was our ancient divination techniques that was able to diagnose illness within a human being. So we might
say that different teachings about math,
but now
science.
Everything that y'all are doing right now is based on our divination system, and I can like break that down. And
so you're saying that the Catholic Church incorporated the African divination system?
I'm saying that even the mathematics itself, the whole computer itself, is based on the African divination system.
Oh, wow. Brave, did you know that? Wow, okay. Now, how is this possible? Go ahead. Like, is the divination system 0 to 1?
African fractals. If you look up this whole a whole thing that they did based on African fractals, what they did is Bomina sand divination, and how the whole divination system is based on a binary code that actually is able to have predictable outcome of things, and that is what the actual binary system was based on.
Oh. Warden, what say you, buddy?
I have nothing to do with that religious stuff. I ain't got nothing to do with that part.
What
the
about
part I'm talking?
Go ahead.
It's not religion. It's not religion. It was ancient science back in the day, and then mathematics and computers replaced it. Go ahead and look it up. Every African, you're in South Africa. Every African tribe has a divination system, including in South Africa. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they did have a deviation. They did have something like that back then.
Every tribe had divination, even children.
They had their own thing. They didn't have a religious book, or they weren't looking in a book.
Okay, security boss. Wow. Warden, Zanu says, why don't blacks have weapons of mass destruction? Why don't we have nuclear weapons?
The same reason why many of them keep on saying that, all of us are the same, we are peaceful. None of them really care about taking over destruction like that. Especially how religion has forced some of the minds of many black people. Well, I say many black people all over this planet. Many of you don't even have conquering in your mind. You don't have that type of issue in your head.
Why don't we?
CT, was that a loaded question? A dumbass question? How about just asking why they don't even have rifles in Africa?
Well, we already talked about that earlier.
No, you brought up weapons of mass destruction.
No, I brought up guns too when we're talking about.
They don't even have rifles. Period. Why would you jump to
Zanu? But Zanu had brought this up. Zanu had brought this up. So I just wanted to ask security boss, why didn't the black government keep or reestablish their nuclear program when the black government took over South Africa?
They weren't allowed.
I have no idea why they didn't do that, or even now that they've been in power for 35 plus years, they still are not looking into that. But there are many guns over here. You go to the mall, you'll find an AK real close to you. There's a lot of weapons.
We ain't talking about selling them.
Security boss, do you believe security boss that the black man should indeed have weapons of mass destruction?
CT, I think this is so much deeper and bigger than carnal weapons. I don't think that that's the answer. So I guess I would say no, none of that really matters to me.
Let me say right quick, I didn't say that
it would be a only fake sense of protection, I suppose, but it's not going to work that way. So, let the United States have it.
I'm talking about
let them remain in power or whatever. It's bigger than what you think. So I don't have all the answers. I'm not history. I'm not history, so I don't know exactly why things are the way they are. But there definitely needs to be some improvements. I agree with that. I don't agree with everything Frank has said, but I do. I think he does make a lot of sense. But as far as nuclear weapons, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm talking about the manufacturing of guns.
Why don't we manufacture guns?
Hold it. Let me finish the statement.
Go ahead, Brave.
I'm talking about they don't even manufacture a rifle. I know they got guns. I'm saying that there's nobody even manufacturing rifles. That's my point. That's what's sad about it. That's what's kind of disturbing. It's like somewhere just manufacture some of your own rifles at least. I know you got
for the Chinese, you made the gunpowder to make the Chinese made the gunpowder. Stop acting like y'all made anything. Y'all ain't make.
Good God,
that's not what he's saying, Genesis. He's just talking about the manufacturing of the weapons, man.
Just make your own munitions. And I'm guaranteeing you, the nuclear program will not be allowed because of the global powers that be that did what they did with South Africa are not going to allow a group of blacks that are taking over a country that are basically not upkeeping it to have nuclear energy. I mean, come on. Well, you want nuclear?
Do you believe that blacks are incapable of having this type of technology, Brave?
I guarantee you that it was stopped in its tracks by the same powers that controlling them right now. It's not as if the South Africa is some sovereign nation. Come on.
Let me play the video over again. It's only a minute and a half for people who didn't see the video at first. Here we go.
I would say I am really, really proud of my ancestors because they left nothing behind, nothing at all. I've traveled the world as a black man, and I have never seen a black country where the people who live in it are foreigners that were brought there by blacks as slaves, not one single country. Yet the black race has more countries on earth than any other country. 54 are on the continent. 13 black countries in the Caribbean, so 68 black countries. There's not a single black country where slaves were bought from outside by black people. I've traveled the world, not a single country in the world colonized by a black country. There's nowhere you go on Mother Earth where the language they are speaking was imposed on them by force by a black country. I've traveled the world and I have never seen a religion that is imposed upon anybody anywhere in this world by a black country. There's 68 black countries in the world, the largest continent by number of countries. Not a single one of them has a nuclear weapon of mass destruction. Black countries across the world, none of them is responsible for what we call the military complex. where we are manufacturing dirty bombs and sending things into the water to pollute people. I've traveled the world and I'm yet to see one product that was forced to be sold in another country by a black country. So it means the black race is the only race on earth that represent what the United Nations have been looking for the last 100 years, peace. Yes, we fought internal wars just like anybody, and that is all we did. Therefore, in my travels, there was no place I went on earth where the people there pointed fingers at me and say, your people did this to me. Never. The black person is the only one who travels this earth and no one who pointed a finger. That's what my ancestors left behind. Nothing.
Holy shit.
That has to be definitely, I say, more powerful than anything.
I don't think these two people understood what he was saying, to be completely honest with you.
Well, Nick Fuentes will say that, the black people will attack him and all this other stuff.
But he's talking about that's
I think he's saying that we don't have a
global,
like, well, white people, you can go after white people with a lot of shit. With black people, if people say, oh, blacks sell blacks, do you know how that worked? You just can't really go on there like that. What is that?
I truly believe the point is being missed here. Zanu is basically saying that the black man did not conquer.
I'm muted all the time.
Your mic is super loud, bro. It's so loud. It's not loud like that.
The black what Zanu is basically saying is that the black man failed to achieve conquest, and that this whole ancestor worship is nonsense and is not noble because we didn't conquer or we didn't inflict our will. That's what he's basically saying. That's not some noble shit. And I used to believe that shit.
Okay,
We didn't do anything to other people. But the older I got, I realized, why didn't we enslave other groups of people or impose our religion and will on people like other groups of people did to everybody else? Well, why didn't we do that, participate in that game? It may be, truth be told, the world would respect blacks more had they had done that shit. That's what I take from it.
No,
like,
I think
think about this, SBU. Think about this. Think about how much. Think about this. Think about this, security boss.
Okay.
Let an African country build submarines with nukes on it. People will really watch their fucking mouth about a lot of blacks. If you knew that there were 3 or 4 submarines just floating around, and it was blacks who built the shit, and blacks had. People will watch their. Look at how people treat the Jays now. The Jays have all types of power now. People kind of watch their fucking mouth about the Jays now, because they'll kill you. They have intelligence agencies that would just. I mean, we know Mossad. They could just collect data on you and just, next thing you know, you could be disappeared. And this is what Zanu is basically saying. He's basically saying black people have generally been weak, and that's why you get disrespected. People don't disrespect powerful people, to be honest with you. People disrespect the low-hanging fruit. That's what I take from that.
But CT, you saying all this as though this is a good thing to enslave other people. It is to enslave other people.
It is because
go to war on other countries.
I'm gonna tell you why. It was a good
bombs. You said it as though it's a good thing, and I'm telling you, ultimately, it's not a good thing to do.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Yeah, sure.
Can I tell you why?
Tell me why. Yeah. Tell me why.
What white man would go back in time with you and say, we're gonna stop the transatlantic slave trade? Now, they may not agree with slavery now as a modern man living. Let's bring it. Your mic, man. You got to quit unmuting, buddy. Quit. Just stop unmuting. Thank you so much. There you go. Thank you. They may disagree with slavery now, but they goddamn well know that slavery is the reason why they are powerful. You can't argue against these things. You can't argue against the conquistadors and what they did in South America. You can't argue against this because a lot of that shit developed the modern world, like all of this enslavement and conquest. So the white man wouldn't have a problem with extract these people and bring them to Africa to build shit. When in history did this ever happen? I'm telling you, I've thought about this shit before. Zanu was a.
Did you really? When you thought about it, what history book were you using? What type of
security book? When in history?
No, you said Where did you go get a history book of some kind? Did you consult the Holy Bible? What kind of information
do we have the
do you
Holy
even know? Wait a minute, hold on. Do
Why
you
do we
even
have
know
the
who the
Holy
black man?
Bible?
Wait a minute. Okay, so
Okay,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just even wondering, do you even know where the black man came from? Who is the black man? What has he done? Did you follow his history throughout history to see what they actually done? Or are you just basing it on what
were
we
our
particularly
people
know today?
He's
And
talking
what
about he's talking about our ancestors. Were they expansionist?
There's black
Were they
people.
or were they? Were they not? Were they or were they expansionists?
I think that they were, but I do think just like others,
Yes, they were
in wars
expansionists.
that they actually lost.
Seafarer country.
I'm gonna let somebody else talk because I keep hearing some noise. Go ahead.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
let's bring it. You gotta fix your mic, bro. It's pretty terrible, man. I know you. Go ahead, security boss. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. You would have to. I'm just gonna go to the end of all of this. Because it sounds like you're saying because the black man their footprint isn't large or what have you, they didn't do anything. I don't know exactly what they did or even as a whole what they actually believe in, but it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to have weapons of mass destruction. It's not a good thing to have submarines in the water just waiting to blow up other nations. And I can guarantee you any nation that would take pride in doing something like that will definitely have to pay for it, because whether the blacks or Africans or whatever you wanted to call them, or whether they were successful in the eyes of the world or not, they all still were created by God. And they were God creations, and he will take care of all of that. And then when someone were to see that country or those nations who take pride in doing those things, when they see it crumble, when you see it crumble, like it's crumbling now, then keep asking yourself those questions. Well, wonder how this happened. You had so many things going on for yourself. How in the world is it that this is going on? So keep asking yourself those questions, because really soon.
Well, the answer is actually quite simple.
Really soon.
The answer is very simple. It's nothing to do with God.
You're going to see it really crumble, and you're going to be scratching your head and thinking like, wow, how could this possibly happen? Because see, we don't control anything. White man, black man, Asian man, Republican, nor Democrat. But it's all to come. So
security boss, you ever seen a fighter jet? You ever seen a fighter jet or a jet?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Every year we get they come to my area to do their show, and we see actually a jet, right? It's probably not armed with anything, but that stuff doesn't like mesmerize you. Like, I can't believe the human being thought of this shit and made it. They've made this vehicle. They've dibbled and dabbled in rocketry to the point where they created a vessel that can fly faster than sound. That doesn't fascinate you.
You know what, CT?
I'm just asking.
You say, oh, I'm gonna say no, not me. But I want to give you props because you say the right things. Because what you've said is that all these things that fascinate us are taking the place of God, and we are believing in those things, even down to cutting off a man's penis and building him a new vagina. So we believe in all that. So we don't really need God. I mean, some people, you know who I'm talking about. Some nations don't even need Christ anymore. So guess what? Now
she's got a point on that.
It's going to start changing because all these things have been stamped with an approval. Yeah, this is good for us. This is what we need. We really don't need God no more because he moves too slow. He ain't real. He ain't doing nothing for these black people. So we're going to do our own thing. We're going to sex traffic them underneath ground. Any man can have any woman. A man can be a woman can be a man. What you need God for?
Can I say this real quick?
Even though he's the creator. But let me just get done. Even though he's the creator, when you turn your back on him completely, then you will realize what is really important and who's in control. So all the fighter jets, all the surgeons that say, okay, all the death and destruction that we go through and we think is like makes us strong. And like you said a minute ago, you doing all this, ain't nobody giving you no problems. It will all make sense in the end. I'm sorry.
Can I say this as a man? Because
sure.
I'm pretty sure all men think this. When you see a fighter jet as a man, you really sit there and you are forced to the realization that somebody is better than you. Somebody figured out this shit. Somebody created this, manufactured this, and it can kill you. And have you ever seen? So you've seen how fast they can travel, right?
I agree with you.
Think about what's in my opinion, right? I'm not discounting what you're saying about religion, but think about this. What Zanu is saying. Zanu is saying that our ancestors didn't build anything or do anything, which, in my opinion, he's correct. Could you imagine if blacks, instead of with this horse shit about music and dancing, were building fighter jets? The world will be forced to realize, oh man, these motherfuckers aren't playing around anymore. They're not fucking around. Zanu is not a black supremacist by no means, but he's a realist. He's a realist. A lot of these blacks that call in here, like an Afro nerd, he wants to be a perpetual punk of the white man. But imagine if more blacks were like Zanu, who said, hey man, the white man has done it, the Chinese has done it, the Japanese, they're all participating in this global space race, this global arms race. Why can't the black man participate in that? Because it'll force the black man to stop being a punk. That's why I like Zanu. And I get what you're saying about God and all this stuff. And I get that.
That's all I got. That's all I got. So y'all, you can play around down here all you want.
I got something to say about that one. You said that would make. I got something to say. I got something to say about that one. You say that it'll make us seem like a punk, but what is Zanu doing instead of just complaining? But Zanu will be just one of them same niggas just complaining about.
You gotta
it,
watch
right?
the inbound. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. You gotta, dude, man, you gotta watch the inbound, man. Just get
Food for thought. Ozzie Williams helped design the first fighter jet during World War II.
Who?
I'm sorry, Ozzie Williams.
The football player? Wait, what?
Ozzie Williams.
Who was Ozzie Williams?
Aerodynamicists helped design the P-47 Thunderbolt, a significant fighter during World War II for Republic Aviation. Early jet fighters.
What are you talking about, DJ Genesis?
You're saying that you see all these like fighter jets. Well, honey, some of the early fighter jets that existed were created by black people. So just so you know, just FYI.
And Africa countries do have fighter jets already. So it's like, you just want us to create stuff.
They're paid. First of all, the fighter jets in any African country are purchased. The country purchases old fighter jets from European powers. They have the manifest. You can look up the manifest. Is generally public. Even South Africa, they purchase their fighter jets from people. They don't make
was created by a person of color. Period.
Well, South African
actually the opposite.
Please.
The first fighter jets were created by Hans. Oh no, I'm saying Hans von Oheim. I don't want to get the German man's name wrong. But as far as what the lady mentioned about God, just a second, man. I believe in God as well. I'm Orthodox Christian. I just don't think that God is involved in humans creating infrastructure. I think God is allowing us to do it by ourselves. China, Japan, and other nations don't involve God and when they build infrastructure. CT, you've shown plenty of stuff from China. Do you think that God came from the heavens and told the Chinese don't build any of this?
No.
And Jesus lived in Roman territory. He never told the Romans don't build any aqueducts. God doesn't get involved in us building infrastructure. That falls on the shoulders of humans. At least in my opinion.
I'm sorry, I'm not connecting the dots. What does that have to do with anything? Of course.
No, you mentioned that
humans
God
are
is in charge
the
of everything.
ones. No.
Yes,
okay,
yes, I agree with that. We're capable of sin.
If that's what you heard, then okay. But no, humans are definitely the evil ones. No, I'm saying the things that we choose to do as humans is what God will be totally outdone with, or is totally outdone with. Well, you think he would be like, I mean, he created us all. He would want us to be murdered by a weapon that someone created for that purpose. What makes anyone better?
Well, he gave us way to defend ourselves as well. So
what?
Defend yourself against what? To tell me what that said.
Well, the same weapons.
Hold on. Tell me where that is. Where God told. No, I thought God was the one that got the revenge. He took
Security
care
boss,
of
didn't
all
God,
that.
didn't God instruct, security boss, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't God instruct men in the Bible or men to go kill other nation states? That's in the Bible.
I don't recall.
He committed
to
3
fight a war.
genocides.
Didn't he tell men to go
There
kill
was
other?
there was some wars, and there was some wars, but then there was a great flood because everything went terrible. You recall that? Do you understand why that all happened?
I'm talking about.
We're going through it, but I'm just telling you, it comes a time, things happen. I just don't want anybody to think that I'm saying, I don't want you to think, CT, whatever goes on or everything that's in the Bible was approved. There are some things that went on in the Bible because it's strictly history. It doesn't mean that God stamped it and said, this is what I want you to do. That's all I'm trying to say.
God commanded Saul to destroy a city. Did he not? Or I'm just confused, right?
For what reason? Keep going.
The Bible is not a history book, by the way. It's not.
Savage, I need everybody to be on camera.
Yes, it is.
I don't want to do the card
It
thing
is
today,
a history book.
The Bible
If
is
you
a book of mythology. It's a book of mythology.
That could be your belief. For me, it's a history book. It's a book of history.
SBU.
It tells you
To
the
me,
end from the beginning. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Trump
Yes, sir.
just dropped some drones, or he droned ISIS in the northern part of Nigeria, right? Because the radical Islamic or the ISIS were killing Christians. Is Trump not justified to kill these people or not? Because they were
he's not justified.
Actually, no, he's not.
You don't think he's justified? You don't think Trump is
No,
justified?
he's not. That's not justification.
No, it's not. Let them handle it themselves. All they're gonna do is create a refugee crisis, and they're gonna be begging to come over here. Hell no.
Security boss, you are a Christian, right?
You know what? People talk like they own something. It's so funny how people what y'all are not in control of anything. I mean, I don't own South Africa. You all don't own America, the land. None of that.
Security boss, you are a Christian. You are a Christian, right?
I am a follower of Christ.
Okay.
Yes.
Radical Islam is totally in opposition of Christianity. They've been killing Nigerian Christians in the northern part of Nigeria for decades. Trump finally said, fuck this. And he sent a drone and he killed a lot of those people. Don't you want to see your enemies killed to protect your fellow Christian brethren and sisters? I know I do.
So much.
What was the outcome?
Security boss answer, please. Security boss.
I don't want to see anybody killed. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
He didn't ask you that. He asked you if somebody's doing the killing and if you stop.
You asked me a question, CT. What was your question? Don't I want to see my enemy killed? You said, don't I want to see my enemy killed?
You are a Christian. I don't know if you're familiar with the situation in Nigeria, but for decades, radical Islam they've been killing these Christians, and I've seen video footage of it, and I'm assuming that the other day is real.
And just the other day, Muslims were killed in Nigeria. So I understand. I know where you're going with it, but no, I don't want to see anyone killed.
Not even ISIS. You don't want to see ISIS killed. Okay.
Why would I want to see ISIS killed? Why would I want to see ISIS killed?
Because ISIS they're a terrorist organization.
I don't want to see anybody killed.
Shooting.
Go ahead, Ivan.
America's been involved. Okay, ISIS really pretty much replaced Al Qaeda and other terrorist organizations. Before that, every time the West gets involved in the Muzzies business, they simply replace one organization with another. And what you have is a crisis of refugees, and then they're going to come to Minnesota like the Somalis did. They're going to start scamming you. You're going to start paying more taxes for them. They're going to leech off of you, just like they're leeching off in Sweden and other places. So every time we get involved in the business of the Muzzies, it never ends good for anybody. They have to handle that shit by themselves. Saudi Arabia is like relatively civilized and normal now, is it not? Yeah. Because of money. You can send money to, just like what America's doing pretty much with Ukraine and Russia, you can send money to the Christian Nigerians and they can defend themselves with that money. Or they can buy weapons to defend themselves with that money. But as far as actively getting involved, you're creating a refugee crisis.
Man, they want to colonize Nigeria. Stop it. That whole thing is a psyop. Stop it.
They want those resources.
It was a waste
Brave,
of
get in
time
real
to
quick.
colonize
Brave, what do you,
it.
Brave,
Go
Brave,
ahead.
what do you think about all this, Brave? Go ahead, buddy.
First of all, I think Zanu was complimenting Black CT. He wasn't insult. He wasn't questioning what happened. I think he was complimenting Blacks in that they just stayed at a lower level of existence. By the way he said that you haven't polluted any grounds, you haven't introduced things into the ecology for destruction.
Yeah,
I think Zanu was complimenting Black CT. I think you missed that one, buddy. Number two,
I got that part too. Trust me.
okay. Number two, on the as far as like in a real world, because I am with DJ. We don't know what's going on in Nigeria. It could very well be a pile of bullshit psyop, but in the real world, if it was Nigerian Muslims killing Christians, at that point, somewhere you got to go. If in the real world, if it was truly what it seems, which it's not, but if it was as it seems, I can't believe that somebody would say that it's an answer to that. I just don't want to see anybody killed. That's too late. Somebody started killing other humans. Do you mind if we kill those humans to stop them from killing more humans? Is my question.
Wait, when the Muslims were killing Christians in Syria, what happened after that? When the Americans got involved? Did it help anybody? No, but what was the outcome? Did they help anybody at the end?
No, I get.
Did they help somebody?
That's why I said in the real world, Ivan.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
none
I
of
get
this
what you
is
mean.
the
Yeah.
real world. I'm with DJ. This is all a pile of shit done by the white corporate planet rulers. Trust me on that. I'm with DJ on that. It's all a pile of shit. None of us know what's going on. My point is if there are Muslims actually killing Christians in Nigeria, for somebody to say, I just don't want to see anybody killed, well, that's nice violinist. But the point is, you know, in the real world, if that was the case, people have a right to go in and start dusting people that are killing Christians if they wanted to stop. You got to. But, you know, my main thing is, I think
really like precise, like when they're shooting all the Muslim leaders, are they like just really precise, just flying through the air, just hitting people, or do they just drop a whole goddamn missile on a whole community and killed everybody, including Christians, to prove a point? Which one was it? I think it was.
It's not one device that takes out a whole community. It's a proximity rate for the explosive device. If you really want to know the truth on how the Hellfire missiles and thus and so work, there's something called a kill radius. When it detonates, civilian people say explode.
Okay,
See, I'm like this here. If anything happens, if I may, if anything happens on this planet, I'd rather be right here in the good old USA where I know we got it. We got it to handle that business. And we have more than enough. We have more than enough combat veterans that served and did the you dig to doggone handle what else may come in the realm of. We're all trained, at least we are. We're trained. So there's no better place to be in the world. Because I tell you, let World War break out, all these people that live in these other countries outside the United States, and I'm landing my plane. They're going to be right on the plane bringing their butt right back here to the good old USA because they're going to be scared do-do-less. I'm going on mute.
I'm just trying to understand.
Can I say something real quick, though, if it's okay?
They're trying to like kill.
That sure helped us out on 9/11. Go ahead, Lena.
Okay, panel. Yeah. I agree to some extent. I think
9/11 was an inside job, and I could prove it. Thank you.
I don't know about that, but I honestly feel
all that patriotism didn't work to prevent that. Go ahead, Lena.
I want to say that, you know, sometimes you have to break a few eggs.
It didn't, bro. It didn't.
Break a few eggs to make an omelet. And unfortunately, God does. He has the right to take a life. And in the Bible, he has done that. Besides the flood, and he has, weighed stuff in battle. We saw examples of Samson. Remember how he killed the Philistines? He pushed those pillars to the side, and he unalived everybody, including himself. Then you have how he picked Gideon's 300 men. He gave instructions. The Battle of Jericho, how those walls come tumbling down. All of that is done by God's hands. And I don't know. I'm not going to dibble in the side because God is the one in charge. He's the one who gives life, and He has the power to take it. And He's the only person that has the power, or only being has the power to take someone out.
Well, I guess that's why so many doggone blacks that have killed blacks on the south side, west side, east side of Chicago, where you and I are very familiar with them areas. I guess God just want the Wakandans in Chirac to just smoke each other.
I won't say God was involved.
Population.
The Bible does says unforeseen occurrences do befall, and
Oh
on
my
top
goodness.
of that,
You know what? See, when all else fails,
and that's
black women,
murder.
well, the Lord, and ain't been to church
Well,
in 4 decades of Christmases. y'all be cracking me up.
Easter, you better stop it.
CT, can I just say this, bro?
Oh, crap me up.
Go ahead. CT, you know why my name's not Muhammad or Ibrahim or Hassan? Because my ancestors made sure that doesn't happen. We fought against the Muslim invaders and we beat them. Let the Christian Nigerians beat their Muslim invaders and they can be free of them. It's that simple. The more you throw them safety nets, the worse it actually gets. Look at what Afghanistan is now, or Syria, or other places. They haven't gotten better. It's been decades, man. Muslims don't change. They just, do the same thing over and over. They replace one bad group with another bad group, and it's just a never-ending circle.
But see, it goes back to what I think.
Colonize Nigeria to control the oil and whatever else natural resources they have. Let's stop pretending like there's really a thing about Christianity and that God's involved. No,
Trump don't care about that.
You think Donald Trump gives a damn about God? He said, you know what? We need.
Wait a minute. What did she say? What did she say? See, can you repeat what you just said again?
I can barely hear it because her mic.
I didn't hear you.
Donald Trump don't give a damn about God. Donald Trump is about power and about listen. How do we find a reason? We're gonna make it about this, but really we're trying to get control of that. So it's a smokescreen to be able to try to get control of the resources in Nigeria. And we're up here talking about God and all this other stuff. No, it has nothing to do with God. It has to do with greed. And they want to recolonize Nigeria now that Europe is gone. Now America wants to take over. That's all it really is.
Could it?
Well, DJ, listen. Just because you, I'm going to say you are because you made that comment. Just because you all don't follow Christ or don't believe in God, I'm not going to shut up. I'm giving you something to think about.
Nobody's saying not to. We just saying that's not why he's doing this.
No, she said, and we up here talking about as though it plays no part in what's going on. I'm saying she can say that, but I'm not going to shut up to what I believe, because you all made my point. Because the initial point that I made was the United States in itself, not including other nations, have totally turned their back on Christ, has taken it completely out of everything, any part of their life. And now they're depending on weapons and all these other things that you all just mentioned, Trump and all these other things. And this is perfect seasoning for God to do what it is he needs to do.
Security boss, we've known each other for many years. I love you to death.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to be funny here. Did the Bible really say this about America?
Did you?
I'm being serious.
Did you go? I'm being dead serious with you. Did you read it?
No, I haven't read it.
Read it? Oh, okay.
I have not. No.
Okay. Well, I want you to read it first.
And
I want you to read it. I want you to read it first and then ask the question. And of course, you know that the word America and USA will not be in the Bible.
It identifies the great harlot. Let me see real quick. Let me bring it up.
That's religion, false religion.
Let me bring it up on screen. It identifies
Mystery Babylon. It also states that it takes a person.
Oh, you got it. Okay. This is a symbolic representation of a powerful, corrupt world system historically linked to Rome, but also representing humanity's rebellion and false religion.
Keep going. Keep going. You asked a question.
Okay. This verse bridges chapter 17, describing this corrupt entity, with chapter 18, which details its eventual downfall and destruction, lamenting its lost wealth and luxuries and calling God's people to come out of it. Okay.
Keep going.
Let me just read you super chat. Carlos with the 100 Canadian. Hold on, excuse me 1 second. Carlos with the $100 Canadian. Salute to you. Says happy holidays, fam. Happy holidays to you, man.
Must be the Monday.
Happy Kwanzaa. Today is the first day of Umoja, Carlo. Umoja. It means unity. It means unity. Guys, give it up to Carlo for the 100 Canadian dollars. Salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way, but at the speed of light. Really appreciate that. Okay, you want me to keep going? What am I reading?
Listen, well, I'm just saying to you, when you have time, just go through it. It even talks about the nations that this mystery Babylon has influenced. All those great nations that just follow along with United States and just, not with the United States, but mystery Babylon, and how it has taught them, the other nations, how to do such things. And all these things you all described today to me ring so true to those scriptures. But you take your time and read over it. It may not mean anything to you.
Can I ask this something real quick? I want, are you when you talking about the world powers, I wonder, did you get taught, or you learned this, that the 7 crowns represented the 7 kingdoms and world powers that took over, and that they were in bed with? It even talks about Egypt. Yes,
Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, the Medes, and the Persian, Greeks, Rome. Yeah. Lena, you really did grow up Jehovah's Witness. I know about that. I know. About that. Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that?
Yes, I do. And the 4 bulls pulling out, the 4 horsemen that ride. I believe all of that. Yeah.
Let's say it like this, from a secular point of view. Okay, let's say it like this: if the Bible, if the Bible and there's spirituality and there's something to concern yourself with, the reality is the USA have indeed turned its back on God. That's obvious. That's obvious. We are a nation of now filth of the soul.
And I love it.
Well, actually, people better hope that religion's a pile of shit. Because if religion's real, the USA is in big trouble.
Well, security boss, do you believe? I mean, you did move. You really believe this, security boss, that America is really on a downhill?
Huh? What is there to believe? What is there? What are you questioning? Whether I don't have anything to do with it. What am I questioning? Everything it used to be. I mean, every day you get on here and you talk about, I mean, you don't talk about it from a point of view of it being going downhill, but the reality is everything you talk about is it's going downhill. You stay on the FBAs. When I was a child, we had culture. We did. Now it's something totally different. I'm gonna let you speak on it. You talk about it every day, and you've been doing this now for about, I can say about a year. You've been on it, and maybe you just feel like, you know, you just speaking and just making people knowledgeable of what's going on. But every day you talk about the downfall of it. Somebody told me the other day that a dozen of eggs is $12. Organic eggs, $12.
Depending on where you're at, yeah.
It doesn't matter. Do you know how much eggs cost? I'm just saying. Earlier today, hold on one second. Just give me a minute. Earlier today, you mentioned, someone mentioned, I think it was today, about some things we did as children. Well, things I did as children, or that I did as a child. We had culture. We did do things. It was music. And every time I hear people talk about FBA and the culture, it's always 30 years, 40 years back. It's not what's going on now. So it's almost like a joke. I mean, I get it. I grew up there too. I loved America. It made me who I am, but it's not the same place. And I think it's time for just everybody to open up their eyes and just take a look.
Quick question for Security Boss. Security Boss, you are not trying to say that South Africa is more moral than the USA, are you?
Let me before you answer that question, SB. Let me
wait a minute. Let me answer it.
Let me answer these super chats real quick. Kung Fu CJ with the $5 super chat. CT, Jesus Christ did command his disciples to arm themselves. He said, if you don't have a weapon, sell your coat to get one. Yes, he did. And Kung Fu CJ says, oh, thank you so much for the 2 super chats. Salute to you, buddy. SB, go ahead.
Okay. I have never said anything about South Africa being better or like more moral than the United States. I don't even know where that came from.
Oh, I didn't. No.
I wasn't sure
I'll
of what
tell you where
were.
it came from. If I'll tell you where it came from, it's a simple question. We agree the USA looks like a fucking Sodom and Gomorrah Okay. Now, are you trying to tell me South Africa is more moral than the USA at this time?
At this time, this current time, South Africa can be saved, but it's on its way because it's following the footsteps of the United States.
All right.
But
all right.
if the reality of it is, though, is South Africa is very developed, especially where I'm at.
I didn't say they weren't.
The people, I'm not necessarily speaking to just you. And what I found here is that I'm sorry, Steve.
Excuse me for a second. Let's bring it. Can you at least get a wine glass? I mean, the fact that you just did that. I mean, come on, man. Can you just?
Yeah, because I'm muted all the time. I cannot say it. I'm just sitting here like an ornament.
Yeah, I mean, you got a wine glass. I mean, never mind. Go ahead, security.
Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. I get it. Man.
Thanks, man. And you're muted because your mic is picking up a lot of background noise. That's
Come on by. Come on by.
Go ahead, security boss. Go ahead.
Okay,
Is he from Deutschland?
So
go ahead.
On the thought that I was just having, South Africa has its problem with crime and all types of stuff. This is true, but South Africa is also, and I'm being figurative about this, in the world of, I guess, some forms of technology, South Africa may be about 20 to 30 years behind or delayed. Not saying that they're not developed, because there's a lot of things that they're more developed in, things are ahead of. But I'm going to say in the mentality of war and hate and the lack of family and all of that. That's what I'm talking about. And they still believe in family. They are scared of guns. They don't want to kill each other per se, but there are some killings that go on. There are bad people here. I'm not saying that in any way, but they still worship God. A lot of them still worship ancestors, CT. So they still have a form of a higher being, something still that they look towards, and they say, you know what, I can hold on to this for whatever they're looking for. Spirituality. That's something. They haven't turned their backs on God.
A lot of people.
I gotta read the super chat real quick.
Too. It's still, they're one country is not better than the other. My God Almighty. Jeez.
Bobby with the $2 super chat. CT, what's your favorite cameo song? She's Strange is my favorite, and the music videos very good. She's Strange. Those are some hot women in that video too. Yeah, She's Strange. That's my favorite cameo song. She's Strange.
And to continue, I never said one was better than the other. I'm just telling you what I believe is written about the United States. So, and me moving me coming to Africa had nothing to do with, so it just doesn't, none of that equates. That's not the answer. I'm not,
why don't get all profound about it. We know that South Africa is not more moral than the USA. Not at all, not even close. They're both piles of shit going down the drain. The whole world is circling the drain right now.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I know you don't, but that's what's.
I don't believe that, and that's not what I was saying. And you asked me the question.
Show what a fool you were.
And the next time, if you can't show more respect with my answer, please don't ask me a question. Come up to your own conclusion, your whatever, conclusion. Don't ask a question if you can't handle the answer.
No, I handled the answer. You proved yourself to be a fool. That's what I was.
Brave.
No, I would not be a fool. I'm looking at you.
Brave.
You real close. You real close. I got a man in my life.
Brave.
I got a man in my life.
I could get a woman in mine at the drop of a hat, and she'd be
brave.
pretty.
Let's get security.
I got a man in my life. You need to be careful.
Okay. Leonard, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, but the bottom line up front, if it ever goes down, this is the place I'd rather be. Right here. Now, all of this God and this and that, all of this sounds real beautiful, but I find it amazing for the thousands of blacks that were eliminated during the Jim Crow and slavery era. Where was this God that don't like? And America was very Christian and extremely white. during that time period. So, you know, when they was burning them up in trees, and I don't want to get too graphic, where was Jesus? Where was Jesus then?
Now, wait, do you think those people are somehow innocent? Didn't they do that to criminals? The Arabs chop people's
I'm
heads off
talking
every
about,
day.
excuse me, sir, excuse me. I'm talking about the
Wait, you're implying those people are innocent.
Excuse me, sir, if I may.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about those that were enslaved in the United States.
Maybe they deserve it. Maybe they deserve it. Big deal.
Oh, maybe they deserve it.
Why do you think that everybody who was enslaved was somehow magically innocent? Why do you
I didn't
believe
even
that?
say that. Why are you trying to put words in my mouth that have nothing to do with what I'm saying?
No, it simply implies, but go ahead.
Well, you're implying that there weren't any
I
justifiable
can't argue against
I mean,
that.
that's like,
because
you know,
there's
now,
people that were enslaved, you
excuse me,
deserve it like
excuse
children.
me.
Children were
Excuse
enslaved.
me. I speak from personal experience. Now, all that was going on in the Middle East and the body count and all of that, I loved it. I loved it. I loved being a combat engineer. Too bad you get older and then you can't serve in the military anymore because the time runs out. But I loved it.
Back to Frank Zanu. Back to Frank Zanu and what he said. Security boss, you may not agree with this, but I certainly do. I think Frank Zanu is a prophet, a modern day prophet. He's asking,
you tell me what a prophet is. Maybe I don't know what a prophet is.
someone who is, when you see them, you adore them to the point that you view this person as very, very special. Somebody who is outside this, how can I say this without sounding absolutely crazy? Someone who's outside the cultural continuum. Like he's a different type of black man. And I've only seen this a handful of times in my life, but he's somebody that, you know, you have your father, but then you have this man, like, man, that's a great man. And I see that with him. Like he's special. And I see it with Frank Zanu. I don't know why. I see somebody who's a special person. Somebody who, when he speaks, I mean, I say the same things that he says, right? You know, but when he says it, it's something magical. It's something magical.
So are you a prophet also?
Well, come on now. You know, you already know that, security boss. I mean, let's be honest about it. I mean, come on now.
But no, getting back to Frank, I think Frank said some things too that are very enlightening. So I will agree with enlightening, but prophet, no, because I have a totally different definition of prophet. But if he made the cut for your definition of it, then I would agree. But this is something I don't see from him. I never hear him speak of any solutions. And I think that's very important, that once you've found the problem and you're able to articulate the problem, and, you know, from your point of view, you gather a group or what have you, because he's expressing himself with the other young man. I think his name is David or what have you. So now it's time for some, right. It's time for some solutions. Wouldn't you say?
Here goes the solution, right?
Okay.
Listening to a Frank Zanu, right? He poses good questions, right? And one of those questions is, why didn't the black man do A, B, and C? Well, the question I have is, you can't show that because it's a copyright. The question that I have is, anybody listening to a Frank Zanu and listening to what he's really saying, you would take it upon the listener to use the message in their real life. Like, for example, security boss, you ever ask yourself, why in every black community the majority of restaurants are Chinese restaurants?
No.
Why? Think about this. Why are the Chinese in our communities?
You don't see blacks in their
communities. You don't see blacks in their communities with businesses forcing them to eat. Think about this. What Asian community at large has blacks dominating the restaurant trade or selling little Debbies and ho-hos? When I listen to Frank Zanu, I mean, I already knew this shit growing up as a kid. I mean, I was already special. But think about this. Think about if black people stop allowing other groups of people to exploit them and dominate their communities. To me, Frank Zanu is he's radical, but you got to be kind of smart when you're listening to him, right? Think about this, security boss. Give me a black community where blacks dominate the gas stations. Think about it. Give it to me. Give me a community where blacks are in another community, and we're forcing people. You better buy our. We're forcing people to buy our gas. You're gonna buy our gas. You're gonna buy it.
No, I don't know of any. But you asked the question. I also didn't grow up in a black community where the Asian people dominated the neighborhood. So that wasn't my life. But I do wish that black people were more innovative per se. But I told you from the beginning, I think that a lot of us were in victim mode or survival mode. It just wasn't. It just didn't translate. I just think that's what plagues us and has done that for over all the years. There are some of us, for whatever reason, I don't know how, made it out. Did something different. I don't know if it was mom, dad in the household. I have no idea how some did it and some didn't. But it worked for some of us and others it didn't. So, but again, he said also that we're just like Africans over here. They're the same in America.
Security boss. Do you know how many black women I know, even to this day, they say this? I don't like getting my hair and my nails done by the blacks. They don't know how to do it right. And they go to the Korean women who don't even speak goddamn English.
Right. Imagine
if black women like on a mass stop giving their money to these people.
Again,
who don't do nothing for them. But I'm saying it may not be your life, but I hear what Frank
exactly. That's not everyone's story. Again,
I'm gonna tell you the truth behind that, CT.
But security boss, how many
more when you go to a black person?
How many black communities where black women control even things like hair, like even buying hair? Y'all like, not you, but black women love buying weave. Why not buy from another black?
We don't own the wholesale and distribution.
Why don't you hold it? Why don't you own it?
Because it comes from Vietnam.
According back in the 80s, 70s, there was a lady who actually started that whole thing based on there's a white lady who started that whole thing in America, stopped the black Americans from being able to actually have any stake in the hair industry. You know, watch this thing called Hair by Chris Rock. He did a whole thing about that.
So who's stopping you from controlling the whole hair industry?
The government that actually stopped black companies, black Americans from being able to get distribution.
What's the name of this policy that says black women can't wait a minute. What is hold on for a second. Seriously, think about it. What is the name of the policy that says this? What is the name of the policy? Who wrote the policy? Who said that? Let me just finish asking the question for the audience. Who wrote the policy? What is the name of the policy? What year that says, I'm just going to paraphrase, black women are not allowed to participate in the global hair trade? I would love to see that policy. Where's the policy?
So CT, let me say this to you. It's possible that black women, and I'm assuming we're talking like what, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, maybe 70s. What year are you speaking of? Because it's possible that black women were mostly when they were able to become more liberated, working and things, they were more teachers and nurses and instead of business owners. That's something that came about much later. And there was a time when black women were married, and I don't think that many households, husbands and wives would allow or push their wives to be business owners. But then also, we were very big in going to college, becoming professors and things of that nature for a while, those ones that we would consider to be successful. So it wasn't always about owning a business. It was more about family. So then there came a time when the hair business or what have you, the weave, all that came on the scene. I just think that now black women are becoming, business owners and selling hair and have gotten into that business. But for our time, we were more so into families, nurses, going to college, doing things of that nature. It was something different. It was more so family than being a business owner. This is just my thoughts.
Can I say
So we're
something real
just a
quick?
little delayed.
One reason why we don't have monopoly in the hair industry, even though we're the main ones purchasing it, it comes from India and the temple. What they do is donate their hair. They have the monopoly. It's the temples in India. They donate the hair. They shave. I forgot the ritual or whatever, and that's where hair comes from. If we were selling our own hair and stuff to each other, getting hair, we could have a monopoly. But the fact that it's actually their own hair and it's going to the temples and the money, that's one reason why that we don't have this monopoly.
Why not duplicate the system in Africa? Why not duplicate the system in Africa? Get women to donate their hair in Africa and sell it in America.
I agree. It's some, but I have to admit, the population and the type of hair that American Black women want isn't.
Why do they want Indian hair? Why don't they want black hair?
Indians do not.
No, hold on. Whoa. Genesis. Think about it. It's about 500 million black women globally. Well, why don't you mean to tell me we can't duplicate the system? This is a question that Frank Zanu would ask.
Genetically, we don't have the hair.
Why don't y'all duplicate the same system and sell hair to each other, to other blacks? Why do y'all want Indian women hair?
Oh, now this is where the self-hate come in. I'm gonna get real with you. Even if you look up, I'll be real. We real on
I don't
here.
even know why you bother to have the conversation. You want what you want.
Even if you look up, one thing about Indian hair is very resilient and heat resistant.
And black women hair isn't resilient.
Not to the state like.
I'm not a woman, but my beautiful West African hair isn't resilient to the sun.
It looks like a clown hair.
It can take some heat. It can take a lot of heat. But it will shrivel real quick. But our hair is more heat resistant than a lot. If you look it up,
CJ is marvelous.
Whoa, there's a
racist. If you look it up, they tell you Indians have the best hair on the planet. If you look it up.
But the question is, why aren't
I'm not sure about that.
Why aren't black women
they have
proud
the best
enough?
hair? Yes, and it's very thick.
Lena, the question is, why aren't black women dominating the hair trade? Why not just buy hair from your own people? Be proud. I'm proud of my hair, regardless of what Brave said. And I don't give a shit what Brave said. From my perspective, I have a full, robust hair. I don't give a shit what Brave says about my hair. I'm proud of
I wish I had hair like that.
I'm saying about your hair. I'm saying about your hair.
I love to finish talking. Why does everybody? I'm proud about my hair.
Cutting off their hair.
I'm not talking about.
Can I finish talking? Can I finish talking, guys? Please, for the can I finish talking without being cut off, please? Can I finish talking? Can I finish talking? I'm proud of my hair. I don't give a goddamn what Brave says. To me, it's just funny. The question is, Lena, DJ Genesis, why do y'all wear these other races of people hair? Why not just wear your own goddamn hair and control your own goddamn hair trade?
There you go.
Not you. Not. God damn it! I'm talking about. Go ahead, Lena. Go ahead.
I don't even know why we got into that because Korean beauty supplies. It's not only about hair; it's about also the products. The products are and Koreans were the only ones that had access to the products to actually wholesale them into the stores. And
but why not duplicate the process in Africa? Why not get a whole bunch of African chicks to cut their damn hair, take their hair, and sell their hair in America to black women and just purchase their hair?
Good luck with that.
Or you just don't want to wear the hair that grows out of your head.
Woo. Well, in order to have that longer hair, you have to probably go to like the Sudan or Somalia or Ethiopia, North
Africa.
So you saying that black women don't like their natural hair and want to wear another race?
Practice that like shaves your hair off from the root whenever you feel a bad thing going on. So that's a part of Hindu culture that if you're having a certain age date or whatever time, they shave people's hair off and then they donate or give that to the temple and the temple sends it to a beauty supply store.
Isn't this
it's a practice.
Isn't this kind of proving Zanu's point that the black, like historically our ancestors we never loved each other enough. We never gave a shit about each other. And this kind of proves the point. Why don't y'all love your own hair? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why not just wear your own goddamn hair and call it a day?
I used to love my hair until I came up with a skin condition. But also, I was going to also mention something about the reason why black women don't go to other black women for nails and stuff. Like we do a good job of styling, and the nail is top tier. When they do the nail, it's the pedicures. A lot of black women do not do pedicures. When you go to the black nail shops, they don't do pedicures. That's why they go to the Asians.
What?
That's actually what's happening. Yes, a lot of them do not do.
What part of
Sorry, chaotic truth.
pedicure.
If sorry, obviously I've been quiet. If I may, I've just seen the title of the video, which is "Why didn't Africa colonize the world?" If I may, it's a simple reason. And don't take this wrong way. It's because Africa at the time was not powerful enough. At the end of the day,
Oh no shit!
Yeah, they never. We know that. They never had the infrastructure. They never had the
They didn't have bullets.
Go ahead, Mr. Stinky Bro. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, they never had the infrastructure. Also, Christianity was obviously rife in Europe, so it made a community that was discarded but come together. You know what I mean? Whereas in Africa, it was sort of people fighting other people and things like that. It was just blatantly. Do you know what I mean? It was. Africa wasn't prepared, and obviously the Navy as well. But Africa was just not prepared for the Industrial Revolution. That's the simple thing. When technology came, Africa was not. They were not prepared for it.
Or they were taking away the opportunity.
I beg your pardon?
Or they were taking away the opportunity.
Let me read these super chats. GB says, CT, you have nappy hair. Yeah, and I love my nappy hair. Give me a second here. Long shot beat says, CT, they get their hair from dead bodies. Yikes. Samuel says, be brave thinks 4C stands for clowns. Go ahead, security.
Clowns, jokers, whatever.
Go ahead, security boss.
I'm just wondering how in the world you went all the way to the so this whole thing was about black people owning businesses. Is that what that was about?
No, it's about what Zanu is saying. Man, this dude.
I mean, but is that what he was saying, that we should own businesses?
It's about a global way of thinking. And I think that's what
but what are you comparing it to? What are you comparing it to? What?
Why don't we
security
boss? Why
don't you?
Why don't we eat jollof? Why don't we eat jollof rice as a community in America?
I have no idea. But no, go back. What are you comparing it to? You're making a statement as though all Asians have a hair business. All Asian women.
I'm not making
Asian women.
the statement.
Well,
the statement
kind of are, because I'm gonna tell you why. I know several.
I'm not making.
Listen, let me say this. I know several black-owned hair salons. The ladies sell their own hair. They have suites. A black girl does my nails and toes. Did it before I even left America. Black people were doing all these things for me.
You, security boss. You have you are not the kind of person that Zanu is talking about. Neither am I.
Okay, so guess what? That means
the majority of our people historically, they view non-blacks as almost like a god-like race. And that's what I really believe Zanu is really trying to get at here. You got to really think, why didn't we conquer people? Like, why do we always do things? To me personally, if I'm listening to Zanu, you could interpret it any way you want, right? The way I interpret it is this: why didn't blacks build any seaworthy vessels and go up into Europe or go up into the Middle East and inflicting our will on people? This is a really good ass question. And what
they would have lost.
Man,
are you saying basically that
how do we know that? See, maybe they would have.
I can tell you. The Mongolians. Okay,
but Ivan, think about it. If you're able to build a seaworthy vessel, that means that you're able to build at a large scale and you understand engineering at a high level. The fact that you could build that shit means that your culture has reached a level of civilization building. So who's to say what they would have done if they went into these places? I get what he's saying, but what I'm saying, security boss, overall is Zanu is basically saying it's never going to change. It's never going to change unless you change your mind frame.
I think
SBU, you literally had DJ Genesis say that a black man invented the fighter jet. Don't you see how crazy this sounds? The black man didn't invent no goddamn fighter jet. We lied to ourselves.
It was a German.
Are we gonna lie to ourselves in the 500 years from now?
I did not say the white man invented the fire.
Are we gonna continue to lie to ourselves and lie about inventions and innovations too? Or are we gonna actually do the shit?
I think what Kate's saying.
Are we gonna?
Sorry,
Here's the question, security boss. You
Yeah.
literally have men who call into the security boss. You literally have black men who call into this channel and they cry victim all day long, and they cry and they cry and they cry victimhood. All you got to do is start with little things. Instead of giving the Chinese your money, why don't you buy jollof rice instead of buying basmati rice or Chinese rice? If you want to start, if you really want to start ridding yourself of from these powers that be, it starts with the little things. Why not name your kid an African name? Like Afro Nerd, right? I bet you Afro Nerd, if he had a kid, he would name his kid after a white person. All you got to do is, hey, if you really want to fight white supremacy, why don't you name your kid a black African name? Get him a West African name and call it a fucking day.
Chaotic truth. I may be wrong. Are you trying to say?
Yeah, y'all gotta stop cutting me off, please, man.
Sorry, I do apologize. I'm trying to get in there.
Think about this, right? If you really want to, like, no, security boss, I know you're a super Christian, ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you really want to rid yourself, yes, if you really want to rid yourself of white people and what they or Arabs or whatever, well, why don't you just practice one of the West African spiritual based systems? This I get what Zanu is talking about. I get what he's saying. To me, this is what makes him a prophet. Go ahead, security boss.
Was that a valid question to me? Because 85% of people in South Africa identify as Christian, and guess what? Christianity, being a Christian is not a white religion per se. It is not. So you need to stop saying that too. I don't know where that came from. Probably anyway. But listen, I got a bone to pick with you.
Okay, but first, before you do that, security boss.
Okay.
If it's not a white religion, who dominates the Christian church?
I'm going to say this again. South Africa identifies 85% as followers of Christ. South Africa is 85% black. 85% black in South Africa. So if you just do the numbers, that would mean I don't know where it's dominating at.
I'm not arguing with you about religion, but I am saying this.
I'm just doing
what
the
is
numbers.
The largest Christian church on the planet?
The
Catholic Church.
I listen. I don't know. I'm not going to
I'm not trying to make it a religious argument. I'm just asking the question.
I've been in South Africa. They're Catholic.
Security boss. What is the largest Christian church on the planet?
I understand what you said, but I'm not getting into that because I don't necessarily believe that either. So I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to answer as that to be true. I'm talking about people who follow. I'm talking about people who follow Christ.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I ask? You're not going to let me ask mine?
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
My question to you is, most of the time, you are stating that you don't want to accept history the way most people are telling it.
Sure.
This is UCT. Most of the time you don't. But for the purpose of Zanu, you taking everything he say as, okay, this is how it really was. And there's no other generation of people or group of people or another, people on the left side, right side, they weren't doing something else. What he's saying is basically the majority of the people. But then you will say to me here, oh, not you, SB, and not me. So that means that this may not be exactly the way it looks, right? Doesn't that say that? Or are you saying no, not when it comes to him?
I'm not knocking what you're saying about the whole history thing, but in the present day, we have tangibles that we can see. When we go to the airport, those planes, where were those planes made at? Who manufactured that plane? Who manufactured the car? That's what I'm saying.
So that's what I'm asking. That's the point I'm making to you. Are you saying it's important that a black person were to make a fire jet like Genesis said? Is that what you're saying? It's important for that to have happened. No, they didn't do that, but they did do a lot of other things. If you want to go back into our history, black person has been responsible for creating a lot of other things. So what is the point? Is of now or then? What's your point about that?
The point
I told you from the beginning, I think that they are operating, a lot of us, with victim mentalities and also in survival mode. And if you're indeed operating in survival mode, You're not even thinking of recycling or picking up trash. Actually, Zanu talked about maintenance also. He said that too. So I'm still trying to gather what's your point. I think everybody has, they're working together, whether we want to believe it or not. And the mentality is very important. And you see the mentality right here on your panel. You see it. It's quite obvious. It's quite obvious. So, I mean, but guess what? This only represents a small group of people. Tomorrow, you may have a different group on your panel. Afro Nerd is not here. So tomorrow, it might be somebody different saying something different. So, okay, I'm sorry.
Let's Sticky Bro get in. Sticky Bro, what's up, man? Go ahead.
You need to be. How are you doing? You're right. Yeah. Just basically, what I'm saying is, I think what you were saying, Chaotic Truth, was the fact that it's about creating the curve rather than following the curve. Do you know what I mean? The innovation is it's about creating something rather than following it, and also to do with Christianity and stuff like that. No, it is it was a major European religion that came to Africa through missionaries and people like that. It wasn't created in Africa. There was no stem from it in Africa. It was completely a European thing that was brought over there. So that's basically it. It was just, that's all I was saying. But it's to do with the innovation and stuff like that. At the end of the day, it's mainly Europeans that brought innovation to the world.
Mainly Europeans that brought innovation to the world. So even though whatever European innovation is even younger than the older innovations that Africans have brought. So there was innovation.
What innovations did you bring, ma'am?
You're probably talking about like spiritual and tribal things like that before.
No, I'm talking about buildings. I'm talking about fractal design.
There were no buildings, ma'am. Mud huts are not really buildings.
No, there's no. I mean, there were actual fractal buildings. What are you talking about,
ma'am? What technology? Let me ask you a question. What technology did people with nappy hair? Don't take offense to this, Steve. Nappy hair.
No, I have
the noses, the lips. Yeah. No. It's not a bad thing. What evidence is there that people with those noses, those lips, and that hair? I'm not putting aside the skin color. Were anywhere managed to develop technology to cross the Sahara Desert, which is the size of the United States, and go to other places? With what technology?
So
how did you cross the Sahara Desert? Tell us. No, I'm curious. How did you cross the desert?
Interrupting me, bro. You're going to ask me a question, and I'm answering.
No, go ahead.
I'll answer the question. Okay. So the Nubians, all right, were a part of the actual. The whole aspect of Kemet and Nubia were one. The whole Egyptian empire.
You are not Egyptian, ma'am. Nappy-headed Bantus came from West Africa, Central Africa. You're not Egyptian. You're Bantu.
No, they migrated from Sudan, sir.
Those are not Bantus. Oh,
no,
Lord.
they actually migrated from Nubia and then went over into Europe. They were not always there.
Talking to female pro-wax is more exhausting than the male ones, my lord.
Well,
ma'am.
Talking to you that
ma'am. Why do you have those lips? Where did those lips and that nose came from? Your nose and those lips. Where they from?
Listen, where does your fucking hook nose come from?
Well, I'm glad you answered that. The Tracians were the very first humans. My ancestors from Trace were the very first humans on the planet 9,000 years ago to develop to process gold.
The very first humans on the earth?
No, I said the very first humans on the planet who processed gold were the ancient Tracians, where I'm from.
No, actually, if you do some research, you'll find that gold was...
That is the research, ma'am. That is the research.
Genesis.
And just because you can talk loud on your loud-ass fucking mic does not mean you're right. So whatever.
Miss Genesis.
Yep.
Miss Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
If someone's not respecting
we're not going to the
you, don't
Anunnaki,
give
are
them
we?
time.
Chaotic, Jesus, if we go there.
Yeah,
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Miss Genesis.
Yeah.
Look, you see this as a negative. Just a second. You probably see this as a negative. I don't see this as a negative. Blacks can live in sub-Saharan Africa. That's not a bad thing. You probably should be there. If you're happy there, you should be there.
Listen, blacks live
Miss
all over
Genesis.
Africa, sir.
Go ahead,
you were not in the north. You didn't cross the desert. You were not in the north. The Berbers and the Amazighs were not black. The Egyptians weren't black.
Okay, show me some proof of that. Show me proof.
Go to Morocco. Go to Tunisia and tell me what those people look like. Go to Algeria. That's Northern Africa.
And listen,
They were always there, man. That's who they were.
what you're allowed.
Actually, that is history, man. Northern Africa wasn't a bunch of shit.
The Egyptians are more Eastern European than they are African.
Yes. Thank you for saying that, broski.
First of all, you guys didn't even fucking exist.
Actually, we did. You're the ones who did not exist outside of sub-Saharan Africa, my lord. Stop with the yelling. We get it. You're an.
All y'all fucking mud puppies didn't.
I understand that bliggers are upset about this, but my lord, there's nothing wrong with being in sub-Saharan Africa. That's where you're from. You were nowhere else. Northern Africa wasn't you. It was Berbers and Amazighs. Your precious Kemet was named.
Before there were Berbers, there were actual Nubians. Stop it.
No, the indigenous population of Northern Africa were the Berbers. You're pretty much.
Ivan, I don't think you're trying to be disrespectful. You're just telling facts. And
yeah, I know.
Some people accept facts, and some people can't accept facts.
You guys want to believe that you guys are.
I know, broski.
That's where I'm from.
Yeah. People. You're not. I'm sorry. Just because you can talk loud does not mean you're right. You're not ancient people. We were ancient people, sir.
How were you ancient? What language? What written system did you have? What
CT.
written language did you have?
Yes.
I maybe I heard it wrong, but did he just call her? Did he just call her?
Bligger.
What exactly?
It's the
That's
N
not
word.
acceptable. That's not acceptable.
It really is, but at least he said.
No, it
Bligger.
is not. No, it's not. Why would that be acceptable for anybody?
Well, I mean, people listen. If she wanted to call him a hunky, I wouldn't mind it. Or
Okay, I'm just going to come off for a sec while I smoke. Yeah.
You guys a bunch of fucking Neanderthals that came from monkeys recessive.
But hold on.
Fucking.
I'm getting ready to go because that's too much. I mean, see,
I'll get rid of Ivan. Hold on.
Get out of here.
You
Take it away.
I'll get rid of Ivan. Hold on. You stay SB. I'll get rid of Ivan. Okay, Ivan. I'll see you later, man. I'll see you later, Ivan. You stay SBU.
Oh, CT better yet. This is her husband. I think we've had enough today. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I'll see you
care.
soon.
Take care.
Thank you so much. You guys, DJ Genesis. This is what Zanu is talking about. When you don't control your own destiny, other people will rewrite it and write it for you. That's what he's talking about. That's what I'm trying to convey here. I get it. SBU's a Christian. Nothing wrong with that. But could you imagine if the blacks inflicted their religion onto people? You wouldn't even have this kind of conversation. You understand what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't even have this type of conversation.
It's crazy to me. I'm like, okay, well, you guys have been able to rewrite history of what y'all think it is. Okay,
let me just ask one question.
Civilization started with y'all crack.
DJ Genesis, if you listen to what Zanu was talking about, imagine. Let's assume these people did rewrite history, but imagine if our religion, our original religion, was spread throughout the planet. They couldn't really rewrite it if you had continuous institutions inside of this religion. See, the thing about the white man,
our religion was more verbal. No, it was an oral tradition.
Let me finish talking, please. Let me finish talking, please. Let me finish talking, please. See, the one thing about the white man, and this is why I like Zanu. The white man is very good at record keeping and keeping in logs. You can go back to the first pope because the white man said, "Hey, man, we're gonna just record all this shit." Now, supposedly, right? What the black man didn't do, and Ivan even brought it up, even language. We never even had a goddamn language in Africa that was our own to record history, to record dates, to record events. Everything is all oral based and shit. This is the beauty of Zanu. Zanu is asking these beautiful questions, man. They are uncomfortable. I'm telling you, even security, they're uncomfortable as fuck. But this is why I love that man. Not in a do funny way, but in an adoration way. This white man is going throughout the world, is doing whatever he wants to do, making up laws and making up shit. And here goes the black man. We never had any continuous institutions. That's why whites can just question, black history. Anything you say, even the Egyptian thing, clearly we can see that the goddamn Sphinx has a bell pepper nose. But because the black man never was a steward of his own goddamn history, white man and any other man could just make shit up or say, well, we're the white man and we say this. That's the difference. That's what Zanu was talking about. I'm telling you, man,
like incredible history. Like Africa was white.
DJ Genesis.
All right.
DJ Genesis. I get that security boss, she has a very loving spirit. But imagine if the black man had fighter jets and submarines with nuclear shit on them. Man, that'd change the game.
Go ahead and do it.
Too many blacks are too nice. Like security boss. There's a lot of blacks like that. They're just so nice. They're so nice. They don't even look at it. They don't even look at the real, like they are just they can participate in the global arm race. But what's preventing that? This is what Zanu is talking about. Their own hair. That's why they get the Indian woman's hair.
I agree with
essentially saying it about the entire race. Why don't black women get that? Why don't black women in large groups get their own hair? It's because we have a problem. We don't love ourselves. That's why if a Brave said nappy hair, it triggers people. I don't give a goddamn what Brave says about my hair because I know my hair is beautiful. But the masses of black people don't think like that.
Right.
They don't think like that. I'm telling you. Hear me out for a minute. They don't think like that. And I really believe this is one of the reasons why other groups of people look at us and they see weakness. Look how we react just to words. To words. It's the most insane thing to me. To words. Okay. I wouldn't give a goddamn what anybody said.
Okay, when do I get to talk? Pretty quick here after no. Okay, first of all, CT, I didn't say anything about no goddamn nappy hair. I was just commenting on that.
Brave, I'm brave. I'm just brave.
No, let me say this. God damn it.
You have the feelings?
No, I didn't want to talk about nappy hair, bro.
Brave, we're talking about you.
No, I want to say something. Yes, you did. You brought me up and said you assigned something to me that I didn't say. I wasn't worried about your type of hair. I was talking about the goofy fucking looking style you got. That's a big difference from the type of hair or talking about the way you wear it.
No, I did
not comment on the style of hair or the 4-3 or nothing.
Brave, okay, whether okay, Brave, even okay.
Well, so fucking quote me accurately.
You commented on the hairstyle.
I only have one goal.
Keep it at that.
Brave, okay, I'm gonna clarify this again.
Thank you. God damn it.
I'm gonna clarify this. Let me say this again.
All right.
The hairstyle that I have chosen is from a black mindset. I don't give a goddamn what you say. That's okay. How about that, Brave? Okay, there we go, Brave. There we go. And what I'm saying is that this is one of the reasons why DJ Genesis. Okay, Brave. This is one of the reasons why people don't like JP. People historically have never been used to black people saying, "Hey, it's what I say." That's what it is. So, okay, I'll be clear, Brave.
Thank you.
This hairstyle, I think it's a black hairstyle, and I love the way it goes. I love doing my thing. I don't care what you say.
I got you.
And I'm just trying to say, okay, so yeah, okay. You didn't say the whole nappy thing. I got you, Brave. Okay, let's clarify.
Right. God damn it.
Okay.
Well, that's a somebody's worried about hairs. Now let me say something.
Actually, I mentioned your lips.
Let me say something else right quick. I hate to break this to everybody, but if you look around the fucking planet, it's quite obvious that blacks don't have the fucking brain power that the whites have. Period. God damn it.
You know why, Brave?
Well, I don't give a fuck why. I'm talking about right here and now.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. Yeah, hold on for a second.
Brain power.
Hold on, Brave. Speak Radio with the $10 super chat. A simple Google search destroys all Ivan's talking points. Also, the Saharan desert wasn't always a desert. Also, the Arab Muslims invaded northern Africa between 600 and 700 AD, but whites don't read either.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. They brought Islam with them. The Saudi Arabs don't have the population to magically replace all of northern Africa. They don't. The Berbers are not genetically Arab. The Iraqis are not genetically Arab, even though they're considered Arab because they've taken the culture and the religion, the language. Hold on a second, you fat ass! For fuck's sake!
See, you already, Ivan. See, bro, you come on, man. Jesus Christ!
Listen, the dude been talking loud as fuck. I got a headache. He's loud as hell. Turn your mic down, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, hold on a second.
No,
I'm trying to be nice here, and this lady, this person, is cutting me off all the time.
Turn it down a little bit. You're loud as fuck.
Okay, find me evidence that the Arabs have the population to magically genetically replace all of northern Africa or the Middle East, where the Iraqis who claim to be Arabs are not. They're Kurdish, really. The Persians, they didn't change the population of the Persians. They didn't really change the population of the Egyptians or the Moroccans or any of that. They simply brought Islam with them because they were fractured in small tribes. When they brought Islam to them, one small tribe conquered another tribe and went on and on and on like this. In fact, the Arabs have their own alphabet. They wrote their own history. They don't hide these things. They never said, nowhere in history does it say the Arabs genetically replaced Moroccans or Algerians or Tunisians anywhere. Lord. Go ahead.
Let's get
that whole time
Warden.
Africa was called Ethiopia, by the way.
Let's get Warden in. What up, Warden? Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I just had to let my phone charge for a bit and stuff. But
Go ahead, buddy.
as most of us knows, you know about the trans-Saharan slave trade?
Yeah. Oh, you talking about
Yeah,
Ivan?
is it? Well,
Yeah, of
in
course,
general,
yeah.
everybody should know what the trans-Saharan slave trade is. Saying when the Middle East came and pretty much enslaved the Africans of the North, right?
They didn't really enslave them. They enslaved the non-believers.
Okay.
The caliphate, if you're talking about the Umayyad caliphate, that wasn't, the people in charge may have been genetically Arab, but the population wasn't. The Saudi Arabia and what you see today, the actual real Arabs who are genetically Arab are only in Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, places like that. Yemen as well. They don't have the population to magically change the demographics. They
So
really
is
don't.
there a race question?
That's what happened with a lot of mixing and those that stayed over here mixed with. It's just that's all it pretty much is. The same thing with the European transatlantic slave trade. It's a lot of mixing. That's all it is.
Warden, what do you get at, Warden?
Is there a race?
It's a lot of people who just don't really understand. All of it is just a bunch of mixing.
Okay, let me
And
get
a
this
bunch
straight.
of
Do you
people
believe
staying
that-
over. That's what migration is.
So you
That's what
believe
everything's called
1,000 years
migration.
ago? Okay, hold on, just a second. So 1,000 years ago, a bunch of nappy-headed people with the noses and the lips of CT. This is not an offensive way to. I'm trying not to be offensive here. They were all living in northern Africa, and they magically changed to what you see are the Moroccans and Algerians of today. Because I know Moroccans in real life. I met them in France, and I spoke to one of them in a stadium a few
Do you
weeks
know
ago.
the Moroccans of now, or do you know the Moroccans of?
Yeah. Well,
then?
those are the same people. The Berbers, the Amazighs, they're indigenous to that place, bro. They have the same climate there as in Spain and Italy.
You know,
None of
there's
those places.
look just like CT.
I've seen extremely
You do
dark
realize
people.
It snows there. It snows there.
Do you know
I've seen
They're bromoids. So we call them
DJ.
bromoids.
DJ, let me handle this. I got it. I've seen extremely dark people because myself, I've went there. I went to Egypt.
Yeah,
I've stayed there. It's a lovely place. I love it. A little bit too hot for me, but it is what it is. But I've seen extremely dark people that are telling me otherwise. I've spoken with other people, and they know about the trans-Saharan slave trade through family
Yeah,
stories and
they
stuff.
castrated the slaves. Actually, the Arabs were
Yeah.
pretty smart. They castrated
Well,
the slaves. Make sure they don't leave
slavery is slavery. Period.
That makes them smart. That's what I'm saying. It makes them smart. You castrate
Well, I
the slaves to
say-
make sure they don't leave any descendants. That's smart.
Well, there's still some people there that
So,
fought back.
Yeah, a minority.
Yeah.
Okay, question. When did Algeria become so white? When did that happen? I have not a clue. When did that happen?
Who are you asking?
Nobody really has the answer to that, bro.
Well,
No,
okay.
I don't know who.
So nobody knows when Algeria became white?
Listen, a lot of people attach themselves
France.
to Northern Africa because they had more success, quote unquote. At least in the eyes of the public, Northern Africa is supposedly more successful than the sub-Saharans. Me personally,
Well,
Islam
yeah, it
is a fairly
says
global
apparently
affair, but
Algeria was colonized in 1830, 1848 by the French.
Yeah.
So that's the answer to your question. That's when it became more white.
Okay, got it.
Did the French magically change the demographics in the 1800s?
In Northern Africa, what does that have that Southern Africa doesn't have? What is that? more European influence.
Yeah,
Am I right?
That's what they're seeking.
Well, no, I wouldn't say more European.
Okay,
I would
let
say
me ask you
more
this: have you ever had a
Arab.
conversation?
Well, before colonization.
Have you ever
It's
spoken
true.
to or had a conversation with actual Berbers and Amazighs from Algeria, Tunisia, or Morocco? Putting the Egyptians aside. Have you ever met those people?
Morocco. I've actually met with somebody that was from Morocco. I don't know if he was a Berber, but he was taking a trip to Egypt. But he didn't really tell me. Yeah, it was a short conversation. It wasn't very long. I couldn't really ask him a lot of questions that we asked him, so we didn't really have a long conversation.
Gotcha.
But I believe because he did have certain clothing that I would more relate to the Berbers in that situation.
Yeah, and the Berbers look like the people that live here, that live in Morocco today.
Well, it was kind of, I would say, he looked more my skin color in that sense. He didn't really look like me. He looked like he was mixed between Arab and African. That's how I would describe him.
Okay, every time they do genetic tests, you do realize the Berbers are their own ethnic group.
I know it's not actual people, but I'm talking about from actual geographical standpoint.
KBM, you gotta get on camera, man. KBM, you gotta get on camera, bro.
Pakistanis have the same skin color as you, or do you think you're more genetically related to Pakistanis?
No, because then there are Pakistanis that are extremely, extremely light. So I can't really say that because there'll be a lot of mixing.
Yeah, but it's also hot in there
man.
too. Isn't the argument that it's supposedly hot over there that somehow it makes them all?
That doesn't really matter because they're, do you know
Well, that's
Lesotho?
the whole point.
But Lesotho is literally a mountain located in South Africa. That's pretty much in the mountains where there was tribes there. So it doesn't really matter. And they were extremely dark. That's what they like. They like
South Africa,
extremely cold weather. It's strange. It's strange to me. But
Chaotic. I don't know where the stream goes. It seems to have gone off fucking point from what I've seen originally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was the fact of why isn't Africa done that? This lady here, I understand totally what she's doing. She's trying to defend, you know what I mean, herself and obviously her race and stuff like that. And I've got no against anyone, but facts are facts.
Well,
You know what I mean?
The Berbers.
well, you have to say some things. There were African kingdoms.
Mr. Stinky Bro. Mr. Stinky Bro, let me tell you something real quick, bro. If you went up to a pack of Jesus Christ. Oh God.
You're gonna say Pakistani?
No, I was gonna say never mind. If you went up to a
you can say
Arabs,
Paki. I say
if
Paki
if you went up to a group of Arabs and started talking to them about the Orisha, they'd look at you like you crazy. You know what the fuck you talking about? If you were to tell them that that's a black spirituality, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? If you were to go up to some goddamn East Indians and tell them you're gonna start speaking Yoruba, they'll look at you like you fucking crazy. Zanu is basically saying the black man has never ever implemented his will on the planet, and I agree with him. That's all I've been saying for the past few hours, man.
Didn't have the brains to.
Maybe not.
That's all I'm saying.
Maybe that's it, but I know what you're saying. It's not.
They got all the resources in the planet, the resources they have, and look where they're at. Sorry, that's the lack of brain.
It's their own identity. Is what you're saying, chaotic. It's the own identity. Say, this is what I am.
Oh, we were
Sorry,
all
chaotic.
in Northern Egypt and stuff.
Do you know what I mean? Sorry.
And Ethiopians and Nubia and all that
God,
stuff.
does she ever shut up?
Hold on for a
minute. You ever shut up?
I know you're triggered because you're uneducated.
I'm not triggered. It's like, bro, you.
Yeah, you are. We can tell.
You don't even know what
You
the hell
yell
you're
like a typical Blackistani woman.
No, I'm yelling because you've been yelling the whole time, but you're
I'm
loud.
not. Actually, I'm speaking very calmly.
But you had the mic real loud up and turned up real super loud.
With all due respect, I think she wants history to be what she wants history to be.
No, I want you to
what I mean?
like actually do some research into where the maps of Africa, when that aspect of Africa was called Ethiopia. You guys are only like talking about what you want.
Ma'am, the Greeks only saw Ethiopians. They never saw your kind. You got nappy hair, big lips, nose. All those features came from sub-Saharan Africa, ma'am.
Okay, because that's the only time that you guys even existed is recently. There was time
we existed way longer. Science proves me.
You're trying to say that you existed before
Chaotic Matt Harfez has been waiting to talk for ages.
before blacks existed in Africa. That you're northern.
I don't give a damn about blacks in Africa. I care about my own people. Who gives a shit
Right,
about blacks?
so that's why you're trying to rewrite history, even though I can show
I'm not. I'm just saying the facts.
The
You don't have a written language. So what history? What written language do you have? Type your name in the chat. I'll donate $1,000 if you type your name in the chat using the West African indigenous alphabet. Go ahead, type something in the chat.
There are multiple ones, right?
in Africa.
There are multiple languages.
Why is it you want to make it only white? Because you want to feel superior.
Oh,
Just like there are multiple European
I don't
languages.
care. Listen, I just said, ma'am. I even said blackies are good in Africa. You should stay there. You should stay there. You find happiness there. I'm all for that. Advocate that.
Real quick.
Africa's a continent.
Let's get
You want to break it up into pieces.
Go ahead,
Stop
buddy.
it.
Feast, go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and Merry Christmas belated. I just want to say just a caveat. Although the Chinese and the Japanese never really dominated the world, they had their own empires, but really it was in Southeast Asia. Apart from the Mongols, the Japanese and the Chinese never really conquered the world in the way you could say the Romans or the Persians or Byzantine and so on and so forth. So. But then you don't claim that the Chinese are not intelligent, that the Japanese are not innovative. It's so that why is it about the African? Maybe the Africans just simply conquered their own continent and they just never really went out of their own continent. And apart from maybe North Africans, and that's a bit of a mix between what we consider blacks and
there were Berbers and Arabs, bro. Come on.
The title of the actual YouTube is "Why Didn't Africa?"
They're not your race, you goddamn it.
It's more of what have we bought for them that they've given to us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I say the majority of them must say they have their own country, Mongolia. They say there's millions of descendants, and in China.
But what I mean is, it all really depends. Like when you're saying what benefits they brought, nobody's really talking about, the Mongols gave us this, the old Life of Brian. What did the Mongols ever do for us? But it's just, I don't see that their footprint within modern society. I see the Romans. Christ, I walk on Roman roads in London to this day. So you can see the footprints of the Romans, even the Persians to some extent.
So
I don't really see the footprint of Mongols.
With all due respect, bro. So you're Muslim, obviously, and
no, I'm not.
You're not Muslim.
I'm an atheist.
You're an atheist. Okay, that's fine. I thought you were.
Atheist.
I thought you were Muslim. You got me.
But I am from the Middle East.
Okay, you're from the Middle East.
Be careful doing that. Be careful doing that over there.
I'm never careful.
Be very careful.
I'm just not a Muslim. I'm just not Muslim.
Yeah, just be very careful saying that while you over there.
Well, there was something that Javed said that was. I'm going now. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute, Javed, because you said that 2 or 3 people dominated the globe. Nobody's ever dominated the globe other than the white man. The globe, the regions,
Well, the globe as we know it, but the old world, yes.
Never fuck this shit, man. I swear to God, CT.
I don't know why people cut people off, bro. They cut me off.
No, but you're shifting the goalposts.
I'll make it quick. Fuck. Hafez, you said that 2 or 3 people conquered the globe, and I'm going, wait a minute, the globe is too big of a word. I get if you said they conquered large areas of the planet, but nobody's ever conquered the globe except one group of people, and that's whites.
Yeah, but because the last of the empires was
I don't care. I just said
Britain,
the point. This is my
and
point.
now
You said 2 or 3 people conquered the
yeah,
globe.
but
No,
but be brave. You got to realize from the ancient world's perspective, the world.
I don't care. I'm talking about
was
real world. I'm talking about real world.
Dude, I'm talking about people who didn't even have an idea, the concept of a globe as a planet.
Let him finish, Brave. Let him finish, Brave.
I get it. I get what you're saying. You
Brave,
said
I know
that people have conquered the globe.
finish.
You could have said they conquered their area of the planet. I get it. You said 2 or 3 people have conquered the globe. That's terribly false.
Okay.
That's
I will for you. I will
the
rephrase.
fucking globe.
I will rephrase. The world, as people knew the world, would be 2 or 3, people, which would be the Mongols, the Persians, and the Romans. Those were pretty much the ones that conquered the world as they knew it. Whilst the globe, yes, there was no concept of a globe, so no, people didn't know the globe.
Whitey. One group
I think there's a big difference between conquering and influencing as well. Can we say that? There's conquering and then there's
I'll wrap up with
influencing.
this. I'll wrap up because I got to get going here. But listen, this boils down to one thing, folks. You got to really be courageous with this. Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck how you look at it. And you just go by your own eyes, but look around you and the planet everywhere. Now go to Africa, folks. This is about fucking brain power that is non-existent of those people. That's what this is. And we're all so goddamn afraid to say it that it's sickening because it's not even that horrible of a thing. It's just the reality. It's brain power. That's why they're there in Africa, still living in the goddamn dirt. I don't give a shit about colonization. I don't give a about any of that. They could still be farther ahead than they are. It is fucking collective brain power.
I'd like to turn around chaotic and say that Brave is just set.
we got it down.
Thank you so much, Brave.
All righty. See you later, buddy.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, he's as right as you could possibly be. And one of them people.
But there are cities there.
Change that guy's mind. You're never going to change that guy's mind no matter what you do. No matter what you say, you're never going to change that guy's mind.
Because I've been to many African cities, the beautiful cities built by Black people. Shit, there's a town that they're actually giving 5,000 acres of land in Sobo. You know, I had to give me some land. I had to give
Beautiful. You're right. It is beautiful. It's amazing. It's fucking, going back in the past and seeing things. It's absolutely beautiful, and that. But what we're saying a different thing. The name of the video is "Why Didn't Africa Colonize everywhere else?" And
well, I'll say this. I will rephrase that. I won't say colonize because there's depictions of us everywhere, right? Because we don't have to go around killing everybody. We've been with the Romans, helped them do stuff. There's curable evidence that we've been everywhere, pretty much, and every kingdom helping with other stuff.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's definitely culturally changed other countries, 100%. You know what I mean? With the music we listen to, with the films we look at.
The thing
100%.
is, there is no sustainable or tangible evidence of sophisticated technology that the Africans have produced to share with the rest of the world.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not really about
the fact is that the Chinese didn't have to rule the world, but that we all know where gunpowder comes from. We all know where paper comes from. It's undeniable technology that we use to this very day. That is the impact that the Chinese have had, and they didn't have to colonize the world for it. What is the impact that the African nations or the African people of the African continent have had on a global stage, in which is undeniable?
Great point.
I don't know.
Great
I honestly
point.
don't know.
Great
Apart
point.
from me pyramids,
What you don't know,
I don't see
the
anything
internet
else.
does. That's what I do. Well, I would say that Africans have pretty much given a lot of traditions to other cultures. I'll
Traditions.
say,
This is what
well,
we're
as
saying.
we say,
Totally.
is as you say, there is evidence that say that they went to Europeans and taught them different bathing techniques and stuff like that. That is evidence.
So
That's
you're telling us bathing techniques is what they contributed as
No, I'm just
showering,
saying like different
soap. Not even soap,
pretty
not
much.
even the invention of soap. If you'd invented soap, that would be something.
No, like
They
herbology.
did invent soap.
Actually, herbology, being able to heal, like certain aspects of understanding herbs and then all this other stuff, like that actually came out of like certain aspects of Africa, like the different herbs and everything, and how to like use them to heal yourself. They came out of the certain things, like in Ifa. That is what Ifa is about. Like when you get to the crux of it, understanding nature, how to like heal yourself. Yeah, divination practices, oral traditions passed down.
Ancient
That even got was a part of like ancient Egyptian culture as well.
Chris says, pretty soon that will not be any BK in America, because Spanish people and Pakistanis are buying America. Pretty
Pretty
any
much.
white or black. Oh, I got you. Any white or black. Oh, okay. I think the problem is like what Zanu was talking about, is if you actually do stuff, you don't have to lie about stuff. Like Warden, let's be honest, bro. The black man didn't teach the white man how to bathe, bro. Let's be completely honest about it, man. Like, come on, man. That sounds ridiculous.
I could give you a list of things that they actually did do. We're saying ancient Africans developed essential tools like fishing hooks, bows and arrows, early forms of boats.
Contributions.
They pioneered advanced
These are
in
contributions.
mathematics,
understand?
astronomy, with the Egyptian calendar. I mean,
There's a difference between contributions to culture than creating culture.
Warden.
so y'all just want us to stuff create like weapons and stuff.
The black man went into Europe, and for some reason, when did this happen? When did he teach the white man how to
Make a fishing hook.
What are you talking about?
Why are you laughing?
It's not even that. The most superior bows are made in Europe. The longbow, which was a very sophisticated
That's not talking about made it superior.
bow technology. Not to mention the Mongol horse riding, the horse, the bows that they use while they were on horses. Far more sophisticated bow technology. So even if Africans invented the bow and arrow, the Europeans and the Mongols perfected it, made it far more effective and better.
The best fishing gear you can get.
Nobody's going to argue with that.
British.
But that's not what we said.
So black people made breakdancing, and then the Asians are better at it. Like
CT, I've studied the Orisha's beautiful belief system. Thank you so much, RLM. Go ahead, guys.
I'm just saying, just because we created something and then you perfected it, does that mean it was not initially created by us? Like, I don't really get it.
You've opened a can of worms here. You have, Hafez.
Say it again.
Look, because you see, I have the same issues with the Arabs and Persians. They claim to have invented a whole bunch of crap that they never really did. My uncle is one of those uncles. He looks at everything and goes, it's Iranian. Because everything is apparently comes from there. So I call out these kind of BSs, people's fictions of reality and reality itself. The fact is that if you have built or made or discovered something concrete, it is undeniable. No one can deny. No Chinese person has to fake inventing the paper. No Chinese person comes here and tries to sell you some fake bollocks about gunpowder. No, we know where it came from. There is no dispute. There is no mystery behind it. If you've done something tangible and contributed into the world, no one will deny. No one denies where algebra comes from. No one denies where algorithmics comes from. We all know that it has an Arab Islamic heritage. But these fake Africans who want to claim shit that they've never done, it's the same as the fake Arabs who want to claim shit that they didn't do, pisses me off. Own what you did and learn from the fact that you haven't improved. The Arab world hasn't produced a white paper, a scientific white paper, in like 400 years. There's no denying that. They're backwards. They're being held back because of their stupid ass religion, because they believe that everything in every question in the world is answered in the Quran. So they've never moved past the 7th century. If you can't accept these things, you will never move forward.
Definitely not Muslim now.
No. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if you can't accept certain backwards ideas that are shackling your society, your people behind, you will never move forward. My gripe isn't with Africans. I mean, SCT's shtick. It's not mine. Mine is the Middle Easterners, the Middle Eastern dumbasses who are cousin marrying themselves into oblivion. My problem is with them. They're morons. But I at least want to admit these truths.
You know what? I agree 100%. That's my issues with Africans all over the world. Y'all religious. This religion crap has just poisoned your minds. All you do with this religion stuff is ridiculous.
Sammy with the $5 super chat. They were too busy teaching the white man how to clean themselves that they didn't have the resources left to research the will. Aphrodite Salute, did you see what Frank Zanu said a few days ago?
Oh, yeah, I've seen the videos that he was talking about. African, like no African group have dominated any group outside of Africa.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the
that's absolutely true. It's never happened. But I think people make, they use like the new world ideas and put on Africa. For example, if you look at like Europe, like the British islands, they used to be backwards. The Romans conquered Britain and they colonized it. They brought civilizations. They conquered most of Europe all the way to North Africa. That's the farthest they've gone. Africa below the equator, the Africa where I come from, is the last frontier.
Would you say that education and things like that?
Yeah, let me finish. Sorry. So it's the last frontier. So if you look at Europeans, like America is a perfect example. It's built for white people because they have similar cultures. They even in the old world, they went to the same universities. They have the same religion. So they are one unit. In Africa, we are not one unit. I know like we all look black, but I believe our ethnicity, we are way more diverse than people will know. We are literally not the same people. I don't think people understand this. Like my tribe, right? The Soninke tribe, they became Muslim because we were the people in Ghana Empire, the first empire that is known, recorded, became Muslim now over 900 years ago. There are other groups very close to us who are like Mandinka and others. Eventually, they became Muslim. So you would think like in Europe, how these other groups, they have a common religion, they would become the same that way. But I studied just like Frank. I even, as a kid, I look around, like when I read books, I'm like, no, it makes sense. Like we are not the same people. Our cultures are not the same. Our foods are not the same. To the outside world, the eyes, we are being judged as one and the same people, but we are not. Because I hear people using the words like Ifa. I've never even heard that. I started hearing that from the blacks, Western blacks, because they don't understand. They don't have their ethnic group, so they have no understanding. They go by skin color. If you're telling me about like a Yoruba culture, what the hell would I know about that? You might as well tell me about Chinese culture, to me, it's like Chinese. It's not the same. It makes zero sense. So yes, Africa could not. There's no such thing as one Africa to begin with. No ethnic group went and conquered. So all these colonization, when they said the Europeans first came, they had a war with the people would say African, but if you read the books, it would show you that it was a particular ethnic group they came in contact with, and they went to war with them. And when people say, oh, Africans sold their own people into slavery, no, you would find out it was a stronger tribe, a conquering tribe, that conquered a less powerful tribe and sold them to the coast, or to the Arabs, and then they shipped them off. I think Frank is talking about the similarities, what he was seeing. I don't think in the African continent the people were interested in like living. It's not living the continent, like in Europe, right? Europe has a lot of navigable rivers where they reach different places through trade. That was in there. That's
infrastructure.
Yeah. Africa doesn't have that, and also not being conquered by, like in the old world, being conquered like the British and others did, and learn from the colonizer. That did not happen until fully after 1884, the partition of Africa. So this is when people started, when they drew these lines and turning it into nations. Mind you,
colonization.
Colonization. These groups, our own different groups. Again, we're not the same people. We are forced to live with each other. These nations you see is not our ideas. So, what are we even uniting over? We didn't come up with the idea. It's outsiders who came with the idea. They brought education, they brought roads, railways. The Africa you're seeing today, that's a white man's idea, European. It is not African people. So no, we can't conquer anything.
If you would have stuck together, if you'd have all stuck together rather than being tribes and decentralized, if you'd have all stuck together, you would have had the power to have effed the British off.
That's true.
100%.
Yes.
But the fact that you wasn't centralized and you didn't have no sort of thing to bring together, like for example, like Christianity in Europe, the fact that you didn't have nothing to bring together, that's what basically led to the fact that Britain was coming in and then taking over, but also giving you things in return, like you said, like infrastructure. Am I correct? Because if I'm right, you've proved exactly every word I was saying before, and you know what I mean.
The thing is, Stinky, it's not as simple as that. Like you're saying, Christianity was in Africa way before it was in Europe. Christianity, in fact,
yeah, but when you say Africa,
Christianity is a Middle East. Well, okay, it was in Egypt, it was in Tunisia, it was in Morocco. So that's not, it was all across the North Africa.
I'm wrong on that part. I was thought it was a European thing.
Hafez. People, for example, those North Africa is just on the continent there, but North Africans are not sub-Saharan Africa. Remember, the Romans did colonize North Africa. They colonized, so the North Africans are not, they don't even look like me. The original North Africans, the Berbers, Amazigh. You guys know Muammar Gaddafi, right?
Yeah.
Muammar Gaddafi, he's not Arab. He's a Berber. He's Amazigh.
This is why it's a bit of a question mark over when people say, the North Africans were actually, before the Arabization, they were actually black like
no. They were never black.
They weren't, because that's what I mean. I know Berbers who trace their heritage all the way back, and no, they're light skinned, similar to my skin color, if anything. So yes, I agree with you. But what I'm trying to say is that this concept of, well, you didn't have a unifying religion. Christianity was in the continent long before, hundreds of years before it was even adopted by the Europeans, because it started from Jerusalem. It started from that area, which actually led and the apostles came into Africa long before they went into other parts, certainly long before they made it into Scandinavia, before they made it to Germany, before they made it to Britain. So Christianity wasn't enough to unify the Africans under that banner. There were certain things that you're right. The Africans as a continent are not unified, but they're no more unified than the Germans and the French and the English are. These three groups hate each other to this very day.
Yeah,
and they've had world wars over their differences.
Hafez, I would push back on that. I know, again, people say the Christianity because you understand, like, even the slavery, it was generally, most of the other groups, that African groups that sell other groups, is also based in religion, like when they consider those groups as pagan groups, because most of this Ifa thing these blacks are talking about, they don't understand. Most of their ancestors were sold because they were pagans, and they still want to practice that paganism, right? So you would have, for whatever reason, groups that have outside knowledge about religion, like Islam or Christianity, seem to be much wiser and able to conquer the tribes who don't have that. I mean, I'm not saying it was always.
Y'all African ain't conquer shit.
So man, somebody's echoing. Someone is echoing. Can you mute, please? So, so for example, when you look at it,
hold on for a second. CKJ with the $5 super chat. The continent of Africa is huge. It's one of the reasons why the Suez Canal was built. And then John with the $5 super chat. Janissary and Mamluk is an interesting slave system. Genesis, what were you asking, Aphrodambus?
No, did you know the Janissary and the Mamluk is the Turkish, is the Ottoman slave system?
All right, he's talking about Ifa, and he's trying to say that because we were pagans, that's the reason why we got sold.
Yeah, but you were. Hold on. No. You were. That's, ma'am, you have to remember, like, for your group to be sold, it means you came from a weaker tribe, like they conquered you and marched you to the coast. That's the truth. I know people don't want to hear this, but that's what happened.
We don't know what happened because
I know what happened. Maybe you should pick up a book too and stop being in your feelings. Are you from one of the slaves? You must be from the slave stock.
Come on.
No, because I know this, it's the reason why, you try to change history. Ma'am, this has already happened. Let's not lie to one another. This has already happened. Hold on. It doesn't matter what you say.
Is Christianity from Africa?
What?
Does Christianity come from Ghana? Where you come from, Ghana?
They didn't at the time. Hold on. You asked me. Let me answer.
All of these come from Ghana.
Let me answer.
Before there were ever Christianity,
ma'am.
Because you're a Christian and you want to call people pagan because you have converted over to Christianity, what the white man brought to your
ma'am.
So don't.
Ma'am, the Christianity was brought to the coast. First, it was brought there by Europeans, the Portuguese, the Ghana that you are seeing, the country Ghana that you are seeing. When the British were not the only Europeans they first came in contact with. They had the Dutch, even the Danes. Denmark, the Danish people. Okay, so even those castles is different groups that built it. It was about trade, but you have tribes that are in the interior. The Europeans they were not going in the interior. They didn't have cure for malaria. Plus it's nobody knew what was inside in the hinterland. So they were dealing with tribes that are on the coast that are middlemen. But you have tribes who were conquering other tribes. For example, the Ashanti people, the Ashantis, they conquered Ghana. So that's the part I'm trying to explain. Some tribes did conquer vast areas. So when the Europeans came and decided that, okay, we're going to do the partition, that completely neutralized those tribes' power. They weren't able to conquer anymore because a bigger conqueror came and conquered them too. That's what happened. So I know like people want to make it sound like it's nice, you know, somehow in other continents where empires existed, for the empire to exist, they had to conquer other groups. But in Africa, people lie to themselves and, you know, they're like, oh yeah, we had Mali Empire, we had Ghana Empire, Songhai, but somehow they were given flowers. They didn't conquer other people. This is what people want us to believe. Those people also conquered other territories, but it's inside of Africa.
So you're saying the Africans are weak, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying they are weak. I mean,
They're all weak and white men.
Look, again, ma'am.
Then became.
I'm just telling. Don't be mad at me. I'm just telling you what had already happened way before you and I both existed. This is what happened. The Africa you see today, the nations you see did not exist. The Europeans created it for this to happen. So you can, if you want, you can say the Africans are weak or whatever, but this is what happened. I'm telling you what happened.
You forgot that there was a whole thing where they were pretty much saying that Africans were weak. They don't have any mind. They don't have any mind to conquer anything. They're, you know, pretty much they're just pretty much like.
Well, if you're a group of people that are seen as the same, like, okay, other people's perception.
What you're saying,
hold on. People's perception, right? This is why I started off by explaining that it's different groups, you know, because if you look at even the different groups dress differently. Some places they walk around with nothing on. You can see that in some parts of Africa. Some parts they even have, you know, cannibal group, like cannibals in some parts of Africa. Okay, so the place is huge, you know, very, very diverse areas. You go to like South Africa, wasn't Shaka Zulu before the Europeans came? What do you think he was doing? He was conquering. He was conquering weaker tribes. He would go to war with them. Why do you think he was so sophisticated? Because he was already battle tested. You know, the Ashantis were able to fight, you know, the British for almost 99 years. Why do you think they were able to do it? Because they were fighting wars for a long time, conquering other tribes.
Yeah, Fredamus, I just want to say, just quickly, Chaotic Truth, the guy was, what was his name? The guy was on here before, he's now left. He was totally right. Christianity reached Africa in the 1st century AD, making Africa one of the earliest Christian regions in the world. I was not aware of that. I need to do my education, but at the end of the day, I'm willing to turn around and say I was wrong, and I'm going to have to re-look at things. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying that. Oh, no. I thought it was someone else.
So when they say Africa, they're talking about Ethiopia, and you know, when you look at the Ethiopia itself, you can technically say the people also who came to Ethiopia conquered the darker skinned people there. I know, can't you guys, you can tell the difference. You have the Habesha people, right? You know, they came across from Yemen and conquered those tribes. I know they've been there for a long, long time, but those were the ones that had the Christianity in North Africa, Tunis. So when people say Africa, you know, it deceives these blacks. They start thinking North Africa is black like them. No, it's not. You know, Algeria, hold on, Algeria, Tunis, they literally, most of the people have like blonde hair, blue eyes. Have you ever heard of the Barbary slave trade. They were capturing Europeans from Eastern Europe, bringing them to North Africa as slaves. Okay, if eventually there's a lot of mixture there with the original people, but those original people are not Negroes. I want people to get that through their head. They are not Negroes. Us, the Negroes, we are the sun people. We are below the equator. Okay, below the equator, we were the last group that the Europeans came in contact with. Okay, like even the Romans, they didn't conquer us. They've never had any contacts with us. They only stayed in North Africa. People weren't aware that we existed below the equator.
I think with slavery as well.
Inside the equator. It's inside the equator, not outside the equator. Inside.
No, below
the equator, the sun.
Below the equator.
The sun.
Below the equator, sir. Below.
Well, we also.
Can I just interrupt here for a second? Afro-Adamus is like you, right? He expresses that black men are an inferior race. It's an inferior race. They're incapable. He pretty much said they can't do
We
it.
are. Okay, did he lie? Okay, hold on for a second. Did he lie? Give me something that black men dominate right now.
Why does he feel
I want you to shut your mouth. I want you to shut your mouth because you came in pretty hot today.
It was a bit hot.
You came in pretty hot at me, boy. What are we superior in? Are we superior in making fucking rockets? Are we superior in making fucking submarines? Are we superior in making space stations? What the fuck are we superior in, Zach? Wow. Give me something that the black man is superior in. What is
those
it?
Things are good for the world.
Shut the fuck up, because everything that I'm naming you use, motherfucker. Now, I've been pretty quiet all day, but don't come in here talking hot to me, boy, unless you can prove it. What the fuck are we superior in? Are we superior in car manufacturing? What kind of fucking car do you drive, Zach? What's the name of your car? Is it what the fuck the name is? Is it the Mansa Musa 2.0, motherfucker? What the fuck are you talking about, Zach? You sound like a fucking idiot, dude. The black man is inferior to a lot of other men on the fucking planet. You're the most racist motherfucker I ever met in my life, Zach. You're a piece of shit, dude. And it's nothing personal, man. You're a piece of shit, Zach. You are the worst type of white I've ever met in my fucking life. You are the worst type of fucking white I've ever fucking met in my life. You don't even live next door to you, motherfucker. I already know where you live at. 98% of your fucking community is fucking white. You fucking lying piece of racist shit. The black man is inferior to most groups of people on the planet. Wow. Give me the fucking name of the airplane company that the black man owns and operates, and we manufacture planes. You lying piece of shit. Give me the name of it. Hey, give me give me the fucking name of it.
CD, I want to hear what
black made cell phone, you piece of shit. Give me the black made cell phone, you piece of shit. What is a black man's cell phone?
None of these things make the world better.
Motherfucker, you got a cell phone right now, you piece of shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
Doesn't make the world better.
It does make the world better. Okay, take your cell phone right now and smash it against the ground right now. Go outside and smash your fucking cell phone so they make the world better.
That's not going to make the world any worse for me.
Go outside right now.
Ask Afro-Adamus the question.
No. Because I'm tired of you. And I'm tired of your white savior fucking complex that you have. You're a piece of shit, Zach. And you're very fucking racist. Frank Zanu is an incredible prophet. He's an incredible black man, and he's pointing out things that need to be said about the black man. The black man is inferior to other groups of men on the planet. Give me the fighter fucking jets that black men create right now. What the fuck are you talking about? If the black man was superior, you piece of shit, you'd be speaking Igbo right now.
Is this a bit, or is it him being just a
If the black man was superior, you motherfucker, we will be practicing. Your white ass will be practicing the Orisha spiritual base. What the fuck are you talking about? The black man lost, dude. So we as black people, man, we have every fucking right to analyze our racial group. Who the fuck are you to come in and talk to us like that? Who the fuck are you to? Hey, I'm about to be on some straight black power shit. Who the fuck are you to come in to talk about what black people are talking about in their own racial group? Who the fuck are you to do that? Who in the fuck are you, Zach? Who are you, Zach? Give me the black. Hey, motherfucker. Hey, motherfucker. Give me the black resource give me the resource that black people control globally. Is it oil? What is it, motherfucker? You lying motherfucker. What is it, Zach? You are the most racist person I've ever met in my life, man. You are the most Zach.
You guys are both racist.
You are the most racist person I've ever met in my life, dude. You are the worst type of racist.
Chaotic. I'd say the music industry. I'd say the music industry.
Who in the fuck are you to stick your fucking white nose in what black people are talking about? That is an existential problem in our community. Who in the fuck are you to do that? Who and got the nerve to have you have no fucking right to do what you're doing, Zach. The black man doesn't control any goddamn thing on this planet. We don't control any institution.
You have to defend Afrodamus.
Hey, motherfucker, shut up, man. Shut the fuck up. The black man has to rely on the white man for a job. You can't give me any fucking Fortune 500, Fortune 100 company that the black man owns and operates, and it's mostly blacks working. You's a fucking piece of shit, dude.
Are you Afrodamus's lawyer?
Zach, today is not the day. Zach, what do you want to talk about, Zach?
Afrodamus pretty much just said moments ago that the black race is a can't-do race. That's essentially what he just said.
And what can we do? What can they do, Zach?
You built civilization. The Greeks learned mathematics from you. Mathematics is how the world's built. So again,
Zach.
They don't want to hear that, Zach.
If you're the can't-do race, why do you always feel the need to be so long-winded? Who wants to listen to anybody from the can't-do race that can't do shit, that doesn't know shit, that's an inferior race? Why?
That's true. Afrodamus,
you see, look. Here's the thing. CT. Now I see why you shut this guy up. Because first of all, Zach, what I've noticed with someone like you enjoy the black race being in the position that black race is in. So when people like us are analyzing, we have the capability to analyze the situation, and we're doing the comparison and telling our fellow blacks, no, this is not it. This is what it is. You look at you. You're sitting here lying, saying that you learn math from. You didn't learn no goddamn math from Sub-Saharan.
This motherfucker sees it as a weakness. He sees it as a weakness.
Like mathematics from the Egyptians. What are you talking about?
So Egyptians, just because they are on the continent of Africa, are Egyptians black like me? Are they black? Are Egyptians black?
Africa.
Egyptians, are they black, sir? Are Egyptians black?
African fractals.
Are Egyptians black, sir?
Yeah.
Hey, Zach, do me a favor.
They are black?
Zach.
Or Mediterranean people?
Zach.
Like, what are you talking about,
Zach,
man?
You can talk all this bullshit you want to talk about. Motherfucker.
You agree right now that Egyptians aren't black? So are we saying Sphinx?
Zach,
are we saying Sphinx is a
Zach, shut the fuck up. You are the Zach. The
Sphinx is a white person.
It's like you want me to do this, Zach. You're laughing in the faces of black people right now, you piece of shit. You called in here speaking not Yoruba, not Igbo, not Wolof, not Fulani. You're not speaking any fucking black language, but you're calling here talking about all this magical bullshit. What the fuck are you talking? Are you teaching your daughter any African language, you piece of shit? Zach, you could miss me with all this, what black people did, this and the other, but you ain't teaching your daughter how to speak Lingala. You don't even know where Lingala's from. Where's Lingala from before you even look it up and lie? Where is Lingala from?
Well, what's with all these?
It's in the Congo. You didn't even know. Zach, shut the fuck up, man. Zach, God damn it, Zach. Don't call me.
Black people can't do what he wants to talk so much.
So Zach, let me ask him this. Zach, where did I say black people cannot do anything? Where did I say that?
That was essentially what you just communicated.
No, sir. You have to say no. If you didn't hear me say that, then why are you making that accusation?
You just communicated why they haven't colonized, and you were essentially
okay. And to you, so that translated as blacks can't do anything. You literally, if you were paying attention, I told you in Africa, they are looking at all of us as one and the same, but we are different ethnic groups. Okay, most of this. Hold on.
Power structure of the
hold
world.
on, Zach.
Are you inferior
Zach,
to
for the
white
first time,
Afro-Dominants?
let me tell you, for the first time, even people in the same territories, for us to come together as a nation is during the partition of Africa. It's different groups. So how did you
already said
derive?
all this,
Sir,
Afro-Dominants.
just be quiet. Just be quiet. Where
already
did
said
you
all this.
derive? Where did you derive this word that I said blacks are inferior? When we were not even the same, when we are not even the same groups.
That's not the sentiment you were
y'all
expressing
both
about why
just-
they haven't
y'all
colonized the
just
world.
No,
blacks
sir.
are
Don't tell
inferior.
me about my sentiment. This is your feelings. Let's
No,
not go
that's
by
what
feelings.
y'all both just
Look,
said.
man, can you shut the fuck up for a minute? I'm not talking to you, man.
You just said blacks were
Man, just
inferior.
keep quiet. Hey, Zach, answer the question. Tell me, Zach, exactly
You just said it like 5
when I
minutes
said,
ago.
man, can you tell
He
these
didn't say
motherfuckers
blacks
to
are
be
inferior.
quiet?
He said European benefited Africa.
No.
That's what he said.
CT just said blacks are an inferior race, and Afro-Dominus agrees with that. You've said that a
Brother,
million times on this.
Afro-Dominus didn't say
compared
that.
to
Afro-Dominus
I
did
want
not say
everybody- I
blacks
want
are
everybody-
inferior. He
you
said,
know what? Hold on for a second. Today I'm not on it. First of all, I didn't like what happened with me and security boss because there's a miscommunication there. Secondly, the I gotta read this super chat. Hang tight. Thank you so much, FBA Young Lion. The level of self-hate with these Africans is astonishing. Leave us premium blacks out of it. Shut up. Shut up. Let's do this again. Let's do this again. If blacks are superior, Dante, on a global scale, listen, there's nothing wrong with being an elite assistant. That's most of mankind. Hold on, let me finish.
Where are the airplane companies?
Please let me
spacecraft?
finish. Please
I
let me
get it.
finish. Please. We are talking about scale, global scale. Zanu is talking about global scale. If we are so superior, why don't we see Middle Easterners and whites and Asians speaking an African fucking language? Why is their worldview not based on an African worldview? Why is their worldview not based on African spirituality? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about what you do on an individual level. Yes, you are good. You are good. Hold on, let me finish. Please let me finish. You are good on an individual level, under what the white man built. But if blacks are so fucking superior, why is this hunky Zach? He's sitting up here. He don't have no black man's car. He don't have no black man's phone. He didn't name his daughter a black name. If Zach this is my problem with Zach. He's calling me and Afro-Dominus coons and all this stuff. But why the fuck didn't he marry a black woman? Why the fuck does Zach not live around black people? Why doesn't Zach speak an African language? We're talking about scale here. We're not talking about some local Negro stuff. I'm not talking about when some Negro got a job at some white man's business. I'm talking about when it comes to getting hired as a black man. Why do you rely on a white man's company that a white man founded? The white man founded most of these these companies. Why don't black people ever say, I'm gonna go over to Africa to work for a black man? This is my problem with Zach. When we go to the airport, are these motherfucking planes built by blacks? Fuck no.
Yeah,
That's the truth, bro. The truth of the matter is that, dude, when you walk your black ass into a cathedral, you see white people statues. Man, I ain't trying to be on no pro-black stuff today. I'm just trying to point out the fact, man, we are lying to ourselves. And if we stop lying to ourselves, maybe we could fucking build. Maybe we could fucking build a submarine or aircraft carriers and shit. The white man, bro, doesn't lie to himself. He doesn't have to. You got this white boy come. Hey, Zach, do me a favor, Zach.
Man,
do me a favor, Zach.
Of delusion.
Hey, Zach. Hey, real quick, Zach. What sorority was founded in 1913? That's black. What's the name of sorority?
Everything.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
The world through.
He has his white nose in black people's business, and that's one of the motherfucking problems that black people have encountered throughout history. And it takes a person like me to kick y'all backs in. They ain't Afro-Dominus to kick y'all backs in. If black people are so superior, why the fuck are we speaking their language right now? Why are we driving their cars? Why are we relying on these people if we're so fucking superior? How superior are we?
Who's saying we're superior?
How
You're saying you're inferior.
Dante, I thought you were not African. We are talking about Africa. Why are you here? I thought you were Indian. Why are you offended? You are not even. Look, sir, thought you are Indian. I'm talking about Africa.
Y'all
We
been
as
asking the question
African.
for the
Hold
past
on,
10
no.
minutes. I'm trying
Look,
to answer.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm not talking
You know
about
I'm talking to you.
Indians. I'm talking about Africa. I thought you are not African.
So are you going to let me answer?
Why are you in African business? Just like Zach. Why are you in African business? I thought you were not African.
Let me answer the question. The reason I'm in the business is because you have a white man named Mr. Stinky, and then you have another white man named Zach.
But I'm talking about Africa. Why are you here? You are not even you're Indian.
I'm answering the question, bro. You have a white man named Mr. Stinky. You say that blacks are inferior.
No, I didn't
Therefore,
say that. Sir.
You are inferior to Mr. Stinky.
I didn't say that.
The
I
one
didn't
right
say that.
there on the
I didn't
bottom
say that,
left
sir. I never
needs
said
the
that.
colon cleanse. You're
I
inferior
never
to
said
him.
that.
You're
I
inferior
never.
to Zach, and that white guy that's in the top right. You're inferior to. So you should be
I
speaking
never said that. But all
and
right.
you need to close your mouth and learn something
Look,
from the white people.
You need to
Stop
Yeah,
trying
but
to
with all due
dominate the
respect,
microphone.
I don't agree. I don't agree with this white guy that's next to me.
You're dominating the mic every time you get on, but you're coming
Look,
on to say
you are
blacks
not. You are not
inferior.
even. You are not.
You need
But
to
I'm
close your
talking
mouth
about
and listen to
Africa.
listen
Are
to
you
the white people
African?
talk.
But
Listen to the white
you are
people
not.
teach
I'm
you.
talking about
Let
Africa.
Mr. Stinky
Are
teach
you?
you.
Are you
And that
Africa?
guy in the right corner,
Hold
let
on.
him teach
Hold on.
you. And
Are
let
you
Zach teach
African?
you.
Are you
Since you are
African?
inferior.
Sir,
You're
are
you're
you
inferior
African?
according to
Hold
your
on.
mind.
Hold on. Are you
So you need to
African?
be quiet and listen. Stop talking so
Well,
much.
answer my question. Are you African now? I
Negatory.
thought you were Indian.
Negatory. I'm not African.
Then why are you in? So if
Because
I'm speaking about, hold on. If
because
I'm
of what I
speaking
just
about what
told you.
happened, hold on.
You're
If I'm
inferior, so
hold
stop
on,
talking so
hold on.
much.
If I'm
Listen
here
to the white people.
explaining what happened in Africa, what are
How
you?
you
An
going to explain to
Indian?
white
An
people who
Indian?
are superior to
An
you what happened in
Indian?
Africa?
An Indian?
How you
What
going
is
to
an
explain
Indian
something to
doing
somebody
here?
that's
You
superior
see,
to you?
you are offended
How do you explain
because you
something
know
to
you are
somebody who's
African.
superior
The
to
truth
you?
comes out. I know how to
How
get
you
the truth
explain
out.
something to somebody that's
Dante,
superior
you
to
are
you?
African. You are African.
Answer the question.
See, your
How are
emotions
you
can't take it
explaining
because
things to
you've
people
been
who are superior
pretending.
to you, Aphrodamus?
Look, thank you for letting us know you are pretending. I'm glad I got it out of you.
Exactly.
Let's
That's what I thought.
put
You
it.
can't
I'm sorry,
answer
Z.
that
I'm gonna jump in.
question.
I'm gonna jump
Let me
in.
let
You
me read
cannot
Whenever
this.
you're
answer
ready.
that
Let me
question.
read this. Let me read
Whenever
Stop
you're
trying
ready.
to explain things to people who are superior to you.
To $5 super chat. I don't understand why Black Americans are here choosing to be
Yeah.
offended. We are talking about Africans. Y'all said y'all are Native Americans, and then yeah, Young Lion says these are the things Africans teach their children.
CT salute.
You need to
and
listen.
hope you
Stop
had a great
talking.
holiday with your
There's
family.
white people on the panel. Stop
I'm
talking.
glad.
And
I'm
Gimpy
glad you
salute.
finally admitted that
Happy
you are
Hanukkah.
African because your feelings. You are in your feelings because I'm speaking about what happened in Africa.
Zach, what did you want to say before I let the panel talk? What did you want to say?
Yeah, just, again, you can run away from the sentiment now that I'm here pointing it out, but you are essentially communicating that blacks are a lesser rate, just like CT acknowledged. And again, do you look in the mirror and see yourself? Because I don't know why you want to talk so much if that's the way you feel about your people. I also find it curious you wear that Seattle cap. Are you out in Seattle right now?
No, I'm in Planet Mass.
I mean, Seattle's a horribly racist city. It's entirely segregated. I find it interesting that you wear that.
You know what I find interesting, Zach. You seem to project a lot. I mean, you would know a racist because maybe
Well,
are
I
you
lived in
one?
Seattle
Are
for a
you
lot of my
probably
life.
one?
I'm very aware of how the city is.
See, your perception is not my reality, sir. Your perception is not my reality.
But
I
you
hope you get
despise your
that.
own people so much you even have to downplay
Sir,
the fact that
hold on. So explaining what
Can we put up the
happened.
Sphinx real quick?
Hold on. No. Hold on. Don't distract me. Hold on. So
CT, do you
so
disagree
myself.
we're black?
Give me a minute. Be quiet. Be quiet. Hold on. Be quiet. So me, myself, hold on. As an African,
why should
hold
I
on,
be?
hold on. As an African, when I'm explaining what happened, who the hell are you to come here and try to tell me about Egypt? I'm not from Egypt.
Because you just said you're an inferior people. Why should we listen?
No.
Because Zach
I
is white.
explained clearly how the tribes there are divided. Therefore, they cannot come together to do what the topic is about, which is to conquer other places. So how did you derive inferiority from that? Tell me.
Based on your own words, that's how.
Oh, so you heard me say we are inferior.
Pretty much.
You heard me say this.
Yeah, pretty much.
You heard me say this.
Exactly. Hey, Ephrodimus. The global, Ephrodimus, do me a favor. Can you guess the global? Matter of fact, 10 years from now, 2035, what will be the global automotive industry revenue? Just guess. Guess. Just guess. Ephrodimus?
It would be probably somewhere in Africa, Nigeria.
No, I mean like the revenue. The revenue.
Oh, the revenue? You mean the globe? Definitely, it will continue to be white.
But no, I mean talk about the revenue, like the actual dollar amount, global.
Africa.
Well, okay. According to a lot of estimates, the global revenue for the automotive industry would be $8 trillion. This motherfucker right here is basically saying, yeah, black people, everything you're doing is fine. You don't have to get into those industries because that doesn't really mean anything. While his fucking white people, Arabs, everybody else on the planet is getting into the automotive industry. Zach, man, you are the
every industry you're naming is also what's destroying the earth. Let me make a point.
Dude, you don't want to see me when I'm like in my black power mode. Zach, you are a piece of shit, dude. Think about what this white boy is doing. Oh, black people, you don't have to worry about that. Why would you want to? Why would you want to get into that? Because it's an $8 trillion industry, motherfucker. Why not get into it? Why not talk about these things? That's where it starts at, you piece of shit. This is the most racist white boy I've ever seen in my life, Zach. Zach, you are a racist, man. You are a horrible person, man. And then you got the nerve to get up here and then do Zach. I went to school with people like you, man.
Let me make
you
a
ain't
point.
doing nothing new, bro.
My daughter.
Why shouldn't the black man dabble with the automotive industry? Why shouldn't they, Zach?
Hey, again, about everything you're judging the world by. Submarines, airplanes, cars. None of that puts a smile on my daughter's face. You know what does?
What are you talking about? She's 1 or 2 years old. You don't even know what a car is.
Temptations.
So Zach. Let me Zach, you are happy. You are happy to know that countries, right, that have these submarines and this stuff, who are able to dictate to us in Africa how much we can sell our resources for or take it, just because they have those powers over us. So you enjoy that. So to you, you're sitting here telling me, CT and other blacks, that this doesn't matter, but it's the same tools that they are using to dominate us. So technically, you are letting us know you are happy. You are happy about the way things are. So we shouldn't worry about getting that power. We should just continue to bend down and getting F to it. So he said it. He said it.
Over to Cash App to talk. I'm gonna leave Ephrodimus on the panel. He's a fellow content creator, but I'm gonna bring everybody back in a minute. Go ahead, Gimpy.
Oh, first of all, I want to say another amazing show.
Thank you.
You shouldn't really worry that none of them understand your genius. Most genius is misunderstood in its lifetime. Wouldn't you agree, Ephrodimus?
I do.
So on top of that, dude, do you really ever think Zach is going to call you the N-word? I feel like it's coming, man.
It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
I can't wait for the day. Gimpy, I don't know a goddamn thing about the automotive industry in terms of manufacturing a car at a high level, at a global level, but it starts with conversations. Dante and so many people have convinced themselves that black people are just as we are playing on the same playing field. We are not. This is what Zanu is speaking about. Why don't we have our own shit here? Why don't we have our own shit? Ephrodimus, they say black culture is fried chicken. Give me the national coast to coast fried chicken restaurant that blacks own and operate. Why don't we even?
That's easy. There is one. There is one because my company does their credit card processing. There is one. It's like Soul Chicken or some such nonsense, and has in every state basically they have a shop, at least one.
I never heard of it.
Dude, I got to look it up, but there's definitely at least one because we process them.
Herman, thank you so much, man. I got the cash, absolutely.
But I'm just saying, like, dude, me and you, we don't see eye to eye on this because the whites don't control American innovation that you keep giving them credit for. Because if it's the group that contributes the most, disproportionately, it's mine. Most of modern technology is based on mine.
Uh-oh. Now you about to open up.
Just saying, like you pointed out, like, so you got to stop playing that game. If you're giving credit to the group that carries the most weight, the people who win disproportionate number of Nobel Prizes in science and math, the people who disproportionately cure diseases and create innovation. Sorry, man. It's not a competition when you put the real winner on the pedestal.
Uh-oh. Well, let me read the super chat. Andre with the $10 super chat. CT, you need to look at investing in silver. There is a severe shortage, and the price has been blasting off like a rocket ship over the past 6 months. I'm investing, and I wish I bought more. I never got into silver.
Dude, silver was sleeper like a year ago. Everybody I knew got into
commodities,
silver.
right? That's commodities.
Yeah, but they're
commodities.
up, dude. It's like 6 times its value in the last year.
Do you want me to keep everybody down, or what do you want me to do after?
Oh yeah, I definitely needed 5 more. Like I needed a break from that. That was insane, dude. I'm sorry, like, dude. I don't know why you deal with it. That's what security boss is mad at, that you deal with it. By the way, just saying. She's not mad at what you said. She's mad that you didn't fight back.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
I'm just
maybe you're right, man. I don't know,
dude. Like she gets
trying to get people to convince me. I just don't like when Zach calls in here and he points out you and Aphrodite said this. First of all, it's none of your goddamn business. But secondly, you don't even believe that, Zach. You don't live around a black population. What products do you have right now that are purchased from blacks? What are you talking about? And forget the cultural aspect, because he ain't nothing culturally black. He ain't teaching himself any black language, no nothing. So this is what pisses me off with Zach. When he brings go ahead, Aphrodite. What do you think about Zach, man? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm talking your head.
Zach wanted to say that black people are inferior out of his own mouth, but he wants to, make it seem like I said that. So he's telling us that things that don't matter, but those are the things that are being used. Those tools are what's been used to dominate Africa and other places. So I think Zach sees blacks as inferior. I think he's enjoying fooling the ones that are following him. He enjoys seeing blacks in that state of mind. So he's upset.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah.
Is there in the realm of possibility Zach believes his own bullshit?
I don't think
you said is based on the fact that like Zach doesn't believe what he's saying. What if he's a true believer? What if he buys into all this? What if he's the king of I mean, he won't say that he's left. He thinks he's not left, but I'm saying like he's the king of intersectionality. Wait, what if he really believes it, man? What if he's a true believer? I mean, for me, that's how I see him. That's why it doesn't offend me, that shit he says. He's an ideologue. He doesn't live in reality to begin with.
Zach's a piece of shit.
He's definitely delusional because he wants to
take me. Your hat means something, dude. Yeah, you picked up on that, right? Like he thinks you're signaling something that you grabbed off a shelf and said, "Oh, this matches my red shirt. Nice."
Yeah, I didn't understand that part.
You know that the Jesuits have numbers related to Seattle, Biden. That's it. Like that's what he was. He was instantly. He saw something that's why I think he's a true believer, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Go ahead, CD.
Real quick, I'm gonna bring everybody up in a minute, or whenever Gimpy wants me to. You're in this neighborhood to $5 super chat. Zachary believes in scamming people, then spending time with his kids. Scam first, property second, dox someone third. Here we go, man. Then we'll get on camera. Zach, what's up, man? And then let's get Prince Louis in.
I definitely don't cheer for the militarism of the United States. I was worried for CT's safety when I heard we were bombing Nigeria yesterday. How close were those strikes?
How close or what?
Aren't you out in Nigeria?
Yeah, Zach, I'm in Nigeria, buddy.
Yeah, I was worried when I saw yesterday's news. The showing for Christmas that we got to bomb ISIS in Nigeria.
Did that work?
Hey, you got to fix your mic, Fighter Complex. It sounds, yeah, you got to fix Fighter Complex. You got to fix your mic. Your mic is, yeah, you got to fix your mic.
Hey, I just want to say bye to Aphrodite, mate. I enjoyed it. Yeah, everything he was saying. He didn't turn around and say that blacks were inferior. He didn't turn around and say that. What he turned around and said is that Europeans came and made give benefits to other people. He never turned around and said that. So you're mixing what you're saying, Zach. You're total wrong.
It's not his first time on here today. It's not his
I have a
first time
question.
on here
I
today.
have a question for No,
routine.
hey, Linwood, hold on for a second, Linwood. Take it easy, man. Then let's get Prince Louis in. You gotta, yeah, man. We gotta.
Yeah, Aphrodite. All Aphrodite did was tell the truth. He told the truth. He told his experience. He told his experience. If you don't agree with it,
I mean, you could do better than that.
It's his personal experience. You can turn around and say that's not your experience, but you can't disagree with the guy. That's his experience. But anyway, I've got to go anyway because it's in Britain and we're a lot later than you. But Aphrodite, mate, respect, mate. Really respect, mate. Honest to God. Zach, chill your fucking self out. All right?
Hey, Aphrodite, when's the last?
Just for the record, I don't listen to fat fucking slobs. That shows you the worth of a man when he's a fat fucking slob. Fuck you.
Yeah. Okay, mate. Okay, mate. Is that where we're going? We're going personal. So it's black men and fat slobs. Who do you listen to? Your wife? Because it sounds like you're a bit of a cook to me, mate. You're a bit of a cook.
Shut up.
Do you think I give a fuck what you say?
Credit left.
Do you really think I give a fuck what you say?
Just throw the two of them on the big screen with whatever I have left over, man.
All right, I got you. Hey,
Do you really think I give it? Go on, bring it up. Do you think I really give a fuck what you say, mate? Really, honestly.
Just like, do I care about what you got to say? You're on here with Clayton Bigsby's show. Which
I'll give you your opinion, mate. Who the fuck are you? You think you're a big special boy? You think you're a big special boy? Look at you with your little fucking cap on at 55 years old. What's up with you, bitch? You know what I mean? What are you trying to do? You think you're fucking Eminem? You're more like Eminem. What's up with you?
How does that insult make sense? I'm
Like
not
fucking, you know what I mean?
with missing teeth.
Hey, I've got one missing tooth, mate. And you'll have one if I fucking ever meet you, you cunt. So what's your problem?
Oh, uh-oh.
Have you paused or are you just a bitch? Have you paused or are you just a bitch? Tell me. Why don't you go back in the other room, get your wife, because she's probably arguing better than you. So bring her on and I'll have a go at her and all. Yeah, so have I, mate. So have I for 15 years, mate. Yeah. So carry on. Proceed. What you got for me? You got nothing apart from racist slurs, you motherfucker.
Bigsby, please. This is what they do every day. They down talk people that look just like them. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with these people? And when I look at a fat slob like you, I say, don't you have a mirror in your house?
Fat slob? Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? You're going to turn around to people's. You're going to turn around to people's. You're going to turn around to people's. You're going to turn around to people's noses, lips, weight, and fucking. You got nothing, bro. You got nothing, bro. What are you?
You exercise, sir.
You've got a bookshelf behind you. You've got a bookshelf behind you with 6 books on it. How many you read?
Astrodamus.
What's up, motherfucker? What's up, motherfucker? You got nothing, bro. You got nothing, bro. You got a bookshelf behind you with 6 books on it. How many of them you read? None, I'm guessing. Because you're a fucking retard, an uneducated retard that ain't got a clue about fuck all, mate. If you want to play with me, mate, play with me. But I tell you what, you're going to lose.
Lose it what?
Take your cap off. Show us your fucking hairline.
Hairline is fine.
Oh, it's not too bad. Graying a little bit. Right.
There's not any gray hair. I have gray hair.
Well, you cry. Don't cry, mate. I noticed the change in your voice then. You're really upset with it. What's up with you?
No, there's no change in the voice, buddy.
Is there not no change in the voice? Okay, no worries. Just stop coming up, mate, turning around in the corner. You're racist. You're racist as fuck, motherfucker. You're a white person that gives white people bad names. You're a motherfucker. Right? You're a cunt.
Fat slobs like you give you.
Fat slobs like you will keep going to fat slobs like you. You've done that 3 times. You've done that 3 times. You've done that 3 times.
How old are you for as fat and ugly as you already are?
I'm 40 years old. I own 3
younger than me
properties.
and you
I
look
own a
older.
business, and I own your mum.
I think his mom is deceased. Jesus Christ, that was
that's
Is she? It took a shovel. It took a lot of old boy, but I've still got there.
Mr. Stinky Brew, how many homes have you bought cash in your lifetime?
Oh, mortgages, mate. I'm not being clever.
Exactly. You can't
How
buy
many?
homes cash.
How many?
Does
that give you the right? Does that give you the right to be racist? Does that give you the right to be racist?
Love this.
CT.
I love this, CT. This is the best. This is why your show is the best.
CT. Yeah. This man reminds me in a lot of ways of a lot of your panelists. They just don't know their place.
You're on
Look
mute.
at this.
Stinky Brew, you
Look
muted
at this
yourself.
fat, sorry
Stinky Brew, you muted
motherfucker right here mouthing off. Look at him. Look at this fucking guy.
What about?
Isn't this an embarrassment of a man, CT? Would you let yourself get this fat and ugly?
No comment.
Exactly. You're a disgrace of a man. I don't think anybody respects.
You muted yourself, Stinky Brew. You got to unmute yourself. Stinky Brew, you muted yourself. Stinky Brew, you muted. You got to unmute yourself, bro. I don't know. Yeah, you muted yourself.
Ask your missus, mate. She wants a real man, not a little cook like you that turns around and wants to sit on
a real man. A real man. Can you even see your little dick? Can you even see your dick when you take a piss?
Oh, bleed. See it? It's long enough. That's enough as well. It's like a tin of baked beans. I tell you what, you choke on the cunt.
There's no woman that desires being with some fat, sloppy loser like you, buddy.
Well, who desires being with you? A little fucking bitch. You're a little bitch. I bet you was bullied at school. I was the one that was bullying you at school, making you cry and go home to your mum and dad and go, I don't want to go to school anymore. I don't want to go to school anymore. You're a fucking bitch, bro. You're a bitch.
He's cooking you, Zach.
How's he cooking me? Says the ugly.
You're an absolute bitch.
Hey, CT, who would you rather get mounted by, the Great Dane, Gimpy, or this fat?
Over and over again. This stranger came into your second home and roasted you.
How did he roast me?
Dude,
I don't even belong here. I've come in once. You're supposed to be the guy who owns this. You own this area. You own this area. I've just fucking owned you, bitch.
Working. Keep calling him fat, Zach. That was worse.
Yeah, keep calling me fat. Go on, call me fat. Like I've not heard it before.
Stinky Brew, you tried to make it seem like you had something going on that I didn't. I asked you how many homes have you bought cash. Your answer was, I have a mortgage.
I've had mortgages.
Right. You haven't bought any homes cash.
You're going to lose.
Mortgages. What difference does that make? What difference does that make?
The point is, I'm trying to tell you something, you fucking idiot. You're too dumb to comprehend what I'm saying.
Come back. Entertain us.
The problem is, I don't have to worry about our missus going in fucking black men because you ain't got no fucking cock on you.
Come on.
That is also very not true, fat fuck. Most guys like you who let themselves go.
You're a bitch, bro. You're an absolute bitch. You're an absolute bitch. Bitch. Right, Mike. How you doing, Mike? Have you heard this cunt? This cunt thinks because he's got money, because he's got money, he can buy an ass right. He thinks he's fucking the dapper don, but he's still a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Mike, finally somebody on the panel with bigger titties than you, huh?
Zach, will you admit, I don't have any titties, Zach. I'm actually in very good shape. Zach, will you admit the fact that you've only have your success from scamming low IQ black people? Will you admit that?
Zero truth to that statement.
Will you admit that, Zach?
Zero truth to that statement.
That you're
he's just a sly. I can tell, but I can look in his face and say he's a sly fucking scumbag.
Brother, he has an oyster mouth. Look at his jaw. He's on cocaine right now as we speak. He's got that good Peruvian flake. I guarantee it.
Well,
that
old boy got a gap tooth in his mouth, so my dick's.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I don't know what that was, CT. But anyway, Zach, the whole thing is that you'd like to attack people. You're calling this man overweight, right?
And is he not?
I don't give a fuck about that, mate.
That's fine.
I've done 40 years of life loving it.
With titties, right? I don't have any, Zach. I'm 6'3", 210 pounds, Zach. I'm in shape. Unlike you, you're a little midget.
It's also with respect, Mike.
And a rocking jaw from cocaine.
It's also called black people wide nose and fucking
Zach, you're a cokehead. Zach, will you admit you're racist, mate? You admit it? Admit that you're a cokehead?
How many lines?
I've definitely
not. You like Nikita?
Zach, I do have to ask you, in all seriousness, here goes a panel of black men admitting that
right now
our
I
people.
don't know if you're colorblind, but I see 2 black people up here.
CT, if I can real quick, fast. Okay, so Zach, you would consider me white, right? You see how I rock with any black person that comes on C's panel? I rock with them. There's no problem. There's no
Mike,
anything.
likes you.
We
Black
joke back and forth, but Zach, you are a racist piece of trash. Zach, you are. You're racist, bro. Zach, you're racist.
Mike the dick rider.
You're racist. And Zach, you know what I do for a living. You know what I do for a living. You know, Zach, you know I'm a contractor. Be careful, Zach. Be careful. Because I can come knock on your door. Something is new. Zach, be careful. Be careful who you mess with on these YouTube streets. Just be careful. Listen, let me I remember I said this, CT, remember I said this about 3 months ago, right? I said, Zach, the biggest mistake you ever made was messing with CT. Remember I told you that, Zach? That's the biggest mistake you've ever made. And look at you now. You are a groveling, sniveling, racist piece of trash.
It's a sniveling bitch. He's groveling, sniveling all the time.
Real quick, Miguel says, Mike,
he does that to his wife.
If they had a wet t-shirt contest, who would win? Real quick. Zach, me, Afrodamus, and so many black men, we acknowledge that black men don't control institutions and systems. What business is it of you to come on the panel and stick your nose into a conversation about blacks who want to be a part of the oil industry and the shipping and logistics industries?
That's not the argument being made. The point is, again, we live in a society where we have a media that has demonized.
What does the media have to do with the fact that there is no black?
It has made laws.
What does the media have to do with the fact that there is no black equivalent of mayors, sir? You about to be out, Gimpy? What'd you say?
Nothing. Dude, he can't help it. He's a true believer. This is why I think this gentleman is not actually grifting, but he believes every single thing he says to his heart completely. Because listen to him, man.
Gimpy, shut the fuck up. You know what it is.
Linwood, stop being a failure.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta step in.
I've got to go because it's early in the morning in England, mate. So I've got to go, mate.
You, brother.
Nice speaking to you, Afrodamus. Nice speaking to you, Chaotic.
Take care.
Thanks for having me. Go all the rest of you. Cheers for having me.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, sort your shit out, mate. And
cheers, salute.
Honestly,
salute. Cheers.
Respect that woman of yours.
Right. Mike, before you go, real quick.
Some weight and respect.
Hey, bitch, stop muting me.
Fuck. Hey, what's his name so I can put in?
Hey, Zach, real quick. What business is it of yours if black people get together and say, we don't want our women to give money to South Korean bitches for pedicures. We want them to spend their money with blacks. What business is it of yours to dibble and dabble in that conversation? Go ahead, Zach. What business is that of yours if black men are saying we prefer our women to get service done by other blacks instead of South Korean women in black communities? What business is that of yours?
Again, that's not the point of why
that
I'm
is
on
the
here
point.
and disrupt what you guys do.
That is the
Sit
point.
Here and demean a group.
Okay, Zach, I'm going to ask you some more questions. Now you're going to answer me, goddammit. What business is it of you to butt your nose in on a conversation with black men talking about their internal socioeconomic and political issues? What business is that of yours to question the reality in which we live in? Why do you feel so comfortable doing that? If we are telling you that our people, we prefer to drive our own cars, what business is that of you to come up here and talk to us? What business is that of yours, Zach?
Again,
I
we're
want you to
all
answer
part
that
of the human
direct
race.
question.
I don't make
What
everything about
business-
race. That's what you guys
What
do.
business is it of you to dibble and dabble in what black men are talking about?
Again, we're all part of the human race. The racial divide is something the media is trying to bring about. You
That's
guys
not what
tell-
you said to me earlier about me being in Seattle. Remember, you threw in race stuff.
Well, you wear
And
the
when you
Seattle
came
beanie
on,
every time you're
hold on,
here.
hold on. When you came on,
You were in Seattle.
hold
You
on,
think
hold
I'm
on.
here
When
all
you
this
came
bullshit
on,
CT
when
just
you
said the other
came
day
on,
that you were up
what
here.
did you say to CT? You said the U.S. is bombing Nigeria. Why is the U.S. able to bomb Nigeria? This is what we are talking about. You said the tools that don't matter. Why is the U.S. able to fly and bomb Nigeria? Is that strength from Nigeria? Is it because Nigeria has so much strength that the U.S. can fly into Nigeria and say, we are here to take out certain people? Answer that question for me. Is that strength from Nigeria?
The point I made
So
is
you want to mock,
that's not
us.
strength.
You want to be able to
I said
mock
none of
us.
these things
But
are
when we
making
are
the
talking
world better,
about
is what I
our
said.
solutions and our problems, you
See, you guys
pretend
don't
like
listen.
you're
You
with
try
us.
to form new arguments.
Zach, cut the autistic bullshit, man. Zach, why are you here? I'm not knocking the Catholic Church. I think the Catholic Church is one of the greatest institutions ever created. But if a black men are saying, hey, man, it is what it is. Ever since the papacy is the oldest office in human history, why is it bothering you if black men are saying, why don't black people create their own religious institution and create their own? Why does that bother you? Why does that bother you, Zach? That we can clearly see, hey, it is what it is, pal. I mean, the Europeans captured the church. They put the church in Rome, whatever. Why does that bother you that black people are talking like this? We ain't gonna, I ain't got nothing against whites. I think
The point is, talking about black people like they are lesser is false.
If I'm a black person saying that my people are lesser in certain industries, what business is that of yours? You're not even black. Nothing about you is black. Your wife isn't black. Your child isn't black. You don't even live in a black community. What the fuck business is it of yours, bro? I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. What business is it of yours? What business is it of you if black people are talking like this? You're out of line, man, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not out of line.
You
You're
are out of line.
Stop cutting me off. That's
If I could say one thing, if I could say just one thing real quick. CT,
I heard him.
So one thing, CT, I respect you a lot, and Zach literally is the modern day slave master.
Yeah,
that's what he is. Does that make sense, CT?
Yes.
Look, CT, you just don't understand. You should get a job, quit this YouTube shit, get a job in rap. You'd be way better off. Have your sister work, your niece work in the inner city schools.
Yeah.
You're just not being a proper black man. And I can't understand how you don't see that at this point. You're a horrible human being. You're worse than every drug dealer combined on earth.
I mean Afrodamus doesn't care about Nigeria. He's basically the African version, African booty scratcher of
See, like this high value citizen expressing to you that you are a butler.
I can tell you this, CT.
Don't you understand?
CT, you were the most transparent black men I've ever met. You're educated.
Thank you.
Speak very well.
CT, you think he'd ride on your dick?
You look at things at both sides of the
CT,
the
has Mike sucked your dick before?
You don't. So CT, you don't judge till you find out the facts.
Yes.
And I appreciate it about you.
Yes, sir.
And Zach, you're literally, I guarantee someone in your family had a plantation because you're basically a modern day slave master. That's what you are. You're disingenuous. You use uneducated people, minorities, to gain monetary value. And Zach, to me, you're gonna burn. You're gonna burn in hell, Zach. You are.
Okay, thanks,
You're
Mike.
gonna burn in hell, bro. Satan can't wait. He's got the pitchfork. He's got the pitchfork waiting for you. Listen, even if you came to, if you came
Mike
with
is
me
the first
to
one I
mass,
would
if
bet
I
on.
took you to mass,
Mike,
here's my rosary. This is my rosary, right?
If you came to mass with me, you might catch on fire. Like if you put your hands in the holy water, you might explode in flames. That's how evil you are, Zach. You're an evil piece of trash.
Thank you so much, Mike. Aphrodamus. Zanu said, why didn't the black man colonize? And we know the black man didn't have any seaworthy vessels. Why does Zach feel as though he could come up here and undermine the conversation that we are having about what really happened? Our ancestors did not have seaworthy vessels to the point where, hell, they didn't even think about colonizing. But Zach, you ever wonder these things? Why didn't the black man do that? This is what me and Aphrodamus are talking about as black men.
Do you know that they didn't? How much of history has been forgotten and erased? Do you remember what happened as soon as we started the latest war in the Middle East based on lies? Or right away, everything that happened was all the museums got destroyed and raided, and all this history was just gone, this ancient history? That happened like within the opening weeks of what happened after we invaded the Middle East. How much history do we not know about? That's why when I sit there and Aphrodamus say, hey, listen, I've read the history books, I know the history. Whose history do you know, Aphrodamus?
CT.
Zach,
Go ahead. Where's
Zach,
my car?
Zach, if it happened, right, according to you, then why don't you tell us where this happened at? And second of all, right, CT ask you genuine question. You are not black. We are the blacks. We are African. So we see the dominance. So don't you think a smart individual would sit and start questioning these things? You are uncomfortable that we are using our minds properly to question things, to try to come up with solution, going back to the source. That's what we are doing. But you seem to be running interference every single time. I noticed that you used to call CT a name, but when I come here, I knew eventually you would add me onto it, because we are getting people to think. You know, we're not just doing, we're not just doing, you know, these fake sentiments to try to tell black people the, you know, lies. And you know that, we are not telling lies here. We are getting people to think, you know. It makes sense for us as
hold on, Aphrodamus. As somebody who taught in Seattle, as someone who taught in Seattle in the black neighborhood,
not a black
I
man.
my students monkeys, and I got my classrooms to achieve way above the average.
You don't have to call. Look, you don't have to call people.
About
look,
anything
look,
from either of you guys.
look,
You
look.
guys aren't truth tellers.
Zach,
you guys
Zach.
aren't motivators. You're haters. Both of you guys are haters.
You ever see Dude, Where's My Car?
Again, you have not answered the question. Why?
With the little bubble
I
wrap.
could go do my own show right now, but both of you guys, you don't bring any inspiration in the world. You don't bring any education. You think because you guys are all trumped up on the indoctrinators that somehow you're holier than thou. Again,
why didn't you answer the question? Why are you bothered by us thinking this way?
You come up here.
Why are you bothered?
You know what? Let me answer that question, because I'm gonna get thrown off the panel anyway. But
you get thrown off the panel if you're vulgar. That's why you're gonna get thrown off the panel. If you're vulgar, you just come on, man. You ain't got to be vulgar. Just if you go
man, who gives a damn about that? You're vulgar every day when you get on the live. You're vulgar when you disrespect black people.
You're vulgar about disrespecting black people every day when you put on the white man's smock and clock in for the white man's company. You're vulgar every day when you purchase the Arabs gas. You're vulgar every single day when you take care of black. I want you to shut the fuck up, Zach.
Because it's all.
I want you to be quiet talking to me.
I got to go anyway.
Okay, all right. So, but all right. Linwood, you don't want me to show you how pro-black I can really be, because I'll whip your ass every second of the day. Nothing about you, Linwood, is pro-black. Nothing about you is black at all, bro, to be completely honest with you. Even the name in itself, bro, the name that you gave yourself, if that's your real name. Don't get up here talking about I talk about blacks and I'm disrespectful towards blacks when nothing about you is anything black. You don't even live in a black community, Linwood. You need to stop talking, man. I kind of wish you wouldn't even call in at this point. What about you as black, bro?
I mean, well, yeah.
Okay, do me a favor. Let's do tit for tat. Speak a black language right now. Speak a black language. Matter of fact, speak Gullah Geechee, which is an American black language. Speak Gullah Geechee right now. Speak it. Speak Gullah Geechee right now. Speak it.
Gullah Geechee.
Yeah, okay, yeah. show. Okay, what about you is so black, bro? What about you is black? Other than those stupid ass books you got, what about you is black?
My black self-respect. I don't
Can you work for the white man? Respectful.
And,
What are we
you
saying?
know, and actually one.
I know what I want you to stop with this hyperactivity disorder bullshit. Just calm down. What did Aphrodite or me or myself say that was disrespecting black people? What was it? What was it, bro?
Negro, go play your own recordings.
Give me an example of when we disrespect blacks. Go ahead, buddy.
Blacks are violent.
Oh my God. Hold on for a second. Hold on.
What?
Now he's saying that I'm making this up, right? I'm making this up.
Fuck you looking at that sympathetic ass look, nigga. I'll bust your skinny ass in the face, nigga, when I catch you.
What did I do to you? I didn't do anything to you, Linwood. What did I do to you? Is that not you being violent right there? Is that not
Linwood,
you there? Is that not you? Oh, well, Linwood, is that not you being violent right there? Are you a black person or not? You said that you would attack another black person because they're talking. The white man founded this country. He said I could talk as much as I want to. You didn't found this country. The white man did. The white man said that you were bound by God to talk. That's what the white man said. The white man said this. You said that I practice violence. That's you. You don't have a recording. You don't have a recording of me. I have a recording of you being.
Well, I don't give a shit. I said what I said.
So what am I saying? That is. So what is Aphrodite saying? So what did Aphrodite say to disrespect black people?
The Aphrodite disrespects black people on a regular basis and got the gall to wear this beautiful Nubian skin, a waste of skin, just like you. So as a result of that, you know, I don't consider you at all.
Who are you? Let me read these super chats before I kick us back in too. Thank you so much, L, with the $5 to $10 super chat. Great idea, Bob. Credit for Linwood. Go ahead, Lewis, and then I'll bring Linwood back. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah,
I think
that my connection. I couldn't get
What'd you say, Lewis?
that well. Listen, it's a good topic, but I think it's a simple one to answer. Okay, let's be honest about it. Who has conquered the way the white man has conquered in this world?
Nobody.
Who's conquered the way the white man has conquered? Right.
Nobody else.
Africa, on the African continent, we're the most blessed in the whole world, believe it or not. We've got everything we need on the continent. We don't really need anything beyond the continent. You understand? But what has happened is that we have a particular person that has conquered everybody. So we've got to stop being harsh on ourselves. And the question you got to ask is, what made that person so unique that he can conquer everybody? Okay? Because he has access to something that the rest of us don't have, whether it's brains, whatever it is. It's a gift he's got. Whether you like it or not, is a fact. Okay? Our people were conquered. It happens. People go up, they go down. The ancients were us. The other people are on top of us now. We can come back up again, but we shouldn't be jealous of the white man. Don't be envying him because how he got his power, trust me, you don't want to be doing that to get power. Okay? If you look at the most powerful empires that we had, we were nowhere near as crude as that man has been to the rest of the world. Okay, so asking the question, why haven't we conquered the rest of the world? We are not like the rest of the world. We've got everything we need where we are. We're easily comfortable. We're not, our people don't go in search of what other people really got. It's only the Western world that has brought that to us. Those of us in the West, we're the ones who want all this other stuff other people got. But our people back home, we're simple people. We get our food, we eat, we got our women, we got our children, okay? And then we live at peace. If you come and trouble us, we trouble you. We're not interested in crossing the damn ocean. I don't want to cross that damn ocean. I'll stay on. Listen, when the Ashantis, my people conquered, went up to the Accra area. Our king came off this throne. He stuck his foot into the ocean and he said, now the Ashantis have conquered the sea. And he went back in the interior and left the people in the coast to it. We were not interested in crossing the ocean and all that. But nobody else was interested in crossing the ocean, by the exception of the Chinese. Yeah, we didn't need to cross the ocean. Hello, Chaotic, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here, man.
We didn't need to cross the ocean. We didn't need to go across. Listen, there was not even a common potato in Britain, in Europe, until America was discovered. Okay, you've got your coca yam, you got your plantain, you got your banana. Okay, the other stuff came in later from the Portuguese, like cassava and so on. But we got most of it. What we need was on a tropical land. Now it's hot. We wasn't cold. We had no need to cross the. Why are you your life to do that? What? Gold was just creative. We knew the value of it from ancient Egypt and so on, but we didn't put that much emphasis on it, only for worship of gods and deities. But for them, they had a need. You froze to death. Their poor people were the slaves of the rich people. The country where I live in England, British, from the French, when they saw something bad in the continent, they ran away to Britain. That was the place of the pirates. Why do you think Britain became so good at fighting? Okay, we were living like everybody else, but at a certain time in history, the white man had something about everybody else, a need. And when the technology came, he took it.
Where okay, let me ask you this. Where in Africa are you from?
I'm a Ghanaian, I'm an Ashanti.
Do you believe London is better than Accra?
Oh, London is better than Accra. It depends which one you're talking about. Technology, advancement, infrastructure, of course. My frustration is that.
Do you believe that the United Kingdom is
frustration? No, my frustration is this.
Do you believe that the United Kingdom is better than Ghana?
It's more advanced than Ghana, if that's what you mean. But I wouldn't swap it for Ghana because the humanity, the love that I get in Ghana, you can't buy that. You can't even create that in England.
So let me ask you a question.
Where are you at, Louis, right now? Where are you calling from? You're in London. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So why are you in London and not in Accra?
Because my parents brought me up here.
Would you ever consider moving back to Ghana?
I'm gonna be back in a year. I'm gonna be back at the end of January, and then hopefully after that, that will be my last year. It's taking me that long to get back here. It's coming here as a 10-year-old. That's how hard it is in a white man's place. This is what we first realize. That's why I admire Afro-Damas. The short period of time he's been American.
Hey, Lewis, you gotta fix your mic, bro. Your mic is messed up. You gotta fix your mic, Lewis.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. It's my laptop,
Yeah,
brother.
you gotta
I'm trying to edit it when I came off. No, it can't. It's an old laptop, so this is the best I can do at the moment. I'll try to use my headphone, but for now, this is the best I can do. In about a week or so, I'm gonna replace everything. Yeah, but I live in England because I was brought up in England. So that's where my parents were. Sorry.
Maybe if you hold the phone up to your mouth, hear it better.
Yeah, my face a bit close to the screen. Okay. So just bear with me. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we are a conquered people, but we're recovering. Okay, and the future is ours. We don't have to worry about nothing. Okay, you have to remember when the white men do fight, and they're gonna fight again soon with nuclear weapons. They're not recovering from that. So just be cool. We have a God. We just have to treat each other with righteousness. We have a God. We got a good balance between nature and the spirit. They only know science because they sold their ancestors sold themselves for that science. The science is going to come back and haunt them too. So I live in a city. I work for them. Okay? I wouldn't swap the humanity I get in my village for anything here in England. Okay? Because despite all the technology, they're not that happy. They're not happy people. They're only happy when they see you blacks poorer than them. And their politicians love that. They show you the chaos in Africa and they make sure it's kept so that their poor will think to themselves, oh, we're not bad. Look at the blacks over there. That's why they kill all our leaders that rise up. Okay? And Nkrumah, the dream of all our good leaders.
Hey, Lewis, you gotta fix your mic, bro. Lewis, you gotta fix your mic. You gotta fix your mic.
I have a question.
Sure.
I know it's like, oh Lord, oh here she goes again. But I'm gonna here's my question. All right. So okay, we're conquered. We you know the white man is better than us, etc. Are you saying that we never at one point ever were successful as a civilization? that all these like civilizations they say existed, Malian, Oyo, all these other empires never existed. That we just like we were just bottom of the barrel the whole time through, and the white man just came and just wiped us out because we were just sucking the whole time.
What I'm saying, and I keep on saying it, is that what Zanu is saying is true. Even with all those supposed kingdoms, they never had expansion in the mind. They never had institutions in the mind. They never had a world view of like a manifest destiny. So whether they had civilizations or not, they never had the same type of concepts as the whites did. So are you familiar with manifest destiny?
Well, that didn't that happen after they sent a bunch of prisoners over to America, and then they found out that America existed, and then they made
it doesn't matter whether they did or not. But the fact of the matter is that other groups of people, particularly whites, they had a way of looking at the world, and whether the Mali Empire had an empire, which I mean, let's be honest about it, it wasn't really an extensive empire. They didn't go throughout the world. They didn't go throughout the world leaving any of. They didn't go throughout the world, right, and changing entire landscapes. And so when you go there, you will say, "Hey, that's from the Mali Empire. This building, like the way they built it." You didn't have that, So I mean, yeah, I'm not knocking it, but I'm just going from the perspective of Zanu.
So here's the question: some of the buildings that are existing right now, do you really think that the white man built some of these buildings that you see that look like old as hell? Do you think that the white man came over to America and built all these old buildings that look like they have been existing for?
Hold on, let Aphrodite go real quick.
America was a wilderness with native Indians running around here in their teepees, smoking peyote and attacking one another. Okay, that's what this place was. It was a wilderness. The white man came here. They tamed this wilderness. So no. And this empire stuff that you people are talking about, can you show me one African country, even in the continent of Africa, that are saying, Mali's governmental system was so awesome, let us just forget what these European brought us, and we can start practicing that Mali empire stuff. And in the channel right now, as we're sitting here, I'm the only one that was born and bred in Africa. So growing, I have seen colonial buildings that the white man built, but I have never seen anything. They say, Mansa Musa and his, entourage came and built this, and I haven't seen that in Africa. I haven't seen it outside of Africa. So this civilization that you're talking about, do you understand that, especially the Oyo and others you're talking about, these people thrive on slavery? Do you understand this? Mindset was, I'm not a slave trader. I was in there. I'm just telling you how. Hold on. I'm just, America is developed. Hold on. Those slaves
that got sent over here.
Ma'am, you cannot.
And you guys had the same
level. Can this one be quiet for a second so I can answer?
Situations going on over there that we did over here. Why is Africa still looking shanty and
great question. Let me answer that for you. Great question.
Thank you.
So the slaves who were brought to America, despite what people try to tell themselves, they were just brought here to work in farms. They didn't have machines back then. So they were the machines back then. They were used to work in farms. It's not like they built skyscrapers and all this stuff. They didn't have those skills. So you're right. Somebody might have been an iron worker in wherever they were at, but if they get sold into the Americas, back then in the Americas, they needed people to work in the farm. That's why they needed the slaves. So and they brought them, hold on, Brazil. Hold on, ma'am, Brazil had slaves. Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti. So America did not become rich because of the Africans they brought here. That's not the case. It helped to their economy. They knew how to utilize it. But what about all these other places that had slavery and they are not even close to America? So you cannot take credit for that. America, the white man, built America.
Oh, so a white man built the buildings and all this other stuff?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
oh, honey,
Yes.
you need to do some research into that. That's not.
Ma'am, we are alive and well. So are you telling me?
You went to school in Ghana or you went to school in America?
I went to school in the United States of America.
Oh, okay. So I don't know what that.
And also, hold on. Also, I have eyes, and I live here. I see, who the engineers are. And myself, I've worked in construction and in many different industries. So,
honey, that's modern day. I'm talking about in slavery time.
Man, so you want to tell me that they had to whip you to be able to be a builder? Now there's no whip and chains. Now the skills disappeared. Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm listening.
Juan says the weak coward thieves that stupid for the slaves traded to America, just a business deal and all.
Yeah, it was the chiefs. It has nothing to do with the people, ma'am. Just so you know.
So, are you aware of Benjamin Banneker? Do you know that he?
I am aware of him. Here's the thing. So, is every black person Benjamin Banneker now? I'm aware of LeBron. Is every black person LeBron?
It doesn't even take like everybody to be a Benjamin.
Okay, then this is individuals. You can't. Hold on.
Benjamin Banneker to map out the city of Washington D.C.
Okay, Benjamin Banneker is an individual. Does every black have? Does every black have his?
Where's the Benjamin Banneker from Ghana then?
Okay, is again.
What you say? Who's the Benjamin Banneker of
Ghana? Ma'am. For example, right? When you look at it, if you look at it, ma'am, what Benjamin Banneker is an individual. He's one individual. Okay. Like we have you know who Ben Carson is, ma'am?
Yeah, I know who Ben Carson is.
Carson, he performed the surgery to separate the conjoined twins, right? He did that. Very brilliant. Hold on. Very brilliant man. Hold on, but now, are you going to tell me every black have the brain capacity of Benjamin Banneker or Ben Carson?
Of course not. What I'm saying is that you don't have anything equivalent to that in Ghana.
So now you're going to take us.
Ben Carson. I mean, all the people that have been excelling in America, from medical doctors, people creating like all these different inventions in Africa, and then I'll be quiet, but there's not. So what are we talking about?
What inventions came out of Africa? Real quick, what inventions came out of Africa? OG Genesis, go ahead. DJ Genesis, go ahead.
Out of Africa?
You just said out of Africa. So what inventions were those?
That's what my questions. I'm asking him.
No, earlier you were arguing that Africa had all these inventions. That's what you were saying. I came here to tell you that that's not true.
No, I never said Africa had inventions. No, I never said that. No, what do you?
Then what was your argument?
No, that was not my argument.
No, earlier before this conversation, I heard you here talking about all that stuff, saying that Africa had all this great stuff.
I was talking about mathematics and Ifa and how the divination system.
Okay. Where's Ifa from?
Ifa is from the Ife Yoruba.
Okay, side. Then tell me.
The people, the Nok people. That's who created Ifa.
Okay, tell us here the most popular, Ifa and Nok people, what they've invented. I'm listening.
Okay, so the divination system of Ifa actually is the initial.
Get on camera, Prince Shar. And real quick, Prince Louis, can you sit up at a desk, Prince Louis? Prince Shar, you got to get on camera, man, and call in.
Yeah, that's a mine.
Yeah, tell us. Let's forget about Banneker. Let's tell us about what they've created. Okay, I'm listening.
Ifa is the actual root of the actual binary system that it took to do computers. That the actual computation is based on, and I can actually break that down and show you it's called Bomina divination, and everything is based on a binary code, and that's how things come into existence. And yeah, it was a spiritual system, but it was also the ancient science of those people that, you know, we didn't have doctors, we didn't have X-ray machines. So what they did was that they were able to use this divination system to diagnose illness and different things like that. Okay, and then that same diagnosis.
So who used so this Ifa? Hold on. This Ifa is from Nigeria, right?
Yes.
Okay. So somehow okay. Hold on. So hold on.
Are not necessarily, they're not originally from Nigeria. They migrated from Nubia into Ile Ife. So
okay, but their last destination, you know, is Nigeria, right? So that's where they settled, right?
Oduduwa, yes.
Oduduwa. Okay. So did the people in Oduduwa, like you're saying, who deciphered and break down this Ifa thing to translate it into computer? You know, because Nigeria, if they're in Nigeria, hold on, ma'am. So hold on.
A white German man who actually was able to take
who did that?
The white German man. I can actually give you the exact name.
So the German man knew the Ifa language.
Yes, he actually got it.
The Yoruba. Hold on, man.
He actually got initiated. It was taught by the priest and was able to bring that divination system over into what we now know as the binary code that was the beginning of modern computing.
So this Ifa is so powerful, right?
Can you
would agree, right? So, ma'am, name the Nigerians that use Ifa to create this.
A concept. So, basically, from conceptual.
Can you show receipts that prove that historically?
I can. Yes.
Okay.
So,
I'm just curious, because I never heard that before.
Okay.
Me neither. Me neither.
Fractals, okay.
So, ma'am. So, can you name the Nigerians who? Because you know the Ifa should be their thing from the Yoruba land. Hold on. Since it's their thing, can you name some of the Nigerians that use this and decipher it and created technology? We're waiting.
I can't. Hold on. Let me.
You can't name those Nigerians off head.
No, not off the top of my head. I got too many other things to think about. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So there are Nigerian inventors who were able to do this, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll wait for them. Tell us the names. You see how you were able to tell us Benjamin Banneker right off the bat? Because he existed. Why do you have to look up these Ifa, spiritual scientists for us? They came up with computer, but Nigeria didn't invent computer.
I know it by heart, but I just don't remember it right now. So his name is.
I'm waiting.
No, that's not the one. Hold on. Let me actually look it up because it's an actual.
What did you call that thing that the Nigerians made? The divination.
Look it up. It's called bomb. Look up African fractals. And it's saying African mathematics. African fractals.
So that means they were holding out then when we Nigeria. Nigeria cannot use that technology to make sure US.
It's a closed practice. Everybody's not allowed.
So the answer is, since everybody doesn't want to do their homework, and in modern day it takes 10 seconds, conceptually they align, but historically there is no connection. At best, a casual one, if you can define it that way. It took me 10 seconds, man. 10 seconds. Just say, there you go. So there is some sort of connection, but historically they call it a casual one. There you go.
Thank you so much, Unique. Now she's trying to teach us juju, and Abiola says, what did Africa invent against malaria? And Eric, still to you. Go ahead, guys.
Africans didn't have an issue with malaria. That's why sickle cell.
Ma'am, yes, we did. What the?
That's why they actually eventually developed the sickle.
Ma'am. Look, some of you do this. Look. Here's the thing. you guys are so much in your feelings. You do a disservice to you do a disservice to real Africans and trying to pretend like we have all this stuff. You know, no, we do not. Okay, malaria. Look, malaria was taking people out until the white man invented the malaria drugs. So let's just accept it and move on. You see, you could not say anything. You can name one inventor that used dududua, whatever you call it.
I'm pointing out that historically, her story about some German, this and that, no. They say that they have intellectual overlap, right? They use the same things, recursion, split script, all the same concepts to do it because it's binary. It's very, right? Like if you do it, there's only one way to do it. But there's no historical evidence whatsoever. And I'm looking, man, right? That binary is based on African fractals. They give African fractals all sorts of no historical evidence.
Fractals is bombing
African fractals is how they came up with binary. It was independently. Okay, look, again, I took the time. I asked you to show me receipts. You didn't. I went. I did it myself. I'm reading you what it's telling me. I don't care. It's not important to me. My
African
people are getting
fractals
paid
is
either way.
YouTube video.
Thanks for the shekels.
Was discussing that actually got into the divination style. Okay, it's called African fractals. It's actually written. Ron English is the professor that did the TED talk discussing African fractals. Now he looked into Bamana divination. African Bamana sand divination.
Bottom line, binary is not historically based on Nigerian fractals, but both systems independently use recursion, making them mathematically analogous. I'm sorry, was I unclear?
Gimpy, you know what I found funny? Gimpy. She came up with her spiritual thing. She can't even find the answers. It only took you 10 seconds for you to come up with it. This is just like saying,
Papa Thomas, you know what my prompt was, bro?
Yeah.
Was binary in any way, shape, or form based on African Nigerian fractals? That's it. And then I hit enter. And I got a 6-page essay.
Yeah.
And that's and it broke it down by Nigerian fractals, African fractals, any coincidental or causality that might occur. And the only thing it has is that they're both mathematically analogous, and there's no historical connection that it could demonstrate for me that binary, the people who invented it for the use in computers, had any connection or knowledge of the Africans or the Nigerians or African fractals. I'm just saying, all
right, so like I said, Lebanese, the German polymath Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz refined and formalized the modern binary number system in the late 17th century, predating the advent of electric computers by centuries. He was reportedly inspired by the I Ching, another ancient binary system from China. Okay, so they're saying there's no work linking it to E5. However, when you actually look, there's another scientist that actually, if I can find it, I need to actually go back and read the actual thing. But E5 is computer science, okay? So bottom line is that is ancient African computer science. It's a computation system.
It's
a computation system, sir.
No, there is no evidence that Lebanese was inspired by African fractals. None of the search results show any connection between Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, who formalized modern binary in 1703, African fractal traditions with anthropologists like Ron Eglash documented centuries later. The sources you triggered focus on indigenous African fractal architecture and design. Ron Eglash's research on African fractal. Dude, when binary was invented, they didn't even science, right? If I can use science in that method, they didn't even science African fractals. It took how many? I'm sorry, centuries later before they were documented in the West as a known binary recursion science thing. I'm again, I am just typing in the questions and reading you what this machine tells me. I am not challenging you. I am saying no one wants to go get receipts, so I just took the 10 seconds in 2025 and got the receipts.
Okay, so here it is right here. I'm trying to like
City, you notice something, right?
What's that?
When at one point I had to redirect the conversation, but she started trying to make the comparison, proving my point. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am.
The George Cantor, 1877. George Cantor. Hold on, let me.
Okay, City. You notice
binary was invented
when we talk. She asked.
1877 is over 100 years later, almost 200 years. That would mean he had no idea what that dude was talking about because he died 6 times between.
Well, he went to Africa and he made the Cantor set. So and it was based
no
on
one's saying that African binary. We're saying that the guy who invented modern. Okay, you know what? I give up. I tried. I read the machine. I punched the buttons on the machine. I'm trying to talk to you nicely. You're not listening to me. You're using a date 100, almost 200 years after the man invented binary. How is that responsible for the man inventing binary? He had no idea that thing exists because it took almost 200 years before white men discovered it. I'm not saying Nigerians didn't do it. I'm not saying it didn't exist all over Africa. I'm saying that you're almost 200 years too late with that source. Please find me someone else that predates the year 1703 that canonizes Nigerian or African fractals in any way for white people. So you can demonstrate that the man who invented...
You're looking at the wrong thing.
You know what, man?
Sir, Bomina sand divination. You're looking at African fractals. African fractals was how they built their buildings and how they actually built their structures. That was how they built their societies and their buildings. The Bomina sand divination is the source of the binary system that George Cantor, the Cantor set, was based on in 18. Look, I just sent the.
Okay, then, ma'am.
1877 is 200 years almost after the man who you're saying was influenced by this knowledge did the thing that you were saying is influenced. I am not trying to be contrary. I am listening. But the source you quote me is 190 something years too late. Please quote me a source that predates 1703 that canonizes any of this information for white people. No one is saying it doesn't exist. No one is saying black people didn't do it. No one is saying that the black man in Africa didn't have all this. Show me one white person before 1703 who demonstrated the knowledge who could have influenced this white man in 1703 to create binary. Thank you.
I didn't say it. What I'm trying to explain to you is the pivotal role in the set theory, which has become the foundational theory in mathematics, George Cantor, and then he also created the fundamental.
Well, ma'am. Now I'm glad. This is what I wanted to know. You've answered the question. You know, you asked. Hold on. You asked me. You know. Hold on. You asked me a question. You said, "Where's the Benjamin Banneker's of Africa?" You answered it yourself. It's those Ifa priests. So it means there's plenty of Benjamin Banneker's, according to you. So we got plenty of them that were, they use this Ifa definition to build all those structures. My great grandpa, the computer he was using, all that Ifa computer, I knew I recognized that in the picture that I saw. So yeah, so you answered your own question. You said the equivalent of the African Benjamin Banneker's. So you yourself took the time and told us they are the Ifa priests. So they use that same technique. Hold on, Benjamin Banneker through his bloodline. Hold on, through his bloodline. Hold on, through his bloodline.
Because you are like American.
Hold on. Through his bloodline, that blood seeped through him, through his brain. That's where he got that knowledge. He used that Ifa knowledge to be able to draw. So, you can be greater than the source itself. So, yeah, Now you got the answer. Ifa, Benjamin Banneker used that. So the Africans on the continent there, they use that too. So there's plenty of.
You think it's bullshit. So why?
Well, I mean, according to you, I mean,
I don't think it's bullshit. I could actually say that might be true. You know I'm saying, because that was something that was going on. When it came down to understanding herbs and things like that. So understanding the body and bodily functions, the Odu Ifa. Listen. I know it looks like a joke. It's like funny, right? But I can break it down into like it's a mathematical table. If you look up Ifa hermeneutic,
ma'am, now we agree. Let's move on now.
Look, I told you, when you cite me a source pre-1703, I'll start listening again. But dude, you got to read Feather Duster's comment. That was the funniest one in the whole chat. It's at 609. It's really funny. I laughed, at least. And maybe because I'm a tech nerd.
Yeah, Chat EBT. Ha ha ha. Yeah, funny. I'm actually not using Chat EBT. I was actually just going off the top of my head. No, I'm trying to tell you is that like I said like I'm going.
It doesn't matter.
Listen, this is a video, the African fractals that I put in the back chat. So you're only focused on the African fractals, but I'm talking about the actual title of the video.
Ma'am, you asked.
Listen, the video is called African fractals. The divination system is called Bomina Sand divination. So you're looking at African fractals. You're looking at the wrong shit.
So, ma'am, you asked me a question, right? Then why didn't they use this Ifa? Since you said Africa is a shanty town, why didn't they use the Ifa to build, according to you? Since this
all Ifa is a diagnosis, a system of diagnosis. That's all it is. Like a doctor, you go to.
Well, they can use it to diagnose and build, right? I mean,
no, you don't use.
Isn't that what you asked me?
Those problems and illness. That's what.
So how was the German?
If you go to a doctor, right, you would normally do an MRI or a CAT scan. In this case, they didn't have those machines.
So this do they exist? These IFAs, do they exist in Nigeria?
How does that work? How does binary without a machine, just binary divination work? What are you channeling exactly? I don't understand how that builds computers other than it's a form of binary. I mean, I understand that.
So what happens is that you have a number. The number equals a story, and the story equals
gematria. This is gematria.
Hold on.
No wonder Zach enjoys this type of stuff.
Dude, I'm in awe because I just want a source that predates 1703. And
but you're talking about something. You're not even looking up what I'm talking about.
Dude, I looked it up. What do you want? I looked it up.
African
answers that it's not canonized in the white world until 200 years later.
Listen, I don't.
I'm like, how many different ways do you want me to look it up for you?
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, it's not me. I don't care personally. I am just pointing out that it's insane to say that something in
listen, can I just show my
introduced to the white world then.
Okay, all right, you got it. Right. So let me explain right. So okay, you got it. All right. So what happens is, right? So when you get a reading, right? All right. So this is the table of the Odu, right? The Odu are based on numbers, and it is based on a binary system of ones and twos. Each Odu represents, you have 16 major Odu, 256 minor Odu. Each Odu can have like limitless, I would say, combinations that it can fall. So based on how it falls equals a story. Each story represents like what's going on, and it breaks down from the human body. The Orisha actually are bodily functions in the human body. So if you're having an issue with something, whatever, it'll be like, okay, Oshun is like the circulatory system. Yemaya is the blood. Each different like Orisha is not just like this mythological creature. It's actually functions of the body. So when they do the divination, and this whole thing, it'll tell you like what might be going on, things to look out for, but also if you're going through anything, an ailment of any kind. And this was the way that they would diagnose things before there were actually the internet. Because right now, when you go to the doctor, what they'll do is they'll type your information into a search engine, and then they'll get an answer back. And what is a search engine? Zero. They put it in there, and zeros and ones come back with it. You know what I'm saying? Same thing that happened in this. So, but that's pretty much how it works. There's like
Thank you so much, Mark Shabisa. This is awesome. So, okay, throw me some rope here. What exactly are we looking at?
This is E5. This is actually what E5 is. E5 is a binary system of divination. It's actually a binary system not prescribed, but a diagnosis. So E5 is not a religion. It's a system of diagnosis of a problem, whatever your problem might be.
And do you? So you have children. So do when your children get sick or anything, do you go by this chart or?
No, what happens is that, like, say if I go to a Babalawo might be able to tell me I'm sick before I even know I'm sick.
Oh.
It's called the Father of the Mysteries. That's why people don't even know, because it's a closed practice.
A divinator,
a diviner, a priest. So, so I go and get a reading. You're supposed to like do it like once a month or whatever. Like you go to a doctor, right? Once a month, whatever. And they'll tell you, okay, watch out for this, watch out for that. You might be having.
While we're listening to witchcraft, CT.
Hold on. Give her a chance. Give her a chance.
You know what's so crazy that you think it's witchcraft, but before there was ever hospitals and doctors, this is what they did.
Yeah, people also.
Well, we have it now. We have hospitals, man.
No, but people that back then died at 30. Stop, right? Like you're comparing colonization to the people Oriental. If you were talking about Asian holistic medicine,
I changed the same thing.
I changed the same thing. Someone have to do in order to use this system to divine things. Let's start that. In order to be the person you go see once a month, what did that person have to do?
They had to be initiated and trained from a very young age all the way up to for probably they have to
what
beginning to become a Babalawo. They start at a very young age and get trained up. They have to be like beside another Babalawo. They get trained for years on how to do it.
Well, unique. I mean, to be fair, even modern medicine can't cure cancer now. So to be fair,
Well, Babalawo should be more powerful than the medicine. That's the whole point, City. The Babalawo is more powerful than medicine. That's
it's not. No, a doctor is not more powerful than medicine. You go to a doctor.
No, ma'am. I'm supporting you. I'm supporting you, saying your this duduwa thing is more powerful than the modern medicine. So that's I'm supporting you. I'm supporting you.
What medicine was?
So answer her question, because the doctors can figure this out. Can Mr. Babalawo, figure this out for us? Is there a way for Babalawo to figure this out? Because if this exists, then Nigerians have been holding out on their own people. So this practice is only amongst the blacks or the Nigerians too?
It was in Europe a tradition.
So why isn't this translating in Nigeria, man?
Have you ever heard of medicine man? So different cultures had their version of the same thing. You just don't understand it because you're Christianized. But I'm telling you, is that different?
I'm aware of medicine man.
Different.
So are you talking about a medicine man?
Different cultures had their different forms of divination.
City, Google what the medicine man look like in Nigeria. Google the medicine man and put the picture up so we can see this.
No, Babalawo.
Okay. City, well, maybe you call it the name, but in English is medicine man. Can you City, put up the images so we can see these doctors? I'm sure they have their pictures.
Medicine man is what they call, the white people started calling them. They call them They also call them witch doctors and all type of other things. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's not the same thing. That's the Hollywood version of what it really was. All it was
So,
if you don't have a doctor, you go to, what do you think that we went to when they didn't have doctors?
When they didn't and I've never existed in a world where doctors didn't exist.
Well, guess what? This is a passed down practice that has existed for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
Look, I know people that have knowledge about herbs, herbalists, but what you are saying here and what the herbalist does are two completely different things. So you're talking about inventing computers.
I don't even know what the problem is.
Inventing computers and all this kind of stuff. But then, but then when we
do some research before you talk crazy about it, just do some research. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, that's why we have you here to tell me.
No.
That's why I'm here listening to you.
And then you go and do your research and look into it, and then you'll find out more information. Don't just listen to what I say. Go do your research and find out. You'll find out that this was a formal thing of diagnosis.
Well, I just know that the place you're pointing at, saying where the origin is, the people there, in fact, when they get sick, they fly to the white man's country, the ones that can afford it.
They are colonized, sir. They're not longer practicing.
Oh, yeah. So getting treatment is colonization too. Okay.
There are some people that still practice this form of belief, in certain areas, but for the most part, they are now Christians, or mainly Christian. If you do the research, you'll find out that I'm not lying. I don't have any reason to lie.
Well, you did try to compare. You said to show you the equivalent of Benjamin Banneker. A minute ago you tried to differentiate yourself.
Oh no, all of Babalawo is a doctor. So yes, that's not the equivalent of Benjamin Banneker.
No, hold on. You ask. So I would think if this Babalawo religion is so powerful, I answered your question, then they would have used it. Hold on. Just like you said, how come you said they brought the slaves? Wait, why are you trying to overtalk me?
Because you're not.
Stop overtalking me. Stop overtalking me. You ask, how come, the slaves they sold, to this country, the country became powerful. But what about in Africa? They sold the slaves to many countries. They are not as powerful as America. But now I'm also saying to you then, since you're this Ifa Tunde thing you're talking about is so powerful, so how come it, because a minute ago you said, yeah, in fact, they use it to invent computer. Didn't you say this here?
What I'm saying is,
hold on, but didn't you say that? Did you not say that?
No, I did not say they use it to invent computer. I said it's the same binary code.
Ma'am,
have that binary code. You look at
City, am I hearing things, or she said this?
No, that based on what this guy
Gimpy, am I hearing things, or she did?
Prominent sand divination.
CJ with the $5 super chat. Carver came up with the peanut. He invented many things from the peanut.
Which was
DJ Genesis. This goes back to Frank Zanu's original argument. There's no codified science from the African world. This is something that you believe, right? But this is something that is not readily accepted. And this is what Zanu was saying. Had the African or your ancestors won a long time ago, maybe this would be known amongst a lot of people, but to a lot of people it sounds crazy, right?
It would have been known because it's a closed practice. Only certain people know how to do it.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. It's like everybody's not. It's not a wide. Only certain people know how to do this. They have to get initiated. There's a whole process.
See,
So
look
like
at what Vanta wrote in the chat. Can you?
You say what?
Look at what Vanta wrote.
I need to put it in practice and lose some weight. I mean,
Below the last.
I did have a wonderful Christmas. Hope you did too, Blue Jay.
No, Vanta. Oh,
let me see. I'm trying to find it. Where is it at, man? I can't find it.
Maybe I can't see it.
Yeah, I can't find it. What did he write?
Oh, hold on. Oh, it's way up there. I guess it's way gone. About the government cheese thing.
I'm play this real quick. I'm play this. Hold on, let me see.
What it does to the
I swear it's like less than like.
Yeah, I can't find it. There's so many people were commenting. It's like going. It's too fast for me right now. I don't even know where it's at. DJ Genesis.
Can I show this real quick? So I just
DJ Genesis. This way of diagnosing, is it peer reviewed? Is it how did they do it back then?
How did they do it back then? There was
Is it peer reviewed? Like, were there institutions that collectively said we're going to use this to treat people?
That's what she's telling you happened, is that these special priests are trained from childhood and raised to be able to do this divination, and in turn they use this binary system that now is the fundamental basis for all of binary. I mean, I don't know why it's so hard to follow. Again, I just don't have any sources that line up with that story.
All right, so can I just play this real quick and then I'll leave it alone. Just so I didn't all right. I think I'll put it on. Let me put it on a little bit faster so it could don't play too slow, right? Put it on 125.
An infinite number of lines, each of which has an infinite number of points in it. So he realized he had a set whose number of elements was larger than infinity. And this blew his mind. Literally, he checked.
This is called the Cantor set. Let me go back a little so you understand me.
Process. So he starts in 1877, the mathematician named George Cantor. And Cantor decided he was going to take a line and erase the middle third of the line, and then take those two resulting lines and bring them back into the same process, a recursive process. So he starts out with one line, and then two, and then four, and then 16, and so on. And if he does this an infinite number of times, which you can do in mathematics, he ends up with an infinite number of lines, each of which has an infinite number of points in it. So he realized he had a set whose number of elements was larger than infinity. And this blew his mind. Literally, he checked in the sanitarium. And when he came out of the sanitarium, he was convinced that he had been put on Earth to found transfinite set theory because the largest set of infinity would be God himself. He was a very religious man. He's a mathematician on a mission. And other mathematicians did the same sort of thing. Swedish mathematician von Koch decided that instead of subtracting lines, he would add them. And so he came up with this beautiful curve. And there's no particular reason why we have to start with this seed shape. We can use any seed shape we like. And I'll rearrange this, and I'll stick this somewhere down there. Okay. And now upon iteration, that seed shape sort of unfolds into a very different looking structure. So these all have the property of self-similarity. The part looks like the whole. It's the same pattern at many different scales. Now, mathematicians thought this was very strange because as you shrink a ruler down, you measure a longer and longer length. And since they went through the iterations an infinite number of times, as the ruler shrinks down to infinity, the length goes to infinity. This made no sense at all. So they consigned these curves to the back of the math books. They said, these are pathological curves, and we don't have to discuss them. And that worked for 100 years. And then in 1977, Benoit Mandelbrot, a French mathematician, realized that if you do computer graphics and use these shapes he called fractals, you get the shapes of nature. You get the human lungs, you get acacia trees, you get ferns, you get these beautiful natural forms. If you take your thumb and your index finger and look right where they meet, go ahead and do that now, and relax your hand, you'll see a crinkle, and then a wrinkle within the crinkle, and a crinkle within the wrinkle within, right? Your body is covered with fractals. The mathematicians who were saying these are pathological, useless shapes, they were breathing those words with fractal lungs. It's very ironic. And I'll show you a little natural recursion here. We just take these lines and recursion paths or house with a sacred altar. Goes off to eternity, once again. Infinity is important. Now, you might ask yourself three questions at this point. Aren't these scaling patterns just universal to all indigenous architecture? And that was actually my original hypothesis. When I first saw those African fractals, I thought, wow, so any indigenous group that doesn't have a state society that's in a hierarchy must have a kind of bottom-up architecture. But that turns out not to be true. I started collecting aerial photographs of Native American, South Pacific architecture. Only the African ones were fractal. And if you think about it, all these different societies have different geometric design themes that they use. So Native Americans use a combination of circular symmetry and fourfold symmetry. And you can.
So basically, what he did was he found out that all this stuff, like it had all this stuff, and the fractals. I'm trying to find the one that's talking about math. Fractals at the heart of math.
CT, I guess we have to believe it now because apparently a white man stood on stage and said it, right?
Yo, Aphrodamus, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about any of that because this all started with the key element of information. In 1877, the white man discovered this. In 1703, the white man
an algorithmic approach to fractals that I found was actually not geometry.
If you can't show me the point that the dude in 1703 knew what they discovered in 1877.
Okay. But now I want you to see what he said because this is where I was trying to get. Okay. So it
was in a symbolic code, and this was Bominal divination, and the same divination system is found all over Africa. You can find on the East Coast as well as the West Coast, and often the symbols are very well preserved. So each of these symbols has 4 bits. It's a 4-bit binary word. You draw these lines in the sand randomly, and then you count off. And if it's an odd number, you put down 1 stroke, and if it's an even number, you put down 2 stroke. And they did this very rapidly. And I couldn't understand where they were getting, they only did the randomness 4 times. I couldn't understand where they were getting the other 12 symbols. And they wouldn't tell me. They said, no, I can't tell you about this. I said, well, look, I'll pay you. You can be my teacher and I'll come each day and pay you. I said, it's not a matter of money. This is a religious matter. And finally, out of desperation, I said, well, let me explain George Cantor in 1877. And I started explaining, why I was there in Africa. And they got very excited when they saw the Cantor set. And one of them said, come here, I think I can help you out here. And so he took me through the initiation ritual for a Bamana priest. And of course, I was only interested in the math. So the whole time he kept shaking his head going, I didn't learn it this way. But I had to sleep with a cola nut next to my bed, buried in sand, and give 7 coins to 7 lepers and so on. And finally, he revealed the truth of the matter. And it turns out it's a pseudo-random number generator. They're using deterministic chaos. When you have a 4-bit symbol, you then put it together with another one sideways. So even plus odd gives you odd. Odd plus even gives you odd. Even plus even gives you even. Odd plus odd gives you even. It's addition modulo 2, just like in the parity bit check on your computer. And then you take this symbol and you put it back in. So it's a self-generating diversity of symbols. They're truly using a kind of deterministic chaos in doing this. Now, because it's a binary code, you can actually implement this in hardware. What a fantastic teaching tool that should be in African engineering schools. And the most interesting thing I found out about it was historical. In the 12th century, Hugo of Santalia brought it from Islamic mystics into Spain. And there it entered into the alchemy community as geomancy, the divination through the earth. This is a geomantic chart drawn by for King Richard II in 1390. Leibniz, the German mathematician, talked about geomancy in his dissertation called De Combinatoria. And he said, well, instead of using 1 stroke and 2 strokes, let's use a 1 and a 0. And we can count by powers of 2, right? 1s and 0s, the binary code. George Boole took Leibniz's binary code and created Boolean algebra, and John von Neumann took Boolean algebra and created the digital computer. So all these little PDAs and laptops, every digital circuit in the world started in Africa. And I know Brian Eno says there's not enough African computers, but I don't think there's enough African history in Brian Eno.
So basically, that he broke down the people that.
CT, you know what I've learned about TED Talks? I used to listen to TED Talks, right? Then I realized like TED Talk, like they would say stuff. Eventually, I was like, wait, let me research this stuff. They would talk vaguely, like he's doing. This is like a Zach. This he said in the East Coast of Africa and West, so they wouldn't name a place. They wouldn't name country, no nothing. It's all big lies. These people are using this to brainwash gullible blacks to make them feel like they are part of something. It's not real. It's not true. This man clearly, hold on. This man, okay. It's just like the Kwanzaa, how they made it up, right? Kwanzaa is just a group of farmers in Tanzania, a small community. They will come together to put their harvest together harvest season to celebrate it. So this one professor that went there, meet these people, now he turned the Kwanzaa to an African thing. African. He doesn't name the place, that it's somewhere in Tanzania, right? So because they know when they come here and tell the blacks that Africa, because they think Africa is a country, is one people, so they run with it. What part of Africa? I was in Africa in school learning math. I have never heard this. How is this white man going there doing the ritual, laying next to the kola nuts and
paid
getting
$1 million, dude.
Yeah.
That's what
making the stuff?
Yo, Aphrodamus, my bigger problem is the logical leap he takes. He shows a clearly Arab document that clearly nothing there shows anything denoting that it says it's from African influence, and he says that somehow that the Arabs brought it into Spain through their conquering and then gave it to the King of England, and then he shows you an Arab document that claims that it's an Arab thing. So I'm just saying, like, that's my problem with his logic, is right there, is he's making a claim that he shows no evidence. The evidence shows that Arabs brought it to the King of England, not anyone else. That document doesn't reflect that it's, oh, there's Africa. No, it shows something that Arab, that he's saying is attributed by, he didn't show where the Arabs attribute that. That's, again, these are all my questions. Somehow it came from the Arabs, came into Africa and brought it to Spain. And then he shows an Arab, a Moorish document that's prepared for the King of England. So all I see is Arabs did this and they can claim credit for it. That's the proof I see. Because that's my problem here, is he's relying on that the African divinator, whatever they're called, told him that that's how it got there. And he shows evidence that the Arabs had it. I mean, I'm not, again, every real source.
It's all throughout Africa.
It's not true that he assigns it to the to the Oriental, to the Chinese influence. I'm sorry, like, just because some dude at a TED Talk did it, it's still not logically clear that he's telling the truth. It doesn't show.
You know what I'm confused about? They said don't listen to white man.
To this document, there's still a giant gap.
CT, they always say don't listen to the white man, but if the white person says what they like, that's their source. They look up to white people. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Yes. This is why they bring the white person to, in front of them on these TED Talks, and all these black women, they eat it up and they go and teach their children this BS. And this guy sounds like Zach. The guy sounds exactly like Zach, literally using gematria. This is why, CT, you and I, we are a problem. We are a problem to them.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Aphrodamus. He also has to show where the accounted for history, where he openly in writing credits or Asian influence, Oriental influence, and that geomancy is what he did. That's all I'm saying, is like he made two suppositions there he didn't provide evidence for. One, that there's any evidence that the Arabs didn't divine binary whatever divination themselves, because it's an Arab document. I'm not saying that he just didn't show the evidence of the link. He supposed it. And then that there's a link that what we know on record, which is written down by the man's own hand, is different because he said that the dude said something else. And that's like, he has to demonstrate that. He didn't do either of those things. All he did was show you a document for the Arabs. Or at least that's all you showed us he showed.
Look,
Abiola says Zanu intelligence. Thank you so much. Let me read these other super chats real quick. Mama Kara, what's up? Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says intellectual conversations are so comical here. And Kung Fu CJ with the $2 super chat. Exodus 32 has the ingredients that cures all. Thank you so much.
Have you guys ever seen anywhere, or even with the fake movies, have you guys ever seen movies said the lost scrolls from Africa? Have you ever seen them fighting, looking for some lost scrolls?
I've never seen it.
Don't you have to be lettered for that to happen?
Really cool booby trap temples with the giant diamond are generally in Africa. So they got some that built that.
No, I mean, like for
Oh, okay.
Africa, it's more physical. You laid out, you know. I'm not saying we don't have stuff there, but the writing things they are coming up with. I mean, come on now, guys.
Well, no, he even look.
Come on.
Even I made a mistake and played that.
Come on. What language was this written in? What language?
Listen, he even talked about how they built their actual houses back then were based on fractal.
No one is denying that. Dude, again, I think you're making the wrong conversation here. We all agree that occurred in Africa and that it was well known to be a norm in Africa. What we are saying is white men didn't know about it till 1877. And the only even remote evidence that this guy can show is that an Arab document demonstrates the same binary system for geomancy and was provided to a king. And then he makes a statement that directly counters what history is with the dude who invented binary, saying he attributes it to geomancy when the man said he attributes it to the, to the Oriental influence. So again, no one is saying that Nigerians or West Africans or East Africans or whatever you're fixated on didn't use fractal designing and weren't masters of it. What we're saying is white people didn't know about it. So your original claim that binary is actually based on it directly, that from the modern binary, is just not accurate. Because the white man didn't even know about your stuff, according to history, for almost 200 years from when the original binary that they use in computers today is created. And we have the original guy saying he was influenced specifically by Oriental math. So again, I'm not saying it didn't happen. Afrodamus isn't saying it didn't happen. CT isn't saying anything as usual. And you're fighting a battle that doesn't make sense because there's no evidence so far other than this guy who, again, show me all the missing links and we can talk, but acknowledged history says something different. And if you're going to say all of history is fake, then I automatically exclude you because this is documented.
You were in the fire. They said something else. I will concede to that.
I'm just saying, like the dude himself says he was influenced by that. This guy said he said it's geomancy. Did he show any evidence to that? You watch the whole video. You can answer those questions. I'm saying history says that the dude attributes it to Chinese mathematics and their binary system. He's saying that this guy said, oh, geomancy, and we'll replace sticks with numbers. I mean, does that sound...
That's what the actual scientist that was doing the mathematics, when he found out about geomancy, he said that...
Right, but he says he learned it from Asian binary, from Chinese binary. He himself attributes it, right? Like, he'll tell the influences of him are that the binary system the Chinese came up with. Again, I'm not knocking you, and I'm not saying that this guy has to prove that this guy said that geomancy was his influence because history has the proof to date that he says it's the Chinese. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You have to find a real source that predates 1703, not some guy at a talk.
I think geomancy, what you'll see is that there's an Okwele chain, and it's the same actual chain that's used in E5. But it's okay.
Again, no one's saying that binary should be different for anyone. Master binary should get the same result.
He showed geomancy, but he showed the actual Okwele chain that Babalawo's used.
No, he showed an Arab like what you showed us is an Arab document that claims credit for geomancy, and they're showing that they're masters of it. That's what that document says. It doesn't say the Africans taught us.
Babalawo's use that same chain to when they do their readings, the same thing as that when you look at that, you see a Babalawo's Okwele chain, same exact thing. If you look at the image that they have there for their chain that they throw to like do their readings, it's the same exact chain that they do in E5. The thing is that you guys think that there's a separation. Even in Asian, it's a similar system.
But do you think the Chinese were influenced? The isolated Chinese were influenced by the African system.
I believe that
they invented on their own intelligence. I mean, because again, if you show that the Chinese were influenced by it, then you're correct. But if you can't show that because the Chinese show it that that's an independent invention of the Chinese, and that's the accepted history, and this man is basing his binary on that independent invention. This guy claims he said geomancy. He has to show me now the evidence of that because we have evidence to the contrary. That's all. It's that simple. It's not a hard thing. This is why when CTS something like it was their peer review, right? Is there a measurable way to get your results to be repeated for the same patient with different divinators? Will they always get the same? If I have, for example, if I have melanoma, God forbid, and I go to a divinator, will every divinator divine me the same divination because I have melanoma? Right? That's the whole thing. That's what CT's trying to find out. Is it repeatable that you get the exact same result every time because you go in advance already knowing what the problem is? Or is it that they come up with something different each one and it's supposed to be a fortune, right? Like this is the difference between science and mysticism. Yes, they both use binary coding and analogous math, excuse me. But that doesn't mean that something that was invented 100 years, almost 200 years before white people knew about it was based on what you're talking about, whereas they fully knew about the Chinese version of binary. So it makes a lot more reasonable sense when they openly admit to knowing about one thing, but don't admit to knowing about another for another 200 years, that you could say the influence comes from Asia, not Africa.
Look, and what she is saying about this divination, they have what they other places they call them marabu. They use these cowrie shells, white shells. You go, it's like you go there, they shake it like this, they throw it, and the guy starts going like how Zach does the gematria thing. It's like you see those two cowries when next to each other. That means the path is clear for you. This one part over here, I see an enemy lurking in the dark, waiting. That's the type of stuff they do.
All day we keep hearing this. The blacks, we didn't colonize the planet because we're peaceful. We're part of nature. This, that, and the other. We have some of the highest crime rates against each other in the Western Hemisphere and in Africa.
In history, why
I don't get this? Like, where's all this love? We move away from each other in record numbers because we don't want to live around each other. What are we talking about? Why are we lying to ourselves?
It's just crap.
We're not psychopaths. What are you talking about? Most black communities are unlivable because we have all psychopaths in the damn community. Our melanin makes
wasn't the whole reason the slave trade was prosperous because you all were killing each other in Africa? I mean, it didn't work if you weren't conquering each other. Based on what Aphrodamist explained earlier, it required a whole
Yeah, I mean, I don't get this lie. Like, one minute we are this nice, peaceful people, and then you ask people, well, why don't you just live around black people?
Man.
Then people, oh, well, I want to live where it's economically sound for me. Well, what are you talking about?
CD.
Go ahead.
I used to see blacks. They would use fake address so their kid would go to school in a white area away from the all black area.
Yeah.
Okay. They used to do that. Okay. And another thing, have you noticed this TED Talk stuff they come up with where they use this general Africa thing? They never go and do this speech in front of actual African. Have you noticed that? They've never taught us, because like if you come and give me this speech, I would have to ask you like which group and the country. Like I would have to ask you this. Okay. But Miss Genesis here, all she needs to hear is Africa. And a white man said it, so therefore it is true. They don't do this in my school city where like these people act like we don't go to school. We go to school. They don't teach us this BS stuff. You know, even history, they would tell you which group, you know, the country where they are from, their traditions. They're not, I mean, you're not just gonna come and stand in front of me and say Africa. I'll be like, where? Like, where? Which country? Like, you gotta tell me that. But all they need is to say Africa, and that would be the end of the story. That's it. Oh, just say Timbuktu, and they would be satisfied. It's all about sentiment and, you know, being jealous of the white man. That's just what it is. And you see, they are pretending that they are not violent.
CT talking about people that learn from their environment that they didn't create. I'm confused here. Did we or not? Did we? Now we didn't create. the environment now? Which one is it? So we didn't create the environment now? Which one is it, man? DJ Genesis, you got to admit it. Did we or not? Okay, so this person says we learned from the environment that we didn't create. So we didn't create the environment now? Think about this. Which one is it? Did we create all of this stuff or did we not? If it's the environment, then we created the environment. Or did we not create the environment? See, this is why Zanu is correct, man. We never go ahead, DJ Genesis. What do you think about this?
That's very confusing. I don't really get what that statement is saying. I'm sorry, I don't even know where to start with that.
But see, why are they mad at Zanu though? Why?
DJ Genesis. This person is saying that the reason why blacks are in the condition that they are in is because of the environment that was created by non-blacks. But then there are blacks who believe that black people created every goddamn thing. They created the country. So which one is it?
Yeah, I don't believe that we created the whole country, but I do believe that we had a stake in like building certain structures and things like that. Not that we created the whole country and all the laws and all the little stuff they had. You know, we did have a whole thing going on with England and so whole constitution and stuff, people coming together, signing documents. I can't say that we wasn't there during those meetings, you know what I'm saying? But I can say that, hey, whenever you have a whole stock market and Wall Street built off of human labor, what else could you say? What would you say? If the entire stock market was based on initially black human labor, which it still is based on human labor, I mean, what can you say when that is like the...
Ma'am, do you know how the stock market works?
Yes.
Tell us.
So basically, you have different corporations that go public, and then people that own shares, that they buy shares in a company, and then based on whether or not that company is doing good, or the people who are working really hard, or whatever, making money, it goes up, and sometimes it goes down.
So also that the labor is based on blacks from these companies?
Well, the actual initial stock market, No,
I'm talking about the stock market, ma'am.
No, I'm trying to tell you that the Wall Street was initially a place where...
Who cares how it started? I'm talking about, you said the labor is based off of...
So right now,
So you were saying that, hold on. So they, so you're saying they traded slaves?
Company valuations and things like this is based on this. I wouldn't even say it's even based on really sales. It's about how many people are buying into something. The whole stock market, I believe it's like a...
Okay, so you're saying, okay, let's go with what you're saying. You're saying that, slaves were a commodity on the stock market. Okay, what's that have to do with? They're just a commodity. It's just like computers coming out saying, I'm a commodity on the stock market. They removed these slaves eventually, but that doesn't mean the slave built it. The slave was just a commodity, man, to invest in. Yeah, but they were just a commodity to invest in.
Still had workers building cars in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, but those are not slaves.
People, okay, well, yeah, they're not slaves.
The worker in Detroit can buy into the stock market too. Can the commodity buy into the stock market?
I don't think that you could do that back then. I think you just had
because they are a commodity. Commodities can't buy. They're just commodity. The worker in Detroit that you speak of, the worker can actually buy into the stock market. You know that, right?
Well, that's now probably. I don't think that was happening back.
Ma'am, they can. Do you know what 401k is?
Listen, it wasn't no goddamn 401k when Ford started.
Do you know what 401k is?
I know what a 401k is. Yes,
so you telling me the auto workers did not get 401k?
You're talking about something that's happening now. I'm talking about back.
Ma'am, I live now. I don't.
Hey, Juan
live in
says CT's panel knows more about the world than the world knows about itself.
like, ma'am. So, are you trying to tell me the workers, the auto workers, did not get 401k?
Back when they first started building cars, and like,
ma'am, I'm just asking you, did they or did they not have it?
No, I don't think they had 401k back when they
Okay,
first.
all right, I rest my case.
When they first started coming up from slavery towns and.
So, ma'am, why is it hard for you to stay? You know,
why is it hard for you? You're asking a question. No,
you always try to go back to the ancient history.
And listen, I'm talking about. Listen, we're talking about slavery and on, right? So people left the plantation and began to migrate north to Detroit and Chicago. And they say, some people say that the people that couldn't read ended up in Chicago. No, they ended up in Detroit, and then the people that could, they went to Chicago.
So they had the auto factories then?
In Detroit.
Ma'am, you telling me right after slavery they had the auto factories?
What I'm trying to tell you is that at some point people migrated from down south.
No. I'm asking you.
No. Like, listen, when the auto industry started, it was because of Ford, and they migrated from down south to Detroit. That's
when they started the assembly line. You know what, like, the assembly line.
Guardia, I like your ascot, man. It's nice.
When they started the assembly line, can you look up? Can you look up when that was?
It wasn't directly after slavery, but like whenever Ford made the car, people left down south and moved and migrated up.
Yeah, they worked. They worked and they got pension.
There was no 401k plan back then.
Did they get pension?
Let me see. All right, because you're asking stupid.
Did they get pension, man?
I don't know if they got a pension. They had to create. Unions. They had to create unions. Okay. And initially, the black people was not a part of those unions in Detroit.
So if blacks are not part of it, then it doesn't exist.
No, they eventually became a part of them. The local
auto workers get 401k or not?
The local 60, the local this, local They eventually they didn't run off the rip. They didn't just start off like getting pensions and 401. They didn't have. I don't think they even had 401k back when the auto workers started working at Ford. Come on now, please.
Yeah, you like saying eventually about everything. Back then, I didn't
ask stupid ass questions about some shit that like people coming up from down south up into a new auto industry to work the plant,
and they got paid.
All this shit set up like there was a 401k plan. But
yes, they got paid. They were very well paid. They bought houses. I mean, you're in Detroit. You know the auto workers made a lot of money. They made a lot of money.
It's not still people are not generating.
They made a lot of money. What are you talking about?
What's the point? They did not get money off of Ford stocks. Actually, it was more. Listen, if you know anything about Detroit, you know that the majority.
Man, let's get King Swarthy here real quick because this is going on a little bit too long. Go ahead, King Swarthy. Go ahead. What say you, sir, about the main topic? Why didn't our ancestors colonize and rule the planet?
Their mama came white.
Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I wanted to say peace and shalom to everybody on the panel right now and in the chat. Agreements or not, it's shalom. It means peace, CT.
Oh, okay. So
it's another way, or shalom or salam is another way of saying peace as well. Gotcha. When you look at the situation that took place at the time, we weren't advanced enough in science, engineering, and technology to take advantage of the minerals that was under our feet on the continent of Africa. We were very naive concerning accepting Catholicism and not being smart enough to see that there were people that showed up that were just phenotypically way different than us. So the reason why we failed is because we were naive. We didn't understand to the victor go the spoil. We weren't scientifically and technologically apt enough to manipulate the materials that were right up under our feet on the continent of Africa. And we just didn't have the foresight to prevent what was to take place and how we got to where we got to today. So a big part of accountability is just being honest with yourself, being honest with what took place, And we just wasn't ready. We were slipping, CT, if I could use a lamer term, And that's just the truth at the end of the day, regardless of how people feel. Those are the facts. To the victor go the spoil. And after we were spoiled, we didn't learn the lessons necessary from being conquered. We didn't go into science, engineering, and technology. We didn't have time for recreation. We shouldn't be fans of football teams. We shouldn't be celebrating any holidays. We should have learned from the lessons of how we fail as a people and as a continent. And we should have been laser focused in school. We should have been laser focused in building our families back. We should have developed a consanguineous bond. Another thing that led to the downfall of Africa was the tribalism. To see somebody show up on the continent that was phenotypically so different than East and West Africans look today, I would have had to have been smart enough at that time to release the nation or tribe of Africans I may have conquered or I may have bought as slaves from another African tribe, to say we have to work together to eradicate this foreigner that has showed up on the continent that doesn't look anything like us. So it's about accountability at the end of the day and being honest and being a man about the situation. We just wasn't ready, CT. To the victor go the spoil. I'm not offended in that.
Thank you so much, Swarley. Zach, what's up, buddy?
I just want to talk about the way you guys evaluate what is greatness in this world. And a lot of the things that you are attributing to greatness are the things that are essentially going to destroy humanity at the end of the day. Is it not true?
I'm listening to you, man. I'm listening to you, buddy.
Militarism. Has it brought more good or destruction to the earth?
I don't know, Zach. What do you think it's brought to the earth?
I think it's an easy answer. I mean, a lot of people have been destroyed because of militarism. There's a lot of people just wiped from the face of this earth. And again, we are the military superpower of the world. We are Team Police World America, building our bases all over. Again, Europeans pay fractionally more in taxes than we do, but they get all their health care and their education paid for, secondary education. We don't, because we're building military bases and bombs and missiles and flying drones all over and doing things like what we did in Nigeria yesterday. That's what we spend our money on over here. Is it making the world a better place? No, but it's benefiting the corporations that want to go in there for oil extraction and whatever other resources they need. But none of this stuff is what is making the world better. Automobiles aren't making the world better either, CT. When the automobile first came out, society was against it. They called it the devil mobile because it was so noisy. One of the times I saw my daughter the most upset in the time she's been on this earth was a car that accelerated when it was right next to her in the stroller and just made a huge pop and bang, just like blew out her eardrums. And whoever tried it was thinking, what an asshole. They had to do that right when we're right next to here. Again, we can evaluate the world through these things, but they're not the things that actually make life better. What are the things that bring you happiness? Is it watching a plane fly above you, CT? Is that what makes your day so great? Is it watching a car zip by? Is it knowing that we got drone surveillance over the nation? Are these the things that you're going, you know what? This just makes my life so much better. Is that it? What things actually bring happiness into your day?
Doing content.
You want me to answer? What makes, nothing makes me happier than when I wake up, exercise, and jump in my big American SUV GM car, drive up the highway, go to all the nice convenience stores, because I'm able to do that because I live in a country that has the strongest military in the world. And if I, Mr. Damos here, can achieve that, you best believe I would make sure that happens. And I would fly over any country I can dominate. I would go to Venezuela, bomb them, take their oil, go anywhere I could.
So like,
it's called, hold on. It's called survival of the fittest. Hold on.
Getting in my GMC and driving on the road. Again.
Well, Zach, Zach, if that makes him happy, what?
Doing something nice.
Zach, did you not ask him what makes him happy?
GMC. What are you fucking?
Dude, no, he wants to judge him. He didn't ask.
Did you not just ask Afro?
I actually didn't ask him. I asked you. And he said, "Can I answer?" And I'm already done with this answer.
I'll answer, Zach. I'll answer. I love waking up in the morning in what would appear to be the greatest country in human history,
a country where I am free to pick and choose my occupation, how I make money, how I interact with people, how I communicate with people. I love waking up in the morning, Zach, knowing that this country was founded with the God-given right of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. I love the fact that I can wake up in this country, Zach, and know that I'm insulated by two oceans. I love the fact, Zach, that I can wake up in this country and I can live around civilized people. I love waking up in the morning, Zach, obviously with my wife, but I love waking up in the morning, Zach,
I
and
don't know what that is, obviously.
And I look outside, Zach, and there are beautiful white liberals jogging, because that lets me know that this is a safe country when white women are able to jog in the morning. I love waking up, Zach, and I have the opportunity to make my own food or go to one of many delicatessens or bagel shops or coffee shops. I love waking up in the morning, Zach, knowing that I have paved roads, bridges. I love waking up in the morning, Zach, knowing that this country, though young, 200 something years old, is the master and commander of this planet. I love the fact that we bomb people. I love the fact that we dictate policy. I love the fact that people listen to us. I love that shit. I revel in that.
So can you put yourself in the shoes?
I'm not
of
done
the
telling
that
you
is
why I
getting
love this
bombed?
country. I thought you asked me a question about this country. You're gonna give me. I'm not done.
I said
talking.
what makes you happy. So,
I'm
so
not done
what
talking.
makes you happy is knowing that we're bombing other people.
Like, I
Okay,
mean,
yeah, exactly.
You asked me a question. I mean, you let me
It
answer.
sounds insane. It sounds like you're listening to insane people.
Zach, sir, I was a little upset earlier today because I did not like how security boss. It was a miscommunication. I love security boss. I didn't like what happened between me and security boss and what happened. So I took it out on you. And if security boss is listening, there was some miscommunication. Please email me. I took it out on you, Zach, and I apologize.
Okay,
But
thank
I'm
you.
trying to
Let me
answer your questions, buddy. I love this country, Zach, because we are wealthy. The automotive industry, the airline industry. I love that shit. I love the fact that an Afrodamus, he can come from an impoverished country, get off the boat, and drive around a big ass American made car, reveling in that wealth that he can accumulate in this country. The idea that this man and most people, Gimpy's people, my people, all of us, we all come from countries at one point that were primitive at one point, that were poor, and make something in this great nation. It's almost orgasmic, Zach.
Okay. Think about the people who were here before the Europeans.
And
think about it. Sure,
What about
they didn't have
They lost.
gunpowder. They
I
weren't
don't
as
think about it.
advanced in terms of militarism, but they had a higher quality of life. They lived in harmony with the land. The land wasn't destroyed.
that's
The rivers weren't
Europeans, sir.
polluted. The other living species here weren't destroyed. See, you're not taking these things into account. You're worshiping the things that are going to destroy humanity. Imagine, let's boil this down to a neighborhood. Imagine there's a household where in that household, they're all about being good people, making music, making sure that they respect the land. They're spiritual people. The next neighbors aren't much different than them. Maybe they have a little bit difference. Maybe they're spiritualized a little bit different. And then the third house down, they're more about how can we kill all these fucking people and take their property and their land and then expand beyond here. And essentially that's what you guys are worshiping, the people that had that mindset. And you're saying, see, we're not that good because we didn't live that way. We didn't do these things. How come our people didn't go conquer the whole world? Maybe because they were a more decent people. Maybe that's
Zach,
why you're sitting here worshiping evil.
Zach, you're done. Let me talk now. I'm gonna go Godfather on you.
Dude, he hates white people.
Let me go Godfather on him real quick, Gimpy. Zach, you and I are a part of the same hypocrisy.
while you were sitting over here trying to be on a moral soapbox in theory, your life doesn't prove that. Right now, as we very speak, you are living in a home on top of ancestral land owned by the very same people that you say were victimized. I don't see you living off the grid. I don't see you living with indigenous people. You right now are in a mostly white city because I know where you live at. You right now, sir. Hold on. No. You can't prove otherwise. See, you could do all that theory bullshit that we did in college, but your life, sir, is just the same as me, Gimpy's, or Aphrodamus. You live in a home on top of ancestral land that was taken over. So you ain't trying to give up your land to the Native Americans right now that still exists. Right now, son, you are driving a gas guzzling vehicle like Aphrodamus. See, you driving the same gas guzzling vehicle that Aphrodamus is doing, polluting the ozone just like he is. But see, he's proud of that shit. But you over here trying to be on a goddamn soapbox, boy, and I ain't gonna let you do it. I ain't gonna let you do it, son. Zach, every time you've cammed up outside your home, you are in a car. I don't see your ass on a bike. Why aren't you ever on a bike, Mr.
I don't cam up when I'm on a bike.
I want you to stop talking when I'm talking, boy. Zach, you are part of the same hypocrisy that we all are a part of. But the difference between you and us is that we admit it. We admit to the shit. See, you're not used to an African saying, hey, man, I'll bomb their ass too. See, you're not used to shit like that. See, you're not used to a black like me talking. But Zach, I love the fact that Trump bombed those radical Muslims. I love it. That's why I took this job. You're fighting it, but you live in it right now. You live
again.
In
Everything you're saying is beside the point. You
everything that I'm saying is true. You son. Everything that I'm saying.
No, you're saying that the way Native Americans lived was better, dude. I don't agree with that. You definitely don't, because you're just a hypocrite full of shit. You're sitting on every modern invention known to man, making a living every single day. If you really believe the bullshit you're peddling,
this is another dumb argument.
With the earth.
This is another dumb argument. Again,
dances
you
with
live
bullshit,
in an environment.
Manifest destiny was the greatest thing to happen to civilization. All right, you exist because of manifest destiny. Stop hate. You talk about him hating black people. You hate white people. You hate everything white people accomplished. You hate everything they've brought to the world. You think that they're nothing but an oppressive force. You're a disgrace to your people.
Okay, enough with the bullshit. No, I make the argument
everything and then live exactly the way you say you hate.
That's the argument I make.
Everything you do is hypocritical. You're sitting up here talking about, oh, they had a better life. Oh, you do nothing like them. You embody none of those values. You're a joke, dude. You come up here and make a joke of yourself when you say shit like that. You don't live it. Who are you pretending gives a fuck what you're saying when you talk like that?
Again, you guys are making an argument that is not the one I'm making. I'm saying these people had a lifestyle and way of life that was not destructive to the earth. All of the things that pose a serious threat to us are because of the same things that you're saying determine greatness. Again, all things are good and bad. Everything is dualistic, but all of the things you're worshiping are the things that are the greatest threat to our existence. The way the natives lived here before us, their lifestyle did not pose a threat to our existence. How I'm living today is because of the system I grew up in. Sure, I could choose to go live off the grid. I've thought about that. I might do it someday. But my point and what I think my greatest purpose is speaking out against the evils of our time and the things going on. Had more people taken our message seriously, again, had more people read this book right here, they wouldn't have myocarditis and these kind of problems, and they would have seen it way before then. You guys can rub your face all you want, but this book said their scam will end when the year of the tiger comes around, which is exactly what they did. All that was called out way before it happened. Again, the kind of stuff I'm talking about, West Coast, 3 Thursdays in a row, major flood rituals. None of this is Mother Nature. This is all by design. These are the agendas they're playing out, the things people should actually be talking about. So I choose to live this lifestyle to educate predominantly about the things I educate about.
Thank you for your quote.
You can put your face up like that all day. You're not putting out any knowledge into the world, CT. You're not
Zach,
putting out
you're
knowledge.
grifting. You're selling people bullshit. You're living one life, like literally, just what you said. Oh, one day I'll live off grid. Yes, when you're done suckling the system, building up your real estate fortune, taking all your grift for everything it's worth, and then when you're ready to retire,
Thank you so much, Solid Snake.
okay, dude, you espouse your own hypocrisy every time you talk, dude. You claim CTE and
You guys
Afrikaans
just try to frame everything in a dishonest way. I'm
way
making the
more
point that
than
you
they
can't
ever
judge these other
even
cultures and say
remotely
they're
did with black
inferior in terms of military capability. They're inferior, but in terms
Dude,
of
if
quality
you
of life,
can't protect
they
yourself,
were
you can't
superior.
have your peaceful society because someone bigger and stronger comes along and takes it from you. That's how it works. That's the physics of the game we live in. That's the universe. There's never been a time in all of human history that every single person got along. You like fiction so much. Go watch Demolition Man. That's a good, encapsulation of the stupidity you think you can promote in this world. If you cannot protect yourself, someone will take what you made. And to sit here and say, oh, having militaries and this, no. Honestly, being able to wipe anyone out all over the world keeps them from coming here. If you don't
Zach, you are a liar, you're a cheater and a thief. And that's talking highly about you. Zach, you know who live the life in which they preach? Monks, Catholic monks. They live a life of poverty. They live a life of their time is even managed. Nuns do the same thing. There are actual people, Zach, like even the Tibetan monks. These people actually live what they preach. You don't, buddy. You don't. It's over. You don't.
You
live
guys
what
are trying to make a different argument than it's like
no,
if this
Zach,
is
if
so
you really
intellectually
believe,
dishonest.
Zach, if you really
Can I ask Zach a question?
What brings happiness in people's life? Is it music in these components of culture? Is it good food and cooking, or is it militarism? Militarism brings destruction. You guys are sitting there.
Let me ask you
worshiping
something,
destruction.
Zach. Is slavery? It's slavery evil?
I would say that it's wrong because it is saying, again, just like we had once upon a time, we'd say that if you look this way, you weren't even considered a full human being. So
Okay,
again,
no, just answer.
Stop
Stop dancing. Just answer. Is it evil?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain why it's evil.
No, I'm not asking why. I'm just asking, is it evil?
Yeah, I would say.
So if the people that were sold across the Atlantic, who sold them?
Well, if you look into the statistics, the highest percentage of the sellers look like Gimpy.
No, who sold
That's
them?
a lie.
Who sold them?
That's a fact.
So who sold? I'm talking from the coast of Africa. Who sold who?
What history book are we going off of here? Are you saying
no reality? We're not going by history book. No, we're going by reality.
Came down muskets and took them, and then came and sold them to another people. That's
how
it was.
Sorry, who sold who?
Are you going off the history books published by people?
No. Reality.
I believe it was the same type of conquest that happened here. They came with gunpowder and guns. They took people, and then they came over here and sold them to other people who wanted to buy.
Who went and took over who and sold who?
I just told you what I think happened.
Okay, so clearly you're not making sense here. I'm disproving exactly what you're saying. Because hold on,
and then came over here and sold.
Hold on.
That doesn't make sense.
I'm proving to you that
you're not going to prove shit.
What you're saying is in fact not true, because you're saying that we're worshiping, the white people being able to conquer places. The people who took the guns in exchange from the Europeans, they are black, they are African. They went and conquered Africans who they have. Hold on. They have better military than and firepower than. So this proves that to have good military, comes in handy. The people who are militarily strong were able to dominate the ones who don't have the military, and they got sold.
Just give me a second. CM, you gotta fix your mic. I mean your camera, bro. I mean, come on, man. You gotta have it at least like us. Mama Carol, thank you so much, sweetheart. Positivity is coming your way. Happy Kwanzaa, Mama Carol. Today is the first day of Umoja. It means unity. Complacency is immediate death to a new society, slow death to an established society. This mentality is seen between Zach and Aphrodite.
What is she talking about?
she's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. So Zach, so that disproves your point, because
you didn't disprove the point.
Hold on, because you're trying to paint this picture that, okay, it was only the Europeans who were conquerors. The people who were taken into slavery, do you know that those were conquered people, conquered by other Africans? Did you know that?
And your source for any of this is what? Were you living
based in facts, because
Facts,
I'm from
what, history
Africa.
books?
I'm from Africa.
History
Books,
books?
or,
So,
books,
like, right now, if you're in
books, oral
elementary school, you
history.
learn the
Okay,
facts
since hold on.
man in the
Since,
cave,
since hold on. Since you don't
physical and
like,
tropical, are those the
hold
facts?
on. Since you don't like white books, right? What about African oral history? Are the Africans lying too?
Whose history?
The Africans' history.
From when?
From that time, on slavery, the Africans' history.
Where's
Are
this
the
recorded?
Africans
Where's
lying
this
too?
recorded?
So the white people are lying. The Africans are also lying on themselves.
History is full of lies.
So Africans are lying on themselves.
What Africans?
Okay. Now you're gonna play dumb, huh?
He is saying that the oral traditions that he learned as an African in Africa corroborate that Africans themselves traded guns for slaves. Is that are we willfully missing the point because you're autistic?
Okay. You can even look this up. Have you ever seen the movie Blood Diamond? The Civil War in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Have you ever seen it?
Movie?
Okay. They sold diamonds for weapons to conquer territories.
Okay.
So this is not that's happened even in the past. It's the same thing. The people with the firepower win. So you saying the people look like Gimpy? They look nothing like Gimpy. They are Africans. So you are the one that's thinking that Africans are inferior. So you're telling me a few white people came, right? And millions of Africans, they just came and grabbed Africans because the Africans are inferior. Is that what you're trying to say here?
I'm saying they had gunpowder.
Because if you say that means Africans are inferior. Few white people came in and then they captured a bunch of Africans. I'm telling you, no. It's other Africans that conquered other Africans. So if you say that's not the truth, then you're the one saying Africans are inferior. Few white people came and captured Africans in their own territory and shipped them off. Is that your position?
The Europeans got gunpowder from the East and they conquered the world with it.
So they went into Africa. Hold on. Few white people in ships showed up.
I want to make a point about that too, because see,
hold on.
The whites did not invent gunpowder. They got it from the Far East.
No.
Hold on. To conquer the world. So that was the mindset. The mindset to conquer. You guys are now worshiping and praising that, but it's
no, Zach,
into the world, a lot of murder.
Zach, that's why I asked you, Zach.
Dude, the Chinese use powder on themselves to conquer each other. What are you talking about, bro? They were too.
It's annoying listening to your kind, just a little dick-sucking kind that always have to cry and whine about everything and need our tax money to protect their sorry asses.
Own people, Savage. You should deal with your boy here. He hates you and your kind. He makes it clear that you're the enemy, and everything you've done and your people have accomplished is evil. I just want you to know that he's being very clear that he hates himself and you and everything that you've achieved. Dude, you're telling me, like, you made a thing about cars, about the internal combustion engine. You're saying gas powered generators aren't all over the world right now, powering poor communities, their water pumps, their electricity. There aren't places that would have no electricity or clean running water without these combustion engines that are portable. You're saying that's evil.
Well, almost every place would have clean
see.
water
No,
right from their river
the
source.
mindset of you is that
industrialization.
everything that is achieved, as long as you can find something wrong, it's evil. But I can show you that every one of the inventions you complain about has had positive, good impacts all over. I just
said everything is good and bad. I'm not going to argue against
it. How we choose to use it. You keep thinking that if we live kumbaya with the earth, we won't go back to throwing spears at each other. We didn't start with gunpowder, dude. We started in huts all over the planet with rocks and sticks, and we evolved into sharp metal and spears.
CM, do you have a laptop?
Man, you can see me, bro. Stop playing.
That's not what I was asking you. I'm asking you, do you have a laptop?
I might, but I don't think I do.
How do you might have a laptop? Do you have one or not?
I'm not like, you can see me and hear me.
I know, but it's just like, look at, but everybody's all, never mind, man.
I mean, it's me, you're nitpicking.
You're fine, bro. Don't worry.
You know I'm about to make
don't worry about it, man. I mean, I would prefer you to be on a laptop, but at least you're at home. Go ahead. I don't know who was talking.
So let me say something.
You think you can share the link is over to my channel? Is it possible?
Sure, the link over to your channel. Yeah.
Because I'm streaming it over there, so Teenager can join in.
Can he get on camera?
When he comes, you can ask him.
All right, I just want
we can
on
get
camera.
okay.
So,
yeah.
So Africa's not a country that's been conquered by Europe a million times. Scorpio Africanus, a Roman Catholic general. Come on now, stop playing like Zach's.
Africa is not a country; it's a continent.
First of all, they came in peace. Second of all, they told slavery in reverse. They sent people from here to Africa, like they do every war, and they happen to stay. Y'all have different phenotypes. We have neuromelanin. Y'all have probably regular melanin closer to other colored people. That's why y'all skulls are shaped like that. Y'all hair's nappy like that. Y'all don't have the melanin we got. So is that why y'all? Y'all try
That's
to
not the topic of conversation, CM. The topic of conversation is, why didn't black people, even indigenous people like you, black, why didn't you colonize the planet?
Because colonization is a Western European ideology. That's what they do.
Well, there you have it. Okay.
It's like I say all the time. A real murderer, do he got to tell you he a murderer? No, he just gonna kill you. A real robber, is he gonna tell you he gonna rob you? No, he just gonna rob you. So the thing is, why do they have to tell us that they running this and that and that and this? Because it's like, are you trying to convince us or convince yourself? And then people fail to talk about how they get America is immigrant first. Is that why you love this country so much?
Who, me?
Yeah, because America's immigrant first because they all know how to abuse the system.
You think I'm abusing the system?
I know you're abusing the system. You're doing medical fraud. That's what y'all do.
You doing medical fraud? How am I doing medical fraud?
I got sources, bro. I seen the get up, bro.
Wait a minute. I'm doing medical fraud?
That's what most of y'all do.
Really?
Yes. So y'all abuse the 13th and the 14th Amendment. It's not just the Somalians that are doing it. It's the Indians. It's the Asians.
I'm gonna use the
it's the
bathroom real
Mexicans.
quick. I'll close my.
Can you give me an example of medical fraud?
When they basically say like, which like in an insurance policy, insurance scam. Like I know somebody doing it right now, to where they say they're immigrant too. They say their dad died. Like they say he's in the hospital. The nigga done had 20 legs chopped off. Like, bro, how many legs your dad got? But if they keep him alive contractually, they can get more benefits, especially for the wife. That's what these immigrants do. I mean, they literally will make up a fake name just to get the benefits off of it. But what they're doing is getting my people's benefits from slavery. You gotta think about this. Like I asked Africanus in the chat. You say, or he left now, but
he's back. He's on camera.
But are y'all, since y'all come from Africa and y'all in America, are y'all American Africans since we're African American and we haven't been to Africa?
CM, can I ask you a question, man?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
We're talking about how immigrants come over here, they cosplay, and they abuse the benefits that my ancestors fought for. They didn't think it was going to be like this.
I'm confused.
So you don't know why Trump's deporting all the people that are not from here, and that's why it kills me, even with some of the Caucasians, because they're not from here either. All the $5 Indians that when they stole up with the census and all that. Like, come on now. That's
what
why
are you
they're
talking
trying
about,
to.
bro? I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm trying to follow you. What are you talking about?
So immigrants don't come over here and get benefits and get loans that natives can't, black people can't. Well, I call black people natives. That's what
You
we are.
don't have any benefits, healthcare benefits, or
I'm talking about benefits as far as loans and grants and promises that you're going to get gas
you don't.
stations and
When
businesses.
you don't think you don't think people in America can get college. You do know that's one of the biggest problems in America is the student loan crisis, the debt crisis, right? They get loans, right? They go to college.
Yeah, but that's not a business loan. That's a Pell Grant. So those are more so of a grant. Like you got to pay that back. These people are getting loans; they don't have to pay them back. They're getting loans to open gas stations. Why do you think? I live in Houston, so why do you think this? And this one thing that I noticed recently, like, why is it African blading places and not Black American blading places?
Why is what?
Getting loans. You never seen a broke African.
I've seen a lot of broke Africans. You need to go to 119th in Harlem. What are the two? I've seen a lot of broke Africans on the street.
I'm talking in real life, not on the movie. Real life, you never seen a broke African.
Have you ever been to Harlem before?
You never seen the only people with less money you've seen is blacks. So we're not getting our benefits. You ever heard of the 72 Legions of Demons, the covenants that these immigrants made with the system against the people? Don't act like you don't. That's why Trump is taking away the birthright citizenship.
He's taking away the what?
The birthright citizenship.
The birthright citizenship. Yes, he's trying to prevent that if you come here illegally and you have a child, that child can't be called an American. That's what he's trying to do. But I don't know what he thinks he's trying to do.
That's exactly what it is. How is that fair? Anchor babies. How is that fair when people born in America can't even get the loans that immigrants can't but it's a common denominator. They're doing all that just to hold the American black down.
Because their parents are here illegally. They don't have status here. So they're not allowing them to use the birth of a child to anchor them here. He's arguing before the courts that that's not the intent of birthright citizenship, that you have to have status in order to pass it along. The courts will decide.
Can I see him real quick before we get to Savage? See him. Have you ever been to New York City? New York City?
New York?
You ever been to this, like, Manhattan City or anything?
I've been to the first. I've been East Coast was Ohio.
If you ever go to New York City, go to 125th in Harlem. You'll see a lot of poor Africans, bro. You'll see a lot of them. What are you talking about?
I'm talking from what I've seen, what my people know, what you know, you ain't seen no poor African. And if you want to say that, we can say that they might have been poor, but they might have not been as poor as the people on 108th Street, that the blacks. So
have you been to 108th Street in Harlem? What are you talking about? You've been to 108th Street now? You said you never been there.
I'm just talking about, I was using an example, like that anywhere you go, like they might be poor, but they're not going to be in poverty like American blacks.
Well, whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that? It's everyone's fault, including the American blacks. Because I mean, to fix the problem, you gotta look within. You gotta start with yourself. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, my thing is, people try to, and people, you gotta understand that people, they're never gonna agree with you. People are always gonna look at their point of view, so they're never gonna agree with you if it's a detriment to them. That's why it kills me when people try to act like it's not gonna be beneficial for white people to, you know what I'm saying, not keep their system intact. They have to keep their system intact by all means. Why would they talk against it? That's why Gimpy's on here saying, Zach, like, you're the biggest traitor, this and that, like, because like you're going against your people, because that's what they really mean that, because why would you bring out the truth when they're paying trillions of dollars a year to hide this?
Can we hear from Savage about colonialism and why the black man never colonized anything? Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you.
My phone was ringing, my bad.
No, you good. You good.
You know why. You know why, CT. Over there in Africa, they were taking grass and putting it on and wearing as skirts and just dancing around, throwing spears and eating fruit. They weren't trying to do nothing. How many tribes to this? How many tribes to this day have women that just have their boobs out walking around?
It's a lot. Probably
Yeah.
scores. Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay, so if you can't make shirts for women, you think you're really trying to conquer stuff?
No, I said that earlier. Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty simple. Have you guys checked out Arch Raiders?
No.
That's a game. You don't play games, but it's pretty fun. But yeah, look at CM. CM literally just said it's everyone's fault that black people are poor. Think about that.
I said including black people because it starts at home. So don't put words in my mouth, player.
You said it was everyone's fault, including, meaning that other people are responsible for other people's things.
I mean, do my people make contracts about your people? No, because we don't care about y'all. We're so strong. Y'all got to make patents, change laws against our melanin. That's what it's all about.
Bro.
And Afrodomus is mad because he black as my shoe.
Bro, you
So
can't you
that's
can't
why
be
he's mad. That's
you
why I feel like
can't
a
be
lot of Africans are
strong
mad
and
because
be
we have better
broke and
genetics than
sad and
naturally.
broken. Like you can't have both, sir.
Both of what?
You
Both
can't
of
have
what?
both, sir.
Can this not be a multi-layered issue when it clearly is?
No, sir.
Okay, so what's the issue then, Savage?
You
What do you
can't
think
be
is plaguing the
strong.
black community?
You can't be strong and also be broke because of everybody else.
You mean you can't be the victim and the abuser at the same time? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, what I'm saying is you can't be strong and be taken advantage of. It doesn't work that way, sir.
You just said the same thing I said with different words. You can't be the victim and the abuser at the same time. And I agree. That's why I said it's our fault too.
CM, do you celebrate Kwanzaa? Do you celebrate Kwanzaa?
I celebrate my dead homies.
Well, I mean, to a degree, Kwanzaa does incorporate ancestral worship. Okay.
I mean, I don't worship anything outside of myself, especially another man or another man's tradition. So,
okay. So you don't celebrate Christmas or anything, right? You just
my name's C-Stack Holiday, so that's my name. Like holiday, I treat my life like you got to treat your life like a holiday. Like
I agree with that.
We are the gift to the universe, and we got to. Every human being is like, and that's the thing. We gotta realize like it takes a man and a woman to create new life. Like it don't take just a man. It don't take two women. You know what I'm saying? It's like that for a reason.
I can agree with that.
So it's like when we go with these like race and religion and all that, it's here for a reason to keep us away from each other, to have us purposely misunderstand each other. And come on, like in real life, I don't hate white people. Like, of course, I might be biased for them because that's not me. But I'm gonna say that to them in their face. Like, I'm biased towards blacks. Like, nigga, I don't know if you're gonna come over here cripping in blood, and I don't know if you're gonna come over here with a 40 ounce or with a blunt bigger than the blunt I got. So it's like we gotta embrace. I feel like we gotta embrace the stereotypes in a different way that's not full of blocked out hate because of our own personal experiences. Like that's going like you're not gonna get the proper opportunity having that mentality. I don't care what color you are, or what you represent. You feel me?
So believe it or not, I can't really knock that one. That was pretty good, CM. Now that I can rock with that.
Are you mad at me because you said I feel like and you lumped all Africans, you're talking to me directly. So it's about sentiment. Your feelings are not real, sir.
You didn't even let me finish my statement.
Okay, go
so
ahead.
as I was saying, I feel like they see all the aspects of like how we're influencing every aspect of life, like how like they say back in the day they called us everything but a child of God. We are the American black man, especially the man, is the influence on the whole world. So I feel like Africans see that and they get that offer to come over here to basically cosplay and hold us down because they don't lift us up like they should. Because that's why they're
really racist to me.
I'll be okay. Nobody's talking to you, but back to what I was saying. That like that's why they're all Psalms 83, trying to keep true Israel from knowing who they really are. So I feel like people see that, especially Africans, and they could get kind of envious of the American black. Like, why can't I be that? You don't think Tuku Nukwaku wants to be Chris Johnson? Or he does, that's, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like an inferiority complex.
So a minute ago, from what I gathered was you were envious of Africans because you went as far as saying you did not see any broke African. And you started accusing Africans of taking away resources. So which one is it? Are they imitating you, strong, smart blacks, or you are upset and envious that Africans seem to be much smarter? Which one is it?
What's up? I said everyone is jealous of us. We invented everything, but the Africans they the ones get all the benefits.
Facts.
I don't think you read that the right way. See him. You know, I don't know if you noticed, but I really would prefer you not smoking your drugs on camera. Hey, I'll bring you back in a minute. See you.
This is unbelievable.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Unique with the $5 super chat. We come here to make a lot of money, not win a popularity contest. Go ahead, CM. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, we'll go home and make all that money. Because, like, I was watching this thing yesterday. Y'all got family over there, so that y'all just gonna leave y'all family? That's not cowardice. Like, can we go over there? Can the blacks go over to y'all country and get the same loans y'all get? We can't. We can't get
you can go and create your own job there. I mean, you're welcome to.
Why would I want to go? Like, and this is what people don't understand. Africa's only 30% developed. That's a country America's been trying to develop.
Well, there is 54 countries. You can pick which one you want to go to. I'm pretty sure they're not gonna stop you from coming.
Oh, absolutely no. You can't pick which one you go to. Definitely not.
CM, do you see yourself as someone like maybe you think like you're in a plantation, you're not free to move around?
I feel like everybody is until you break that illusion of Saturn, the restriction. You got to learn how to.
You got to get on camera too, Nigel. You got to get on camera.
So do you have like a restriction?
Get on camera, Stoic.
Because you come into this realm automatically restricted.
So get on camera for me, man.
Welcome to Niger.
So what I do know is that they flipped the map and that this is the true Africa and Egypt. They definitely flipped the maps.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, do you believe in Pangea?
Real quick, see him real quick. You know, you are under the influence of a drug, but I think that you are coherent enough to answer this question. What is the name? What is the exact name of these loans that people like Afrodamus get? And if this is true, why did Afrodamus choose to be? You know, and I'm not knocking it, but he was a correctional officer. Why did he get a regular job if he had a loan to become a multimillionaire when he first got here?
I'm glad you said that because
Jason, we got. I'll bring you back, Jason. I'll bring you back.
Aren't all y'all's people correction officers? I'm glad you said that because that's when I found out we wasn't Africans. Like, because I kept getting right up.
I got a policy now. I want everybody on camera. Eric, go ahead, CM. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's when I found out that I was an African when I went to prison. And I got written up for existing because Africans hate us.
Can you pay?
You got wrote up for being a jackass.
Eric, Righteous Muffin paid 100. So if you can match that, then yeah, I don't mind. Go ahead, guys.
So comfort. So you knew you were you didn't know you were Africans didn't like you till you made it to prison. So who arrested you? Who sentenced you prior to getting to prison? Because, you know, you have to go through a process to get to prison. Well, someone took you to jail, the judge sentenced you, then you made it to the big house. So you didn't realize you you know, and I'm sure it wasn't Africans who arrested you. So what was your conclusion when you got arrested?
That's not really on the topic. The topic is about how we're not African. I said that's when I went to prison, not the county, because you go to the county and then you go
Well,
to
to
prison
get to
after that.
prison, to get to
You don't
prison,
get
you gotta go
arrested
to
to go to
county,
prison,
right?
huh?
To get to prison, you gotta go to county first.
Yeah, duh. I mean,
Okay.
a 7-year-old
So
knows
that's what
that.
I'm asking you. Someone, who arrested you? Was it an African that arrested you and took you to
Like,
county?
are you trying to make me dumber than I already am?
I'm asking you.
Like this is not really like hitting my brainwave so I can answer this like coherently.
So were there black corrections officers?
This is not on the topic. We're talking about when I went to prison and I found out I wasn't African.
Okay, in
Africans kept
prison, did they have black? Did they have black?
People up and hating on us.
Did they have black corrections officers in prison?
Not as much as the Africans. That's what all
That's
the
a
Africans
lie.
do. They work, and then they're symbolic. No, let me
Frankie
finish.
said, CT, let's hear CM
me
roast
ask you
Afro,
this.
see if he can roast. Go ahead, guys.
I'm sure he'll make.
Maybe we should allow two Nigerians.
roasting, but
Yeah, let's get to Nigeria. To Nigeria, why were the what prevented the black man globally from being the global colonizer or inflicting our will onto the planet, like our language, our true religion, our true culture? Yes.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Chaotic Truth, and greetings to all the panelists, and the chat and the viewers. I think Africans were the original colonizers, aren't we? It's just that it's not the latest wave of colonization that occurred. We colonized the world technically, and the recent ones, the one from 500 years ago, they spent thousands of years fighting the Sahara Desert, basically. And the Sahara Desert was caging them in. And so you can put it down to basically the anthropological unwinding of history, and that is our draw. Because the Chinese got the gunpowder first. They didn't use it to decide to colonize the world. So there must be reasons why they didn't choose to do that. Maybe they didn't have as much competition in their own area as much. And we on the continent were caged in by the Sahara Desert, and we didn't have much of a need for it because we were living in our own world. We were never colonized. We were never conquered. Even the Romans tried to come south, but they didn't succeed. So we didn't have much of a need until the British arrived, and they found that a lot of people were not as world savvy as they were at the time because they had more competition in the Middle Eastern region and those areas. So that is basically, if you want to put it down to the specific reasons, you say is your folding of history. And we sometimes underestimate how that matters a lot in the way things shape, how things are shaped. We think we shape the world, but the world also shapes us. So that's how I look at it.
Okay, let me ask you something. So do you think that colonization is necessarily a good thing when we know colonization really means westernization, which would be, I think, the church and the state not separating, staying together? So like you can tell that by how the school is, the court system, and everything else, the laws, which are really statutes and policies, where that's why this is really a capitalist country. Like when people don't talk about how there's two different USAs, the corporation and the you know what I'm saying? Like people don't understand, like it's a contracts, like you know what I'm saying? Everything's a contract in this country. Like it's a capitalist country. They have to get you through contracts. Like the book of demonology that King James published, which he did the New Testament, and I just found this out recently, it's about contracts.
Colonization has a lot of negatives and has its own positives, like everything else. Exchange of technology and to the people that were colonized, or on ultimately advancement of technology to the colonizers. Because while you are colonizing, you are gaining access to more resources and more growth in your economy and your capacity to do things, and hence you have 8 billion people alive in the world today. So if you look at it in totality, it led to the advancement of humanity itself. So what am I supposed to make of that? But it's not necessarily beneficial to the people that were colonized. It was beneficial for the colonizers directly. But they are all human beings, isn't it? So if you want to look at it from that point of view, if they are all human beings, it means human beings advance because of colonization. Look at me, I'm here in the UK talking to somebody in America. That didn't happen out of accident. It happened because somebody kicked somebody's ass, took their resources, used it to build their own, and here we are. So it's just how human history unfolds, I'm afraid.
No, it's not. It's how stealing goes, and people don't want to talk about the truth. And the truth is, and I'm glad you admitted. Like, if you let Satan talk for long enough, he's gonna tell you he's the devil. So you said you're in England. We know America, the new America, which started in 492, which was all the nations teaming up against the Native Americans, my people, like they still do to this day. That's why everybody hates the American black.
So, CM, are you Native American or African?
You're not.
No, I know I'm not. I'm African. Are you African or Indian?
Do I look like you? No. I'm not.
I'm asking you. I didn't ask if you look like me or not. I'm saying
nobody in my family looks like you.
Oh, okay, thank you. But
anybody that's black and not African that I know?
Okay, so are you
like you?
Are your people from Africa originally?
No. My dad is
you're native. You're native.
Is blacker than you.
So he's African, right?
No, he's not.
What is he?
He has straight hair.
So you are native?
Yes.
You're indigenous?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to Niger to understand.
You look like Fulani. You may not look like Dinka, but you look Fulani to an extent. And I don't know whether comforting lies is something that you tell to yourself or just a name. I don't know. But it is what it is. If you're African, you can't run away from your shadow. I'm sorry to say. You can believe what you want to believe, but what you are remains what you are. I can say, okay,
the natives here don't look like you, CM, but Tunege is saying you can't run away from yourself.
Aren't the indigenous actually Siberian?
Yes. No, they're not. They're not. Those are. And I'm glad you said that. A Siberian is a Mexican. When the original Mexican is really black. If you go down to South America, which they used to call, they say that was Africa. All the monuments, all the mines, the original mine was black. Come on now, we're the originals on every land, but we have different melanin codes. We have our neuromelanin is stronger in the Americas. That's what it obviously is. So
see, comforting lies. You know that if you check your DNA right now, you have E1B1A DNA.
Right, I have neuromelanin.
Yeah, okay. Let me explain to you something.
And
that E1B1A DNA has not left the continent. They didn't have any need to do so. The groups that left the continent are the ones that populated the entire world. The only time we left the continent, at least in number that is recognizable today, it was when the foreigners and the Europeans arrived and the transatlantic slave trade occurred. That's when we spread all over the world. We didn't have any need to leave Africa, and we were only in Africa all through this in human history. So if you can prove to me that you are not E1B1A or then you are not African. But
no, we're not
African.
You can look at me and look at you and tell that we're different. If you look at it,
you better be careful. Ice might pick you up. Make sure you carry your birth certificate with you. Okay.
Oh my God.
Why are you projecting? You're the one that's worried. You've been the one abusing the 13 and 14 Amendment. Trump, you're probably on the watch list. Afrodamus. So back to what I was saying. If you let Satan talk for long enough, he's gonna tell you he's the devil.
Okay, hold on. Let's read this. said, Afridamus, when you twist your goatee into a ponytail, do you use one rubber band or two? I actually use two. Thank you for the question. Two together.
Yeah, so I think it's clear that y'all got some type of envy for Black Americans, like, because y'all look at us and y'all see that we the representation of everything.
Why would we have envy for you when we are busy appreciating some of the things you have accomplished? So I don't understand. Or maybe envy is not a bad thing, actually. It's jealousy and, looking at it from the point of view of negativity.
Right, he's native. Africans are not envying him. So I don't know why he's, envying Africans. If he's native,
I'm not envying.
why is he?
How could I? Like, come on, Afrikaners. Look at your
Okay,
damn,
fine, you don't.
Look
But
at you, Afrikaners. You like you drive zebras. Look how you talk. You don't even know English. You're hating on my people. I'm just calling them.
so how do you understand what I'm saying then?
I can't. Because I have to sit there and decode it like the whole chat. That's why I get pissed off.
Well,
at
you respond just
like
fine.
like you even made CT leave. That's how annoying you are. You don't even like each
But
other.
you respond just fine. How is that possible?
Because I'm not retarded like you. I can understand a damn near talking wall. If a wall talked, like, and then you're damn near a wall. So I'm not trying to go
why are you so upset at me?
My point.
What did I say
That
made you so upset?
That's what I'm glad you said that. Everybody's trying to figure out what
is this about me using the Pell Grant to open up a gas station? Is that what this is about?
Obviously, money couldn't save you, bro. You could have all the Pell Grants you want. You're still gonna be Afrikaners, like having to take that oath for the white man and like your white man glazer. Like, if you really cared about yourself, you would. I don't hate Africans, you know what I'm saying? But if you wouldn't hate on Black Americans like you do, you wouldn't rage bait and race hustlers like you do. You get a Pell Grant to rage bait and race hustlers.
What did I do? What did I do?
What don't you do? You talked about the penitentiary. You on here lying, and didn't you say before that Scorpio Africanus was your grandpa?
Yes,
and he's a Caucasian. He's literally white. So, and then y'all like to say Africa ain't been conquered by the white man when it's been conquered by the white man.
I mean, if he's my grandpa didn't conquer me, I'm part of the bloodline.
I mean, that's not a good bloodline to be a part of.
I mean, the whole continent was named after him. Come on, that's
because he conquered and stole like they're
exactly. He's a great conqueror.
So that, like you said, so obviously you told on yourself again. So
for Demos, could it be that because you were quite negative towards African Americans quite a bit on your lives, that's why he's hostile towards you? Yeah, you're right. To be fair, you can't come across as being negative towards African Americans.
Negative? You mean I speak facts?
I don't know whether you call it facts, but you come across as being quite negative towards African Americans. Maybe that's why it's being hostile towards
African American.
Oh, come on!
He said.
What do you want me to call you?
I'm not even. He's Indian. So you're talking. So if I talk about blacks,
European American, they go by white. They separated from Europe as much as they could because they know how laws goes. You can't recognize it's two places. And the Black people in America, we literally have been from everywhere. We done been Indian, we done been Black, we done been Negroes, we done been everything.
Oh my God.
We done been mulattoes, everything.
So now you see, right?
No, but it's just him though. It's not.
Oh, really?
It's just him.
Really?
Why do y'all care so much?
Yeah, it's not a law. It's not the majority of the African Americans or the intellectuals who would not believe that now. If he does a DNA test, now it's obvious what the result is going to be because it looks very much. It doesn't even look like he's mixed that much. As maybe his hair would betray that. But
I'm Black.
Yeah, exactly. Good. You are Black. So what makes you think you are not African?
So we're gonna talk about how y'all look now. How Afrikaners got that big old basketball head with a beard. He's got basketball with a beard. They got stuck in a mudslide.
Oh my God!
You look like the African version of Michael Jordan with some damn Horace Grant sun goggles on. And you talk like damn. This is like making my brain hurt, y'all. And I hope y'all not in America because y'all don't even know damn English. At least CT know English. He could play it off. It's just when you really get to him and see his hair, you're gonna see it look like my carpet.
You're responding just fine.
Why you got carpet growing out your chin, Afrikaners? And I'm tired of you. You got dashiki and a damn beard. You look like fucking an abomination. That's why like God obviously skipped over you. Like you set yourself up for this. So a big old red cook with the red dog shirt having that boy. Who wear a red shirt?
Do you want me to write you up?
Why you got on a red shirt and a yellow dye?
Do you want me to write you up?
You're a baboon.
Do you want me to write you up?
You got on a yellow dashiki with a pink reddish shirt. You are a baboon.
You're begging for an infraction, I see.
Huh?
You're begging for an infraction. Do you want me to infract you?
See, now you want to penitentialize me. that was good. I like
that. Look at that, he's smiling now.
He knows
he's got his smile now.
He knows that language. That's why he's laughing.
Well, here's the thing. I'm glad you said that because that goes to show that it's almost like y'all take it out with the corrections facility, like trying to
trying to make sure criminals are straightened out.
No, they're trying to overexert the law, man, because we know that jail is the new slave trade. Are they not? Is it not the biggest free labor in the country? Can the state not lock up? Can the state not? Can the private prison?
If you didn't commit crime, would you have found yourself there?
Let me finish. I haven't been back. The private prison industry.
Stay out.
The private prison industry. You were throwing me off my train of thought. Is the new slave trade. That's the private prison industry can sue the state if it's not getting enough prisoners that year. Can they not?
If you don't break the law, would you go to prison?
Can the private prison facility not sue the state if they don't get enough prisoners?
If you didn't break the law, would you find yourself there?
Don't ignore my question. Can the private prison facility not sue the state if they don't get enough prisons?
No,
enough prisoners. They can.
No,
they just did in Arizona.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can. Come on,
you
everybody
don't know
knows
what
that.
If you see it.
So, like I was saying,
if you didn't break the law,
like
would you have worried about getting infracted?
I don't care about jail, dude. I'm past those contracts. That's all contracts. It's kind of like it's shadow slavery, dude. Everybody knows that, and they get y'all Africans. They know that y'all hate us, and y'all are Canaanites, y'all Hamites, and y'all teaming up with Esau, and y'all try to take us out. It's obvious. It's history repeated over and over again. So y'all can go to prison because y'all feel like y'all can basically like show the law, man, and flex it on us. You know what I'm saying? Just to show that because y'all know y'all took that oath, the 72 legions of demons. Y'all made secret covenants with Esau and with other, you know what I'm saying, with the other League of Nations to go against the Most High's chosen people. And you know that. So you better enjoy this material stuff. But let me tell you, you could have did it on your own. You could have did it without hating on my people. And you know that. But that's why you don't have no swag. The Most High, that's why he skipped over you. Like I'm not trying to just talk down on you, but it's the truth. Like you can tell a cursed person when you look at one, when you can hear it in their voice chords. You can hear it the way they have these drawn out monologues that don't make no sense. To where they can't even engage the crowd. You got the crowd falling asleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, you over here, you talk like this. Do you feel like I should go back to Africa with my zebra or my car that I love so much? I hate you niggas. That's how it sounds when you like. That's why it's so hard to. You know what I'm saying? It's like I got.
Afro-Demons, you are Mandinke, aren't you?
No.
Which one are you?
Soninke.
Oh, Soninke, yeah. Basically in that Senegalese, those areas. You know, just for the sake of conversation, do you know about the Datichit this in civilization?
The what?
Datichit civilization.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Yup, man.
That viewers, man. Yeah, it's funny because it's in
the shiki.
No, not that shiki.
Hey, so what you got on the topic, man? I want to hear some like proper English.
Is this another black internet civilization? Because
please talk.
I never heard. Is this another black internet civilization? Because I didn't come from those people.
You know, to be frank with you, it's from your area in West Africa.
Never heard of it.
And yes, he said at the same time as the Egyptian civilization, and you don't even know about it. That shows
you're talking about Ouagadougou.
No,
same as Ghana Empire.
It's the one that preceded the Ghana Empire.
What about? Did y'all have you been?
So it goes as far back as the founding of Egypt. And even you that's from that area don't know about it. It shows you how Africans know very little about their own history. And I'm not surprised.
One thing I know,
Can I trade you my zebra for your
no,
goat?
if it's not written,
2 zebras for your goat.
It didn't happen.
Oh, there are structures they built with stones. Funny, how many?
They laid some stones.
They actually built with stones. So that's
so
one
people can sleep in on the stones, huh?
Not on structures, buildings.
Does it rain?
Pathways.
Which country do this? You're talking about the stone circle.
No. I'm talking about actual constructions. You see, that's the thing, though. Most people don't know about this one, and you are from that area. But
Which country? Okay, tell me which country they exist in, because I know all this, historical stuff there. Which one?
I think it's somewhere in Mauritania, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm not from around there. I mean.
Yeah, is it not where Senegalese? What area are you from?
I'm not Senegalese.
How far south are you?
He's the Gambia. You're African.
Yeah, it's still the same area as West African and the Western coast.
Well, I mean, it's not the same place.
Gambia and Senegal is basically one nation, apart from the.
It's not one nation. They are French. We are English.
Yeah, but before that,
even they were never the same nation.
So the Gambians were not the same as the people of Senegal.
Well, I mean, it's like, the same tribes across, but they were never the same nation.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, the Mauritania, this in that it existed in what we now call Mauritania.
Yeah, but
it was an empire that spread out. Yeah,
that's Soninke land. That became Kumbi Saleh.
Okay.
It's called Kumbi Saleh. Maybe you're not saying it right. It's Kumbi Saleh, the capital of Ghana Empire.
Kumbi Saleh, the Ghana Empire is different. This one preceded it. I'm looking at it here. It actually says Soninke here.
Yeah.
The ancestors of the Soninke.
Yeah, I know my history. Trust me. I know what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It says the ancestors of the Soninke. But it's in Mauritania now. I thought you said you're not from there.
I know. At one point, we conquered those places. Then we got conquered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. But you're not aware.
You heard of the Almoravids?
I've heard of them. I think those are the
Moroccans.
The Moors. Yeah.
Yeah, we got conquered by the Almoravids.
Why are you shaking your head, CM? Is there something that they're saying that makes you shake your head? Go ahead, buddy.
I mean, thank you. Finally, somebody who speaks English talks. Like nobody. I don't understand what they're saying. Like they're trying to it's like a gang code or something. Like they're trying to figure out what set he's from. Like, you're not from there. You're not from there. Like I'm from here. Like we got conquered. Like nobody understands what y'all are saying. Like
somehow you keep repeating it.
CM, so you believe that you are a different race than Afrodamus and Tunisia?
I mean, look at them and look at me like, duh.
Can you put your whole face on the screen, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at them. Look at me.
So you look different. So you look different from Tunisia. Okay. All right.
Yeah, he's basically Fulani. Where is he running to? He's basically a Fulani guy. He even looks more Niger Congo than even Fulani. It looks more like Southern Nigerians than even Fulani. Fulani look more, mixed than he does, and those are Africans.
I'm not mixed. I'm from America.
It's okay. Yeah, you can pick and choose wherever you are from.
Go ahead.
Even, I could be mixed. I think I do have white in my family, but
so you're more related to Stoic than you are to Tunisia.
Everybody's mixed at this point.
Okay.
Everywhere, over the course of time.
I think he's mad that my great grandpa is Africanus.
I'm mad. I just had to listen to 15 minutes of y'all not do good content. Like I could understand the words y'all were saying, and I don't think the chat could either. They were complaining.
But I'm bit curious though. Why is it that the moment you came on the panel, you were quite hostile to Afrodamus, but not necessarily to any European or anything? Why is that? Because I would have thought you'd be angry with everybody if you know.
Oh yeah, I definitely distribute my hate evenly, but yeah, of course I got all the smoke for the Europeans, and you didn't see me on Savage at the top early. I'm always gonna be on them. They're easy target though. They're easier target than y'all. I feel like.
Tunaja, he's mad at me because when he was in prison, we had to write him up and put him in check. So so that's why he's so upset. You notice when he came, I didn't even say anything. He was talking, he had to start talking smack about me. Yeah. That's what it's about.
You, but then you kept jabbing me, so I finally hit you with what you wanted.
But he did say that in prison you encounter a lot of Africans, so maybe that's why you feel.
No, he didn't encounter a lot of Africans. He's just talking smack.
What are you talking about? I said the seat. Everybody knows, even the civilians.
None of the officers are black.
No, they're African
and white.
No, they're African. They're not black.
So Africans are not black.
That's what all.
Wow.
Texas and all these states. The major cities, there's a bunch of Africans working in these facilities in prisons. That's why they are. Like I said, it's weird to me. Well, it makes sense because it's like they're trying to basically show that they got the law of man on lock and they're going to enforce it on you. They abuse it because some people should be in prison because prison is nothing but it teaches you structure. If you know what I'm saying, like if you do it to take it the right way, it's just like the army, or you know what I'm saying. So, but you're trying to confuse the audience. That's why I be getting on you. You're trying to confuse the audience again, acting like African and black is the same thing. No, when you get to jail, you have the African COs, you have the black inmates.
So all these COs are African.
Yes.
That's a lie.
What do you mean? Look it up.
I was a CO. I think I would know, sir.
That's why you work there.
What state?
Texas, California, everywhere. There's less Africans in California, but I mean, there's a lot in California too, but not as much as Texas. But like I said,
so you're mad at this. You're mad at the COs, but not the cops that arrested you, the judge that sentenced you, and everybody else, or yourself that break the law.
Well, I mean, it depends on which way you look at it. Like
how,
because all that is.
So was it Africans that made you break the law too?
If you want to go there, does that judge really have jurisdiction over me being a native?
Oh,
would I let them
sir, if you were native, they would have taken you to the given you to the reservation. You're not native.
That's the $5 Indians, homie. You see, this is why I be on your top, bro. You just be saying shit like lowering the quality of the content, bro. Like if you stop asking minuscule questions, bro, lower IQ questions. Like if we're gonna have a discussion, have an adult discussion, bro. Not quit playing. We're trying to confuse the audience.
Fair point.
Oh, that's funny.
Let's get Stoic in. Stoic, what's up, man? Happy Kwanzaa, man. Go ahead, Stoic.
Happy Kwanzaa as well. Good enough.
It's a fake holiday.
I think it was the guy was from Berkeley who
Malana Karenga. Yeah,
he was convicted of some either accused or convicted of.
Oh yeah, he was a jailbird too, like someone we have here.
He essayed a few women. Also, conquest is nature's way, and back in the day, people knew this. And when another tribe or another group of people came along, you had the choice to either fight or flee. And sometimes when you knew people were coming and you knew they were going to be hostile, you made a decision amongst your tribe. Do we stand and fight, or do we flee because we don't have either the technology or the numbers or whatnot to make a successful resistance?
So you Pan-Africans, y'all love to prove my point. Like this is what y'all do every time. So if it took the Europeans, if it took the Asians, if it took the Africans teaming up with the British, if it took the Mexicans coming over from Siberia, lying, if it took all the contracts and statues and the patents of 1790, the Indian Removal Act of 1828, the Freedmen Act, where they already knew who was going to get the land. When they lied about it, when they was buying land for $5, when they brought in the people, the incubator babies in the early 1900s, where a lot of the white people's ancestors are from. You have to go into detail, homie. And if it takes all of the 7 League of Nations to take out one people, and they still can't take them out, what are you talking about? We're not fighting. If it takes that's the whole world against one group of people. So how is that? Does that make them tough? Let me say one thing real quick, CT. The last thing, and how are you going to confuse conquest with colonization?
Well, the conquest and colonization, I think, go hand in hand, and they practiced it better. I mean, they sided with tribes that didn't like each other, and they learned their languages and stuff. So yeah, they won the game.
They won the game of materialism, because if you're gonna say the story, say the story. They hate us because our neuromelanin. You know what I'm saying? Because they know that we are the people. So obviously if they're going against the Most High's people, they're going against what the covenant. So why would you team up with Satan for a material game?
Why do you think these people hate you because of your melanin? What do you have in your melanin that makes them hate you?
We live longer. I'm 36 years old. I don't look like it, but I am. And I haven't had a haircut in a month. But we live longer. We're more masculine. That's why all the foreign women love us. They say they love American, specifically black men, because we're more masculine than their men. We are the representation in politics, sports, music, swag, culture, the way we talk, the way we put our words. We determine what's cool and what's lame. We determine the hairstyles, the trends. You know what I'm saying? Most of us have great genetics, not like all the other nationalities. Like you.
So let me ask you this something real easy, real quick. What is a black hairstyle?
Braids.
Okay. So braids, right? So going by what you said,
the taper fades.
Why don't we see CEOs?
Waves.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, because that's interesting that you said hair. Why doesn't Jeff Bezos have braids, or Elon Musk, or any of these, or any Fortune 500 or Fortune 1000 or politician? Why don't they have braids if they are copying our hair?
Okay, this is something my 9-year-old nephew would ask me, and this is simple because, like we said, in colonization, when they colonized these other countries, they said usually what they would do, they would make them cut their hair, because they knew that was the connection. They knew that your hair is really a representation of your immune system, how your immune system was doing. So they would cut your hair to show a symbol like that you've been colonized.
Now, but you just said, but wait a minute, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm trying to follow you. You said that our hair. You said that these people are influenced by our hair. So why don't you see anybody in Congress or the Senate with braids, or particularly whites, if they are copying us? Like, why don't we see politicians in America?
Answered that question for you.
Because of what?
Because of, like they said, whenever they colonize them, they would cut their hair to symbolize that they've been colonized.
So did they cut their beard too? Hair because you've been colonized by us, or
no? They said that was a symbol of colonization. They would make them cut their hair like to show you who cut whose hair.
Who cuts whose hair?
Whoever the colonizer was.
Wait a minute, I'm confused. Wait a minute. So who's the colonizer in the Western Hemisphere?
The British and the Europeans.
But I could have swear you just said black people influence other groups of people with their hair.
That's not colonization. Colonization is like indoctrination, kind of like you're doing things against your own free choice and free will.
So
is the illusion that it is.
So isn't their hair? I don't see whites walking around with braids.
When they do, they look absolutely retarded.
Yeah, possibly so. But the fact is that I don't think we influence their hair.
We do, because did we not do the tape? I've named 5 hairstyles. Braids is just one. Braids, waves, taper fades.
I don't see white people with waves. I don't see them with waves.
Oil and the way we style our hair, curls. Come on now, we're
trying to copy whites. That's why you curl it.
Huh?
Yeah. So CM, remember some of they said hold on. Some of your FBA people, they said the sign that they are different from Africans. They said Africans can grow beard. So how do you explain my long beard?
Because you probably can't grow hair on your head like that because you have.
I have hair on my head too.
Yeah, but
I had long dreads. I had long dreads, and I chopped it off.
Like, I'm not trying to talk about how you look, bro, because you're gonna be real disappointed if that's what
No,
you want.
I'm asking you how. So since you said, you didn't say it, but other people
What I
you
did
said
say
Africans can grow beard, and I'm African. So how come?
And the
Okay,
colonizer knows
how would you?
So
the colonizer gave me this beard?
He gave you all your benefits and
my beard too.
No, the beard looks disgusting. You need to cut it. Like you tell God skipped over you. That's probably why you hate man. Like you hate God's people. The Most High's people. I'm God, but I'm like the Most High. He skipped over.
Are you on drugs?
I'm more sober than you. Are you on bullshit? Are you on Pan-Africanism? Clearly.
Well, Titi, I'm gonna go get my dinner. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go to the Chinese and get my Chinese dinner.
Yeah, go enjoy your dog and cat.
Tunisia, I don't know how long I don't thank you so much, Aphrodite.
Thank you, man.
Tunisia, I don't know how long you were going to stay, but you were looking a little bit confused. Are you confused, sir?
I'm a bit confused because comforting lies seems to kind of shift the conversation from the original topic. Because Stoic was saying something, and then he just took it and went back to FBA kind of discourse with this thing, Aphrodamos again regarding the bed stuff. So yeah, that's this thing. That's what I find. That's why I'm a little bit confused why he keeps doing that. Why you not engaging regarding the reasons why Africans are not able to colonize. Why did we not colonize the world? And like I said, we did. And there's a reason why there is no other species of human beings around anymore. I think this is practically the only time in history when, at least one of the only times in history, when it has happened like that. Because Homo erectus and Neanderthals, Denisovans, the others were often around when other hominids were roaming the earth. But when Africans decided to, the Homo sapiens decided to spread all over the world, they seem to have, ensured that the others don't make it for some reason. And so we did colonize the earth, and we invented the bow and arrow that revolutionized the way human beings, conquered other parts of the world. So many things we've done. Human beings have been spreading out of Africa for a very long time. And is this the first time in history, about 500 years ago, when Africans were actually subjugated? Which is, a lot of people cannot say that. Even China and Egypt and all the rest cannot necessarily say that. Sub-Saharan Africa was never subjugated for a very long time. Maybe that's why they became complacent. They were not militarily active, defensively active. So that too, it can occur.
Well, guys, Kung Fu CJ, you have anything to say? I was gonna wrap it up here. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, Kung Fu. You're on mute, buddy. You were on mute. Thank you so much, Tunisia. Oh. Any last words, guys? I'm gonna get up out of here, man.
I'll just say learn technology, learn AI. If you're interested in conquering the business world, learn technology and learn AI and learn a skill to make yourself useful within the society.
Yeah, I agree with that. Technology is very important. You have to learn technology, especially in the security area. Clearly, that's why Africans we were not able to resist the Europeans. In the security area, technologically, they were more advanced.
Did you say you weren't able to resist the Europeans?
Technologically, yeah. They had guns, and they had Gatling guns and cannons. So that's technology, military technology. And I think if you want to really start acquiring power, that's the area you want to start heading towards.
in China and South Korea are. I mean, South Korea, from my understanding, is South Korea and Japan are the most automated nations on the face of the earth, and China's heading up there. And we're not. I don't know if we're going to be as technologically advanced with the people that we have and the schooling that we have as these other nations, even India.
Y'all kill me with this technology when y'all act like they didn't have electric cars in the 1800s. Like they're withholding this technology, and then y'all try to act like everywhere where technology allegedly advances, the birth rate goes down. So you keep playing, oh, we're not going to advance with technology. Yeah, that's a white idea with their little 5-inch peckers. And that's technology. Like, is that going to make your pecker go longer or something? Like, it's not. That's why you hate us, because our peckers are longer than yours. Sad.
I gotta get up. Thank you so much. I gotta get up out of here. Couple. Any happy Kwanzaa. Go ahead, buddy. Any last words, buddy?
Merry Christmas.
Be back on Monday. Go ahead.
Technology is gonna. You need to study AI and make sure you're on the computer all day, sitting on your ass. And you're a guy.
And the reason why you're a gangbanger is because you won't say a word with a B in it. Yeah, I was a CO. I was special operations. Yeah, they would send me to your type of prison, level 5, to calm it all down.
Oh, come on.
So are you calling me a gang member?
Yeah, you a gang member.
What makes you? So why are you accusing me of a gang member? Like,
because of your speech.
Okay.
That's how I know. You ain't gotta say nothing else. Because of your speech, you attack Afro-Dominants because you had on a red shirt. Calm down, young man.
Damn, you might be right. I might have some issues.
I got you. But CT, thanks for letting me on. I just want to put that out there. Peace.
Peace. I'm gonna get up out of here, guys. Any Stoic, Tunaja, thank you so much for joining, man. I'll be back on Monday. See him. I'll be back on Monday, buddy.
Oh, that was a good show, man. That was a good night.
Too, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stoic. Let me see. Guys, I will be back on Monday. Salute to you all, man. Positivity's coming your way, guys. Salute. Guys, hit the like button. Go over to Pops and Politics and Just the Guys podcast. Salute, guys. Have a good one.
Oh, we got it down. Y'all get